after giving instructions, "Tell me when I return from the battlefield." With those words, Prince Lachlan set off for the front lines, wearing his silver armor and wielding his sword as he charged through the sea of fire. 2 years later, a voice echoed within a luxurious mansion. "I love you, Your Highness." April, holding a portrait of Lachlan, murmured, "I love you, Prince Lachlan." She sat in her room with the portrait in her hands, while outside the mansion, it became noisy with the sound of news vendors shouting, "Special edition, special edition." Downstairs, a newsboy happily announced, "The war is over." He cheered joyfully. "Luton has achieved a great victory. The soldiers at the front lines have returned." April heard this and her face lit up. She thought to herself, "Finally, the prince is back." At that moment, there was a knock on the door. After the knock, the servant entered and said, "Madam, there is an urgent letter from the royal family." As soon as April read the letter, she looked astonished. She suddenly collapsed, dropping the letter from her hand. The letter read, "Prince Lachlan died in action," followed by lines criticizing him, such as, "The tragic end of a cowardly prince. Prince Lachlan withdrew from the military camp and died in an enemy ambush while fleeing." After seeing those lines, April trembled all over with a horrified expression. She could not believe it was true. April buried her face in her pillow and screamed, "It is all lies, the prince would never do that." As April was crying in anguish, Charlotte appeared with a tray of water and exclaimed, "Sister." Behind Charlotte, April's stepmother arrived from somewhere and scolded, "How long are you going to cry?" She shouted fiercely, "Wash your face quickly and get ready to go out. You have to attend the victory celebration banquet." At the banquet, the atmosphere was luxurious. After getting dressed up, April followed her stepmother to the banquet. As they walked, she looked around and then excitedly said, "It has been 2 years since I have had such a sweet victory celebration." In contrast, April was not happy at all. Her eyes were swollen. She thought to herself, "What is the point of attending a banquet in this situation?" Suddenly, her mother poked her with a fan and said, "Look at the table over there." She leaned over and pointed to an old man standing in the distance, then opened her mouth to say, "That is Marquis Grey." She rambled on with introductions. "You also know about Marquis Grey's family background, right? He owns vast lands, and his only son was supposed to inherit the title." She continued, "But this time he died on the battlefield, so there is no suitable heir." Hearing this, April thought to herself, "He must be in a lot of pain too." Suddenly, she leaned close to April's ear and whispered, "Try to catch the Marquis's eye and have a child for him." April was shocked to hear this. She could not believe it and hesitantly asked, "What did you just say?" She immediately put on a sinister face and said, "As long as you have a child for the Marquis, you will become the mother of the next Marquis. He is over 70 years old, so I am not sure if he can still have children." Despite April's fear, she continued, "But even if you can't have children, he will die in a few years, and you will inherit his property. Where else can you find such a wonderful marriage?" April thought, "From the beginning, I knew that the reason my aunt and uncle took me in was because of my status as the prince's fiancée. She knew that, now that the prince was gone, they would need a marriage to sell her for a high price." April resolved in her heart, "I absolutely can't do it." Then she shouted, "I am the fiancée of Prince Lachlan." April said resolutely, "The only person I truly love is the prince. I will never marry anyone else but him." Hearing those words, she immediately became angry. She used her hand to press April's head to the ground. She shouted loudly, "Are you going to remain a virgin for the rest of your life to commemorate a dead prince? Do you think money will fall into your lap if you cry all day?" Despite April's cries, she continued to press her head down and continued to scold, "Your talented fiancé is dead and does not give anyone any benefit. He died on the battlefield for nothing." The banquet became noisy, and everyone's eyes were focused on this place. But no one stood up for her. April suddenly remembered Lachlan. She remembered the happy memories and thought, the prince died, and that once happy Wednesday at 3 o'clock has been lost forever. April was covered in injuries, crying in pain. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice calling her name, April. As if seeing a glimmer of hope, she quickly looked up. A man with blonde hair appeared, slowly approaching. April was very surprised. As he got closer, she murmured, "Prince Lachlan." April was astonished, feeling as if it were a dream. She remembered the image of Lachlan kneeling before her with a worried expression, or the image of him holding her hand with eyes full of affection. As he got closer, April thought of Prince Lachlan again. She thought, "He is alive," and her face instantly became brighter. But when he was right in front of her, that familiar figure showed a sneer. Lachlan passed by April, who was muttering the words prince, and said, "Oh my, 2 years have passed, and I thought you would become a more mature young lady." He showed an arrogant expression and then said, "But you are still like a child, are not you, April?" She was very surprised and only managed to utter a few words, "Crown Prince, Your Highness." Later, in a private room, Lachlan asked her, "There is nothing between you and the Marquis, is there?" April softly replied, "No, it was just a fight with my mother." On the other hand, she wondered, "Why am I like this? I do not know why I can't calm down." He continued, "Let us be careful not to run into each other for the time being." April was surprised and quickly replied, "What?" Lachlan said, "Wouldn't you be sad because I and Lachlan look too much alike just now? Was the first time you mistook me for Lachlan, was not it?" He continued, "If my brother were here, he probably would have fainted." Hearing this, April jumped up, wanting to explain that. But she could not explain. Lachlan spoke again, "In 3 days after the funeral is over, let us not meet again." He said, "I beg your pardon," and then left the room, leaving April confused. Her hands clenched tightly. April said to herself, "It is because of the way you look at me. It is exactly like Prince Lachlan." Anyway, she could not live in that house anymore. At the convent, a voice said, "Are you sure you have made up your mind?" April replied resolutely, "I want to pray and live in the convent for the rest of my life." She thought in her heart, "Even if I lose everything and am alone, it does not matter. I will live here and pray for the prince every day." April suddenly heard noises outside. "What are you doing? This is a sacred place. Shut up and release my daughter immediately." She paused, thinking, this voice is. Just as she thought, her father and mother appeared before her eyes. April was beaten and fell to the ground. Earl Campbell rushed to her, ignoring the nun's attempts to stop him. He shouted, "A convent? You dare to do such a childish thing? There is a limit to how much you can tarnish the family's reputation." April replied coldly, "The ones causing the reputation to decline are you too, are not they?" Earl Campbell was furious. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What did you say?" She shouted, "Earl Campbell is selling his daughter to a marquis who is over 70 years old for money. Such rumors will soon spread throughout the nobility." He slapped her in the face and shouted, "You insolent brat. Today I have to teach you a lesson." He was about to continue attacking when he was stopped. She spoke up, "Don't hit her like that." Earl Campbell and April were both quite surprised. She said again, "What if her face swells up? We still have to meet Marquis Grey." She suddenly became frightened and emphasized, "Meet Marquis Grey." She replied, "At the banquet I told Marquis Grey about you." He seemed quite interested. "You and the Marquis both lost someone important in the war, did not you?" Maybe this shared pain attracted his attention. She kept rambling, "Oh, I never thought my daughter would become the Marchioness." April gritted her teeth and thought, "I am not your daughter." April stood up and said confidently, "I am a Campbell. I absolutely will not marry in such a despicable marriage trade." Seeing this, she just said, "Is that so?" She added, "If you want to stay in this place, then do so." April exclaimed in surprise, "What? If you refuse to marry, I have no choice but to marry Charlotte to Marquis Grey." April exclaimed in shock, "What is going on?" She suddenly remembered 6 years ago. In front of her was a little girl and her words at that time, "This child's name is Charlotte. Without you, my daughter would have been the heir to the earldom, so you have to treat her well, understand?" April looked at Charlotte and thought, she is trembling. She is worried that she has suddenly been brought to a strange place, that is right. April suddenly remembered her birth mother and thought, I used to promise my mother that when my sister was born, I would become a good older sister, right? She slowly walked towards Charlotte. She said softly, "Hello, I am April." The little girl became happy and replied, "Can I call you sister?" Two became close. While April was reading a book to Charlotte, the servant said loudly, "Oh my God, young lady." The servant snatched the bear from Charlotte's hand and said, "Please, quickly stay away from that lowly girl. She is a disgusting bastard." Hearing this, April spoke up to protect the girl. "What are you saying? Charlotte is not disgusting at all." She comforted Charlotte, "It is okay, do not cry. The person is saying strange things." "What bastard are you talking about?" While April was speaking, Earl Campbell and her stepmother had appeared at the door some time ago. They approached April and the little girl. Earl Campbell angrily roared, "What the hell are you rambling to my daughter?" He slapped April. She could only tremble and explain, "It is not like that." Earl Campbell angrily continued, "I adopted you instead of sending you to an orphanage, and you are not even grateful." At that time, her stepmother also said angrily, "How much did you have to bully her to make such a good and kind girl cry so much?" Charlotte, who was crying loudly, shouted, "Stop it, please stop it." Her and Earl Campbell took the girl out. Before leaving, she said, don't even think about stepping out until you have reflected on yourself. The door closed, and April was locked in the room. She painfully wondered, Father, Mother, why did you leave me? Suddenly someone came in. April unconsciously turned her head. She heard sobs. Charlotte was holding bandages, sobbing, I am sorry. Her eyes were red as she called sister. April also responded, calling her name, Charlotte. The two sisters hugged each other. She thought, from that day on I had one more person on my side. Back in the present, April gritted her teeth. She thought, I can't let Charlotte be sold to the Marquis. That child's happiness. Her stepmother saw this and smiled triumphantly. April was determined to protect Charlotte to the end. At this time at the mansion, Charlotte appeared. The carrier pigeon just took off. Charlotte released the pigeon. She said to herself, I am counting on you, Pepe. On the other hand, April was remembering her rebuttals when she did not want to marry. She absolutely would not marry. April sat in her room and thought. 3 days have passed since then. She said to herself, I am locked in the room and can't go out, but today is Prince Lachlan's funeral. While putting on her mourning clothes, April thought, there is the sound of a carriage again. Is father going to the casino again? She could not even attend the prince's funeral. She prayed in her thoughts, praying here maybe he can hear it. But in her heart, she really wanted to attend the funeral. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. April was startled and asked, who is it? Charlotte smiled brightly as she walked in and called sister. April blankly asked her, wait, where are you taking me? Charlotte pulled her along as she ran, while she was still worriedly asking, it is a big deal to leave the room without permission. What if mother finds out? While speaking, April suddenly noticed something. She asked, who is that? Below was an image of her stepmother arguing with someone. As she got closer, she suddenly realized that it was His Highness the Crown Prince. Lachlan looked up and saw April in confusion. She wondered, why is he here? On this side, her stepmother was still complaining, what brings His Highness the Crown Prince here? You must be busy with the funeral today. The funeral of the cowardly prince who ran away from the battlefield. Hearing those words, he lowered his head. Lachlan replied in a cold voice, I do not deny it. April was walking down the stairs when she heard his words. I have to put up with everyone insulting and turning their backs on my brother, but... Lachlan looked straight into her eyes and said, you can't even attend Lachlan's funeral. He asked, right, April Campbell. Lachlan reached out his hand in front of her. He said, take my hand. April hesitated, thinking, why would Dominic, your highness? Seeing this, Lachlan took her hand tightly. He pulled her straight out of the mansion. Her stepmother saw this and chased after them, shouting, wait, you are abusing your power, are not you? She came in front of Lachlan and roared, are you interfering in our family's affairs? You can't do that. He chuckled and said, oh, is that so? Then madam can try repeating exactly what you just said in front of everyone. She was immediately stunned. Lachlan and April got into the carriage and left, leaving her angrily scolding. In the carriage, he laughed triumphantly. After a while he spoke, sit still, April. Lachlan was treating the wound on her face. After treating the wound, he said, it is done. April replied, thank you, your highness. He sat opposite her and replied, if you want to thank someone, tell the little Campbell. She asked, Charlotte contacted you? He replied, that is right, she sent me a letter saying that you were locked in the room. I am glad you are still safe. April then understood, so that is how it is. She suddenly looked up at Lachlan. April saw his smiling face. There was a slight tremor, her heart pounding. She quickly lowered her head and thought, I see the prince and the crown prince again. After a while April spoke, even so, I still want to thank your highness. Lachlan casually replied, then do as you please. April added, also, I am very happy that your highness has returned safely from the battlefield. She hesitated and said, I could not say these words to you when we met. Lachlan then replied, no, I was also very sorry to you that day. He confessed, actually, I hesitated whether to take you away or not. Lachlan turned his face to look outside and said, but either way, I had to let you say your final goodbyes. April did not understand and asked, final goodbyes. He glanced at her and emphasized, to you and Lachlan. April was stunned. Her hands clenched tightly and her mouth murmured, final goodbyes. Seeing this, Lachlan added, maybe you do not want to yet. He explained, but there is always an inevitable distance between the living and the dead. You have to see today as the last day and let go of Lachlan. He added, it is easy, just integrate with the young ladies or men of the same age. Actually, there are quite a few men who like you. Once the mourning period ends, there will be many elegant gentlemen holding flowers and lining up in front of your house. April's face darkened and she spoke to stop him. Don't. She jumped up and said, don't say such absurd things. April remembered the image of Prince Lachlan calling her name and murmured, I. She shed tears but continued, there is no way I can forget Prince Lachlan. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and replied, I say that not only for you. Lachlan brought the handkerchief in front of her and added, but actually, it is also thinking about Lachlan's wishes, who wanted to be by your side more than anyone else, but tragically had to protect you from afar. She took the handkerchief. April looked at him and replied, I understand what your highness is saying. She put her hand on her chest and continued, but even so Images of Prince Lachlan appeared before her eyes again. April still continued, I like Prince Lachlan. She affirmed, I truly like him. So if Prince Lachlan is protecting me. April looked straight into his eyes and confidently continued, I hope he will see the image of me forever liking only him. The carriage stopped. Lachlan told April, go in first. She got out of the car and took a few steps, then turned her head to look at the carriage. Lachlan watched her. He pulled the curtain to cover the window of the carriage. Lachlan helplessly held his head tightly with both hands. Suddenly his hand brushed against his clothes. Lachlan took out a blue ribbon from his clothes. He remembered the words that April said, I like Prince Lachlan. The image of their first meeting appeared along with the saying, I truly like him. Lachlan again remembered the determined expression when she said she would forever like only Lachlan. He clenched the ribbon in his hand. Lachlan said to himself, please forget me. April outside was still blankly looking at the stationary carriage. Inside, Lachlan was remembering. That day he had gone to the battlefield in place of his brother who was unwell. All credit and glory must be brought back under Dominic's name. Father ordered him to become Dominic and fight on the front lines, and he willingly accepted the order. At that time, suddenly a shout appeared outside. Something big has happened, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The soldier hurriedly announced Prince Lachlan, who was supposed to be resting in the tent, was attacked by the enemy at the Akerton medical station. Lachlan was very surprised to hear this. In another place, his voice rose in a hurry and he said, there must be some mistake. Lachlan explained, he is unwell so he is resting. There is no reason he would run away from the battlefield and go to Akerton for no reason. There must be a reason. Hearing this, Delafontiel, the Duke of the Empire, turned around and said, that is right, there must be a reason. He continued, but the problem is Dominic's whereabouts are unknown at the moment. No one can explain it. Lachlan thought, in a situation where we do not know why he left the front lines, once this fact is discovered, the heir of the Luton Kingdom will forever be labeled as a coward. Delafontiel said sternly, Lachlan Asher Lethean. Lachlan was stunned when he heard him call his name. He looked at Delafontiel's back. Lachlan was very distraught. At this time, he looked at him and said, now there is only one path. Delafontiel sternly pointed at Lachlan. He said seriously, from now on, you must become Dominic to protect the honor of your brother and the kingdom of Luton. Hearing this, Lachlan's whole body stiffened. He asked himself, Father is telling me to become Brother Dominic. Lachlan was very surprised and clenched his fists. Delafontiel hurriedly approached and said again, Lachlan Asher Lethean. Delafontiel came in front of him and placed his hand on Lachlan's shoulder. He continued, you have always been trained to become Dominic. You have also prepared yourself to face a situation like this, right? What if Dominic can't be found? Lachlan was distraught. He thought and remembered April. That means Lachlan will forever become the dead person, so. Delafontiel's voice rang again. I won't stop you if you do not want to. He glanced at Lachlan and continued, if you want to abandon the mission you were given. Delafontiel emphasized, and overturn everything. The honor of your brother and the trust of the people. Lachlan was very troubled. But not long after he said firmly, I will become Dominic. Back in the present, Lachlan was still sitting in the carriage and muttered, April, please forget me. At this time, April had gone inside the funeral and said to herself, she never thought. In front of her was an empty coffin with only the prince's clothes. Everyone in the funeral was talking and April was alone and continued to think, the funeral without a body is so tragic. Where is the prince now? Everyone around her began to whisper about her. That is Miss Campbell. They kept whispering that, the fiancée of Prince Lachlan, so pitiful. But lucky for her that she was not married yet. Suddenly someone said, she escaped the fate of being the wife of a coward who ran away from the battlefield. Right, hearing this, April was very angry, her face flushed red. She was thinking, don't talk carelessly like that. Suddenly the word prince rang out. The entire funeral hall suddenly became quiet. After that, there were dissatisfied voices that were raised. Who is it? Why are you acting so ignorant in the middle of the funeral? You need to be respectful. On the contrary, the pastor who was performing the ceremony was very surprised. April turned her back and searched for the person who said the word prince earlier. She was also very surprised, her eyes widened. The person was the Grand Queen Mother, Natalia Lithion, who was being supported by Lachlan. She was Natalia Lithion, the Grand Queen Mother, the grandmother of Crown Prince Dominic and Prince Lachlan. Although Natalia rarely appeared in front of the people for 10 years, the image of her not shedding a single tear at the funeral of her husband, the previous king, and maintaining her position with a dignified attitude is still a topic of discussion among people. She went in front of the coffin and asked, "Is this the coffin of that child?" Natalia was extremely angry. She picked up the robe in the coffin and angrily shouted, "How dare you use this? How dare you use a robe to replace the prince? Don't use this ridiculous funeral to insult my grandson." Lachlan was very touched hearing this. At this moment, April suddenly remembered that the Grand Queen Mother used to love Prince Lachlan very. Natalia shouted loudly, "My grandson is not dead." She continued, "There is no way that kind child would die in a place I do not know about." Lachlan witnessed this scene, which made him very surprised. Suddenly, Natalia burst into tears. She hugged the robe in her arms and cried, then collapsed. Seeing this, Lachlan quickly ran over and called, "Grandmother." April was very surprised. The people present at the funeral were also excited, and everything became noisy. Someone shouted, "Grand Queen Mother, Your Highness, the Queen Mother is agitated. Quickly bring a doctor here." Lachlan ran to Natalia and quickly took off his coat. Seeing this, April was even more surprised. She heard him say no. Lachlan put his coat on Natalia and carried her up. He quickly continued, "I will personally take her back to the palace." In the rush, Lachlan revealed the blue ribbon tied on his sleeve. Lachlan hugged Natalia and quickly passed by her and left. After they left, the entire hall suddenly became silent again. April remembered the image of Prince Lachlan also wearing a blue ribbon, just like His Highness Dominic. She was bewildered and asked herself, "His Highness Dominic is carrying the blue ribbon I gave to Prince Lachlan." In the morning at the palace, Prince Wilson asked, "Did you sleep well?" He also asked, "How are you feeling, master?" Lachlan, who had just woken up, replied, "Hello, Wilson." He asked again, "Did you have a nightmare when I entered the bedroom this morning? I saw you moaning all the time." Lachlan's eyes suddenly became sharp. He looked at Wilson and thought, this male servant has been serving Dominic for over 10 years. Lachlan was worried, what if I unconsciously talked in my sleep? But he still calmly replied, "So what?" Hearing this, Wilson quickly replied, "Then you have to let the doctor examine you. You can't underestimate the aftereffects on the battlefield, master." Lachlan nodded and replied, "That makes sense. Call the doctor and let him examine the soldiers or knights returning from the battlefield." Hearing this, Wilson said, "Oh my, I am advising you because I am worried about your highness." He came closer to Lachlan and rambled, "Isn't it time for you to listen to me a little bit now?" Wilson continued, "Why have not you changed anything compared to 2 years ago?" Hearing this, Lachlan chuckled and said, "That is truly a wonderful compliment." He retorted, "It is not a compliment." Suddenly Wilson noticed something. He spoke up and asked, "Your Highness." He continued, "It seems like the scar on your thigh is gone." Lachlan was momentarily afraid of being discovered. His heart was pounding and his hands clenched, but he still tried to calmly reply. "A scar," Wilson immediately replied. "You had a big scar on your thigh when you were young." Lachlan hesitated and replied, "During the war, I had to apply medicine all over my body whenever I was injured. So maybe that stubborn scar could not stand it either." Wilson replied, "Then that is great." His face flushed and he added, "Every time I saw that scar, your highness seemed very sad, which made me worry all the time." Lachlan was relieved that he was not discovered. In the dining room, King Delafontaine and Lachlan were having a meal. He asked Lachlan, "How is your life with Wilson?" He casually replied, "Although it does not raise any doubts, Wilson knows more than I thought because he has been serving brother for too long." He asked again, "How do you feel about changing your close servant now?" He continued, "It must be just the right time for his mother to faint." I plan to make Wilson the estate manager and let him take care of his elderly mother in a small hut near the estate. Lachlan spoke up and replied, I think keeping it as it is. But before he could finish speaking, Delafontiel interrupted him. It is all decided. Lachlan was silent and then looked up at him. He replied, yes, instead I want to personally choose a new servant and change the guard knight at the same time. Delafontiel retorted. He stood up and said, keep it as it is. He continued, the guard knight is the eldest son of Duke Alan's house. He seems to like the position of guard knight more, and if you change all the people who have been by the crown prince's side, in one morning it will raise suspicion. Lachlan lowered his face and quietly replied, I see. But he thought, so from the beginning, father did not intend to listen to my opinion. Lachlan's hands holding the knife and fork clenched tightly and he opened his mouth to call father. Lachlan asked, how is the investigation into the Akerton incident going? Hearing this, Delafontiel, who was walking near the door, suddenly stopped. He asked again, clues related to Dominic's whereabouts in the middle. Delafontiel leaned over and said, I am very busy today. He added, we will talk about that later. Hearing this, Lachlan was very surprised. He stood up and shouted, Father. Lachlan anxiously said, what is more important than this, if we do not quickly find Dominic? Speaking of this, he suddenly hesitated and continued, then I. Delafontiel immediately replied, Dominic. He said, don't act recklessly for the time being. Wait until the situation is more stable and there will be a chance. Before leaving, he emphasized to Lachlan that, wait. He stood silently in the dining room, his hands wrapped tightly around the tablecloth, asking himself, can't I do anything? At the palace, April looked at the person in front of her and softly asked, are you looking for me? She politely said, Grand Queen Mother, Your Highness. In front of her were the Grand Queen Mother, Your Highness, and Madame Allen. Natalia called Miss Campbell. She continued, I apologize for suddenly sending you a letter. April quickly replied, no, on the contrary, I am very grateful to you. She suddenly remembered her cruel stepmother and added, because after the prince's funeral, my mother's ban on leaving the house has become more and more strict. Natalia smiled lightly and said, you have suffered. She looked at April gently and then said, you have also lost a lot of weight. Hearing this, she thought, so have you, Your Highness. Natalia continued, you must be surprised that I called you to this place, right? April honestly replied, yes, I am a little surprised. She continued, I did not think you would call me in front of Prince Lachlan's bedroom. Natalia said, I plan to ban entry to this room in the future so that no one can touch the memories of this child. She continued, he was a lovely child. I do not know if it is because I was married from another country at a young age, but the relationship between me and my husband and children was very distant. Natalia remembered Lachlan when he was young and then continued, but he was my only joy. She looked at April and continued, so before sealing this room, I thought I should invite Miss Campbell here. Because Lachlan truly loved Miss Campbell. April felt warm in her heart hearing this. Natalia asked her, have you ever been to this room? April panicked and replied, what? She hesitantly continued that. I used to. Seeing this, Natalia chuckled and said, you do not need to be so flustered. You and Lachlan are both surprisingly brave. Are not you? As she spoke, April became more and more shy and denied, it is not like that. April shyly covered her blushing cheeks and said, actually, on my 13th birthday. She cautiously continued, Dominic, Your Highness, said he was going to visit Lachlan's private bedroom and secretly led me into the prince's bedroom. April explained, Prince Lachlan is a gentleman, so I only came here that one time. Hearing this, Natalia and Madame Allen both laughed, and she said, that is something Dominic would do. Natalia and Madame Allen turned around to leave, and she spoke, then you probably do not need me to lead the way anymore. I have ordered that no one is allowed to come. You can stay as long as you want. If you need something to send your feelings, just take it. April quickly said, thank you for your concern. After finishing speaking, the two of them left. Only April was left in front of Lachlan's room. She looked at the door for a while. Then April gently pushed the door open and entered. Inside, everything was illuminated by sunlight and very clean. Not much furniture, very neat. April went to the beginning and gently opened the window. She gently touched the windowsill and remembered. Prince Lachlan said he always sat near the window waiting for Pepe to arrive, right? April suddenly remembered Lachlan's words to her when she attended the funeral. Charlotte contacted me, that is right, she sent me a letter saying that you were locked in the room. A little doubt arose in April's heart. She asked herself, why is His Highness Dominic keeping that blue ribbon? April rambled, Did he accidentally receive a similar ribbon from another woman? Or did Prince Lachlan give it to His Highness, if neither is true? She thought, if my assumption is correct, then could it be that His Highness's identity? While she was engrossed in thinking, someone suddenly opened the door. April was startled. Lachlan walked in step by step. He sat on the bed. April, because of panic, hid next to the chair. The person did not notice her either. She secretly glanced and thought, who is it? Suddenly she heard her name being called, April. April softly asked Prince. Hearing her voice, Lachlan was startled. He sat up and looked at her. April also poked her head out of her hiding place at this time. She stood up and thought, just now he clearly called my name. Lachlan regained his composure and said in a casual tone, as soon as I call your name, you actually appear right away. I did not know there was a guest before. In this case I will come after you can take your time to explore. As soon as he finished speaking, April spoke to stop him. Wait. She ran over and grabbed Lachlan's hand. He was stunned. Lachlan asked, didn't we promise not to meet each other? April did not intend to let go of his hand. She said, before that I have something I want to ask. She looked at him and thought, alive. Prince Lachlan, he is alive. April's eyes were already tearful. She thought, I miss you so much. Lachlan tilted his head and coldly asked, you called me Prince just now, right? April was surprised. She could only utter, what? He said sternly, I have said it many times. I am not your prince. Lachlan's coldness made April suddenly wake up. She thought, what am I doing? So, after speaking, he shook her hand off of him. Lachlan emphasized, I can't indulge you. After that, he left, leaving April in the room. He leaned against the door. His face lowered and his hands clenched tightly. Lachlan gritted his teeth. He thought, I was careless. Lachlan leaned and sat in front of the door. He regretfully thought, I did not intend to close the door so hard. April must be very surprised, right? Should I open the door and apologize to her? But his personality is not like that. He is quite liberal, so he is very calm in these situations. Lachlan was sad. He thought, no, it is all my fault. I made April cry in the end. In his heart, I do not want to see April crying again. The image of her crying appeared before Lachlan's eyes. He thought, those tears flowing from her blue, tearful eyes. Just thinking about it made his heart suddenly beat faster. Lachlan's face flushed when he thought, she is too beautiful. He shyly thought, now is not the time for me to have these thoughts. Suddenly a servant appeared from somewhere and asked, are you okay, Dominic, your highness? Lachlan was surprised and looked up at the servant who was standing blankly in front of him. He quickly replied, I am okay. Don't worry. The servant, although still curious, quickly replied, I understand. Before leaving, the servant said, if you need anything, just tell me. Hearing those words, Lachlan suddenly thought of something. He stood up and pulled the servant who was leaving back. Lachlan quickly said, wait, I have something I want to ask. Lachlan was pulled back by April. She was very urgent. Before that, I have something I want to ask to you. Lachlan tried to appear cold, shaking her hand off decisively, saying, I am not your prince. Leaving April standing blankly in front of the big door. He only left a cold remark, I cannot indulge you. April placed both hands close to her chest, pacing back and forth in confusion. She felt that she was really muddled, even if the actual status of His Highness was really the prince. April also hurt to be so impolite in the capacity as Dominic, His Highness, then his reaction like that was right. She closed her eyes tightly, determined, I should go apologize to him. Running after him now should be able to catch up. While thinking, the door opened. Lachlan called her name, causing her to startle April. He smiled brightly, looking at her. Are you still annoyed? She hesitated. No, I was just about to apologize to your highness. Lachlan very quickly agreed. Okay, I accept. Lachlan mysteriously said to April, that you close your eyes a little bit. Although did not understand what, but she still did what, in the inner heart again felt guilty. But I still have not apologized. She frowned and yelled, it is too cold, while Lachlan was still smiling happily. He held a small bag of brown ice, winking and explaining, I told the butler to bring an ice pack. I will forgive your impolite action just now. In the vast room, Lachlan instructed April, now you lie down over there. She also lay down neatly according to his words while he sat the chair next to her bed, crossing his legs like a real butler. After putting ice on April's eyes, he supported his shoulder and asked, are your eyes better now? She replied politely, yes, thank you, but in her stomach was a mess of thoughts. I did not foresee this situation. It seems like he is not angry at me. Lachlan tilted his head, a gentle expression indicating a trace of warmth. If I chased a took new out with swollen red eyes, would not that lose all the face of a gentleman? But right after that his expression became a little somber. Moreover, just now your hands were a little sensitive. Lachlan rummaged for something in his pocket and said softly, "The thing you are curious about is this, right?" April's eyes widened, surprised and speechless. Her hand was tied with a pretty blue bow. She was surprised. This is. April carefully looked at it for a bit. This ribbon. She remembered a small matter from before with a dreamy scene. Lachlan had personally removed it from my hair. April was extremely certain. That was an item that, other than the prince, nobody else could keep next to them. He tightened the ice bag, trying to suppress his emotions. On his last meeting with Lachlan, he gave this to me. Lachlan sat outside the blanket, turning his face to speak to her. "To my foolish younger brother, this ribbon is no different than April Campbell to him. Probably because of that he gave it to me. Because how could he bring the person he loves to a place close to death?" April did not believe it, only quietly saying, "There is no reason for that." April's words caused the hand that was taking the ice to pause. She only knew to hesitantly ask, "Your Highness, do you mean that Prince Lachlan knew beforehand that he would be bombed?" What April said after that caused him to stun. "The Prince Lachlan that I know is more benevolent than anyone else." To April, what kind of person Prince Lachlan was she knew very clearly. She explained further, "There is no way that he would know that there would be many people that would die and pretend like nothing happened. Because April has followed the prince for longer than anybody else, so she understands him extremely well." April begged with an urgent voice, "Please tell me the truth." She bent over, looking intently at him sitting at the edge of the bed. "Prince Lachlan." April's voice even drifted through the curtains. "I love the prince." She tightly gripped her wrist, where the ribbon was present. "This ribbon is proof of the promise to always stand side by side with the prince in every moment of mine." April looked steadfastly at him and blurted out, "As long as that place has the prince, then no matter how you lie, or even if you are going to wait for death, I will be by your side." Lachlan did not say anything, but his lips trembled. In his inner heart was only her name, April. But he restrained himself very quickly, pressing his lips tightly together. He rudely raised her chin. The space around her seemed to bloom. Lachlan softly said, "I also like April." Her mood became urgent, her cheeks also flushed red. "Prince." His voice became cold. "Do you think I would say something like that?" Lachlan intentionally put on an impolite tone. "If you miss Lachlan this much, I can use the face of your grandmother's fiancé, wholeheartedly loved by her, to play with you in his place." Lachlan reached his hand into April's clothes. The atmosphere between the two people became intense and ambiguous. He whispered softly into her ear, "No matter what sweet game, I am willing." A slap rang out in the air. April pushed Lachlan to the end of the bed. Her face was very resentful. Lachlan scratched his head, laughing loudly, telling her, "See, even if I mimic Lachlan, you still notice that we are different, right? Do not think too deeply." April, again different in his heart, "I understand your mood." Lachlan's steps became longer. "I will take my leave first. Do not stay for too long." April was still lying on the bed listening to his words. "On your first time coming to my son's bedroom you will feel new. But lingering here for a long time is not a good idea." Lachlan left the room. The big door closed tightly. Lachlan's departure made April's mood very stunned. She questioned the first time. 1 month later, at the vast manor, the blue sky covered the tops of the buildings. In the garden the trees again began to turn red. The scene was really poetic. From the inside you could hear the sneezes of someone. In the hall of the house, the voice of April's stepmother in anger. She even broke a rose branch. "Damn it, when will Marquis Grey finally participate in the party?" She could not help but remember the scene of the past month. The relatives went to propose to her daughter one after the other, lining up for a long time. Every time like that she asked about their origins, peerage, then waved them away, muttering, saying, "Those who come to propose are all nameless small fries. Just smelling their flower perfume already makes my head ache." She teared up, trying to suppress herself. Hoo, if I do not make the Marquis and April quickly get married, before the assets enter my hands, then that old man will go crazy." In the end, April's mother also could not hold back a sneeze. At this time April passed by politely. "Mother, may I go to the memorial service organized in the city tonight?" She reacted, "Are you crazy? What are you doing going to attend a war memorial service now? Do you think if you sincerely pray then the prince who died will come back to life?" She did not say it directly but only agreed in her heart. "Regarding that matter, that day has truly come back to life, mother." April could not help but remember a month ago, when he said to her, "On your first time coming to my son's bedroom you will feel new." If he was really Dominic, his highness, then there is no reason why he would forget bringing her to Prince Lachlan's bedroom on her 13th birthday. In April's heart she was certain that that day was Prince Lachlan. She persuaded her mother once said. Marquis Grey lost his son because of the war. The memorial service is an important event. Who knows, maybe the Marquis will also come. If I attend the memorial service, then I will definitely meet Marquis Grey. April smiled pleasingly to her mother, with her own plan in mind. So this year I will have the chance to meet the prince. I do not want to use Marquis Grey as an excuse. But currently that is the only way. In the end she also went along with her wishes, but was still very arrogant. What you said makes sense, but why are you so positive on your face? What are you plotting? April innocently asked back, plotting what? She gently placed both hands on her chest, softly saying, it is just that I. The space enveloping April became sparkling with gold. In her heart she silently made a decision. Until now I realize that if my marriage target is not Prince Lachlan, then it does not matter who it. April's mother sniffled. She turned her back to walk upstairs. Well, that is right, you finally woke up. Prepare carefully to captivate Marquis Grey, she politely said. Yes, mother. Watching her stepmother turn to walk upstairs, April sighed in relief. I am safe now. There are things about the prince that cannot be avoided. She cherished the blue ribbon in her hand. If the prince cannot personally clear his identity, then I must help the prince. In the memorial service full of guests, the atmosphere was very solemn and dignified. Chad hurriedly ran to inform Lachlan, who was wearing formal attire, sitting solemnly in a chair. Dominic, Your Highness. He stood up and asked him, Chad Allen, is there something so important to the point of making you leave in the middle of the memorial service? He held a precious wooden box in his hand, reporting, we have discovered clues to help us find Prince Lachlan's whereabouts. Lachlan suddenly became urgent, urging, get straight to the main point. Chad obeyed. Yes, I will report the bad news to you first. The search for the missing in the Ekatan tragedy has ended. His voice became heavy. But in the end you still did not find Lachlan. Lachlan did not say anything. In his heart he only thought about his older brother. Chad again presented a number of items and explained, we discovered this. The saddle has many hoa van, is the type of saddle that is worn on the horses of royalty. The image of the horse lying under the rocks flashed in both of their heads. Chad said, that is right, it is definitely the saddle that was worn on the prince's horse. Lachlan asked back, where is the horse? He answered his question. We discovered the horse under a cliff in the forest near the Ekatan aid station. Lachlan examined it, asking in detail, was this arrow stuck in the horse? He nodded. Looking at the glowing arrow in his hand, in his heart he also had an answer, like this it is too clear. Lachlan could not help but think about the situation of his brother when he was being chased. Someone was threatening Dominic's life. Imagining the scene of a person and a horse back then, perhaps he had left the battlefield and ran all the way to Ekatan. Using a smart horse as bait, while the horse lured them to the cliff, he had arrived at the aid station. The fire burned extremely strongly. Lachlan had become very angry. He squeezed the arrow in his hand, this red arrow. Can you identify who did it? Chad replied, I can. Maybe the bombs were meant to know that Dominic would run to the aid station. If that is the case, then perhaps the explosion was also part of their plan, seeing him being unusually silent. He worriedly called, Your Highness. He presented while sweating bullets. This is just my guess. It is very likely that the person they were aiming for was not Prince Lachlan. But was you, Your Highness? Lachlan laughed aimlessly. I also hope that is the case. He smiled very friendly, causing Chad to not understand why. Lachlan left, telling them that if you come to find me first, then I will save the effort. Would not that be too convenient for me? Chad was confused. But Your Highness, you may be in danger. Chad gave a plan for protection. At least you should increase the guards. Lachlan smiled radiantly, secretly calculating, no need to increase the guards. Chad was a little uneasy. Your Highness, Lachlan gave an order, you leave for as long as it takes. After he had retreated, only Lachlan was left standing sadly under the flickering candlelight. Lachlan remembered what Chad had said. Your Highness, you are now using your precious life as bait. He blew out the candle in the middle of his mood becoming unstable. The candle was extinguished, only a little bit of embers left. That precious life had been shattered. What is left now is only a fake wearing his appearance. Lachlan could not help but remember his brother's handsome face as warm as spring peach blossoms, softly whispering in his heart, Brother Dominic. He closed his eyes in his heart as though 1,000 flowers had withered. Lachlan's eyes only had endless sadness left. He knew he could not sit still like this. Lachlan propped his hand on the table, determined to definitely find the people who used him to die. Even if he can't return to the identity of Lachlan anymore. There was a knock on the door from the outside. Lachlan did not understand. Who is it? When the door was opened, then also Lachlan was stopped because of surprise. April brought an aura like a garden of youthful flowers stepping in, calling his name, Prince Lachlan. Seeing her outside the door, he was very surprised, calling in his heart April. He did not understand, why is she here? She took step by step approaching him. Prince Lachlan carefully retreated himself to the back. But he could not stop the spring flower from brushing past. She grabbed the sleeves of Lachlan. April looked intently at him, holding tightly on his wrist without letting go. Lachlan's face was now red with confusion. It seemed like he did not know how to avoid April. April's flushed cheeks and expectant eyes looked intently at him. Both of them were silent for a moment. The boots and skirt only stood silently next to each other. In the sorrowful space, April confided, "I have thought that I was mistaken so many times." She slowly got closer to her fiancé, using her soft hands to feel the firm chest. Her voice was very sincere. "Prince Lachlan, perhaps to carry out an important mission you had to impersonate Dominic. Can I be by your side?" Lachlan's answer was that that was impossible. Even if he kept her by his side, he could not return to being her fiancé. April's voice was still urgent. "I will not beg for you to return to being the prince from before." April's hands wanted to touch Lachlan's face, causing him to be surprised. In his inner heart was shattering like ice melting according to her words. If you keep lying to yourself, maybe at some point it will cause your heart to be full of wounds. April was still spreading open her arms, waiting for her husband to respond. In the end, she hugged him completely, sincerely begging, "Please let me be by your side," with a capacity as the person who understands the prince clearly. In the inner heart, Lachlan repeated, "The only person." He closed his eyes painfully. "April, you are always the only one to me." His emotional recollection drifted back to the past, where two lines, red and blue, intersected, with everyone tacitly understanding Dominic as red and Lachlan as blue. Those were the colors of the ribbons adorning the cribs when the twin princes were born 18 years ago. From that point on, the twin boys were completely distinguished by color. Crown Prince Dominic was always red, very noble, while Prince Lachlan was just ordinary blue. Delafontaine always instructed his son very carefully, "Lachlan, you must never covet Dominic's position as crown prince. Instead, become his shadow and support Dominic at all times. You must always learn and train to become his shadow." From then on, young Lachlan always obeyed his father, diligently studying his books. To ensure his position was never threatened, he only quietly watched him interact with people from afar. He always lived like an isolated molecule. Lachlan turned away and felt it was not difficult at all. During his childhood years, he had quietly gone elsewhere, because from the beginning, no one had cared about Lachlan. Except for one beautiful curly-haired girl with a smile as radiant as a flower. Because April's grandfather was a valiant knight. On the battlefield half a century ago, he rescued the king, who was in dire straits. The king was grateful for his loyalty and granted him a vast expanse of land. As time passed, the knight grew old and had a lovely granddaughter. The outdoor setting near the palace, with its waterfall and lush green lawn from 11 years ago, came back to mind. There was a party taking place that day, and everyone was lively and festive. Someone directed, "The weather is beautiful today. Take the children to play in the garden." Young April clung tightly to her grandfather, acting spoiled. April was in tears. She was the precious granddaughter the Earl had brought to the royal court. She noticed a boy sitting on a bench under a green tree in the distance. Her beautiful feet, guided by curiosity, moved closer, her pink skirt swaying. The sound made Lachlan, who was reading a book, look up. The beautiful girl who appeared at that time was April. Lachlan pointed to his right. "Dominic is over there." Dominic was chatting and laughing with another girl. April ran off somewhere else, causing him to sigh in relief. A moment later she returned, much to Lachlan's confusion. April walked back and forth in front of him to attract his attention. From then on, every time she came to play, she would approach Prince Lachlan. Without saying a word, she would just sit quietly and play alone. She did not give up, constantly spending time beside Lachlan. Also 11 years ago, but a few months later, someone said, "Wait for everyone." The boy in the blue shirt happily said, "What game shall we play today?" It was not Lachlan, but Dominic, while Lachlan stood behind. At that time, Dominic successfully impersonated Lachlan and fooled the adults. So he often joked like that. Lachlan was not interested and quietly stepped aside, thinking, "I should just quietly read my book." While he was reading, he heard a voice, "Hello, Miss April." Lachlan saw his brother politely greeting the girl. She seemed a little distracted, so he asked again, Miss April. April was silent for a long time. While she was observing, the book in Lachlan's hand slipped. The book lay alone on the grass. This action caused April to turn around. She put her hands on her chest and gave a radiant smile. April curtsied. Greetings, Prince Dominic. Maintaining the radiant smile she had before, she walked quickly in the opposite direction. Under the cool green tree, April approached him and said sweetly, Greetings, Prince Lachlan. She seemed aggrieved. I was so scared. April confessed, I thought I would not get to see Prince Lachlan today. Sweat ran down his cheek, me too. His heart blossomed, and his facial muscles gradually brightened. I was also very afraid you would think you would not be able to see me today, Miss Campbell. In that moment, Lachlan realized that there was a void in his heart, and she had filled it. It was the first time he realized that truth. Also a blue sky day 2 years later. In the bustling capital, a boy in a blue formal suit stood before a beautiful young lady, holding a bouquet of flowers. She seemed nervous, drawing her arms close to her sides, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks flushed with shyness. Prince Lachlan held the red rose in his hand and smiled gently. Presenting the rose was his way of expressing his feelings. I like you, Miss April. Will you marry me? Before his surprised gaze, she cried out softly a few times. April lowered her head and wept, making Lachlan flustered. Oh dear. He explained awkwardly, I am sorry, do not you like me? But the girl in front of him shook her head. She said tearfully, I like Prince Lachlan too. Lachlan's face turned as red as a tomato, and he laughed happily. Miss April, please marry me. All the nearby servants clapped and cheered. April, my only one. Back in reality, April was still trying to persuade him. You need someone who knows you are a prince. The heartfelt feelings of a woman deeply in love with her husband were fully expressed in her words. Prince Lachlan, please allow me to stay by your side. His eyes, hidden behind his carefully combed gray hair, held a secret. Yes. Lachlan imagined himself sitting in a luxurious leather chair, with the one he loved by his side. With April by his side, Lachlan might not waver again, because to him, she was the only one. Lachlan could not put her in danger, picturing April with dark-colored flowers. A rare look of pain that he had long hidden deep in his heart appeared in Lachlan's eyes. In the end, he could not do anything but say the most hurtful words. Let us just pretend I am the real Lachlan. If I were Lachlan, if I truly loved my fiancé, what reason would I have not to want to keep you by my side? How could I tell you to forget Lachlan, or return the ribbon I cherish so much to you? If I loved you, there is no way I would abandon you. If you understand what I am saying, then never come here again. April called after him, Prince, as he turned away coldly. She was not fooled and objected strongly. I would rather you just tell me straight that your heart does not lean towards me at all anymore. Lachlan was stunned when she continued the story, that you are tired of me now. He tried to restrain himself from losing control. Space seemed to freeze for a moment, then Lachlan could not restrain himself like before. His back was still as large as ever, but April felt an invisible pressure emanating from his aura. Images of the young boy and girl from that year reappeared. Reluctantly, Lachlan blurted out, April, my heart has changed. The warm memories of the past, like the spring sunshine when he read and she smiled gently beside him, were now gone. Lachlan's current face was disguised with a heartless expression. Now my heart is no longer for you, on the contrary. His voice became more vicious, frightening April. Your feelings of regret only hinder my duties so. As he spoke, his slender hand brushed down his chest. Recalling his confession back then, I like you, Miss April, will you marry me? Intertwined with the dark reality of the present, the same action, but the two states of mind were worlds apart. He bowed, I despise you, Miss April, will you break off our engagement? The scene changed to a late night outside the building. April, now in her nightgown, sighed inwardly. She knew that if she went back like this, she would not get any answers. She climbed into bed, sadly preparing to sleep. A childish voice called her sister. The girl was still sleepy. April, she called her name, Charlotte. April said gently, I am sorry, did I wake you? The polite girl replied, no, I had something to say, so I was waiting for you. It had been a long time since April had talked to Charlotte. It was because she had been distracted by the prince lately. April said softly, I am sorry for keeping you waiting. The girl happily sat up and took her sister's hand, smiling. It is okay, I have something to tell you. April was surprised. What is it? The girl started with a counter-question. Do you remember when Mom took me to the Duke Allen's tea party the other day? Charlotte pouted. I do not like the Duke's house very much, but I had to go. April did not understand much. The second son of the Julius family was there. Did that young master tease you again? Charlotte explained, because there was a new boy I met for the first time, so I greeted him. Then suddenly, the young master got angry. That time, he said, I invited you here, and you go play with someone else. You have no manners. She could not hide her annoyance. Seriously. She smiled gently. So you guys argued again this time? The girl disagreed. I am not a little kid anymore who is easily drawn into arguments. I just ignored him, but he said this. Hey you, anyone who plays with that illegitimate girl is in trouble. At this point, April appeared alarmed. What, did the young master really say that? The girl continued to steer the story in a different direction. Wait, there is more. Just then, the Duchess passed by and heard it. She scolded him. You little brat, can't you tell what should be said and what should not? Miss Charlotte is so well behaved and lovely. And you. So she witnessed the entire scene of the young master being scolded. April thought to herself, now that I think about it, the Duchess used to be a knight, right? The girl's voice became happier after that. The young master immediately apologized to me for calling me an illegitimate child. April crossed her arms, understanding the girl very well. But even so, you are still sad, right? The girl struck a pose, smiling sweetly like a flower. I am fine. I want to show you how much of a crybaby the young master is. Your sister is not easily saddened by such childish things. April lay down on the bed and hugged the girl tightly, tickling her, making her laugh loudly, praising, that is my sister Charlotte. The very sensible girl sat up seriously and changed the subject. Now I want to hear about you. She was surprised. What about me? Charlotte was worried about her sister, so she came to her bedroom to wait for her. April thought for a moment. Let us see, so many things have happened. She looked up at the sky, seeing the sparkling blue rays of light. I think from now on maybe I should forget Prince Lachlan. Thinking of his cruel words back then. Your feelings of regret only hinder my duties. What you do does not help the prince. Maybe it is nothing and only makes things harder for him. But even so, April still liked Prince Lachlan as before. She knew that she had to keep these feelings hidden in her heart. April knew that even if she had to forget, the feelings for the prince deep in her heart would not completely disappear. Charlotte listened to the story and then called out, sister, then. The girl had an idea. You can use up all those feelings. April was confused. Use up all my feelings. The girl pointed happily at the idea she had just said. Every day use a pen full of ink to write a little, and eventually the ink will run out, right? We can use the same method for feelings. Work hard and do many things, and eventually the love will disappear. I think it is good for you to keep your feelings for the prince in your heart and continue your daily life, but if you do that, you will gradually get more tired. April patted the girl's head. Thank you, Charlotte. Her eyes now held only boundless sadness. She hugged the light in her palm, pondering her sister's words. Use up all my feelings. I wish someone polite would appear for me. The girl exclaimed, that is a great idea. Let me find someone new for you. April was surprised. Charlotte, you will find someone more handsome than the prince. April clasped her hands to her chest. The girl said, but to her, Prince Lachlan would forever be more polite than anyone else. April placed a kiss on Charlotte's forehead. Thank you, now hurry up and go to sleep. Staying up late will keep you from growing tall. The girl heard that she would not grow tall and jumped up. I do not want to. The height difference between me and the young master can't increase. The next day, when the sky was blue over the villa, someone exclaimed in surprise, caught a suspicious reporter. It turned out that the person who said that was April. She stood in the hall at the foot of the stairs and listened to the butler report the situation. It seems he is wandering around, asking the servants questions. He whispered in her ear, the content is. After hearing the whole story, April replied to the butler, I understand, I will meet with that reporter. The middle-aged man wearing a hat sat at the table with a detailed notebook. She held the business card, then seemed to remember something. So it is you. April recalled the news articles about Lachlan. A thought flashed through her mind, smearing Prince Lachlan's reputation with superficial articles. The old man said arrogantly, because readers like to gossip about the royal family. The reporter did not hesitate to exploit information. Doesn't Miss Campbell know why the prince ran all the way to Akristan? April replied indifferently, I have nothing to say to you. Why do not you go investigate the scene of the incident? The royal family must be conducting an investigation in Akristan. The old man adjusted his hat, sighing, that is not so easy. Because the investigation of the incident in Akristan has practically stopped. The families of the deceased soldiers have protested, but the Lord does not care about the matter. She was stunned, paused, Why would such an important matter stop? April asked. Who is the lord of the Akristan territory? Marquis Grey. She was shocked. Marquis Grey. The old man stood up, adjusting his hat neatly. I guess the Marquis recently lost his heir. He probably does not have the energy to investigate. If you remember anything, feel free to contact me at any time. The reporter continued to provoke. Campbell also wants to quickly clear Prince Lachlan's name. Right at this point, she did not pay attention, but in her heart, there was only one name, Marquis Grey. He had the power to investigate the incident in Akristan. The scene moved again to Marquis Grey's mansion. At the tea table, April and her foster mother were waiting patiently. Her foster mother became impatient after waiting for a long time. How long is Marquis Grey going to make us wait? Isn't he looking for another family to marry off soon? Her foster mother could not stand it, banging on the table and chairs, causing the teacups to rattle. If you had not run away to the convent that day, you would be. April corrected her mother. Calm down, Mom. She gracefully picked up her teacup. It was the Marquis himself who asked us to come today. At least the Marquis cares about us. So you are capable enough to return to Marquis Grey's mansion. Her foster mother could not believe it. You are like a completely different person today. She stood up abruptly when she saw the middle-aged man begging. Uncle, please think again. The woman next to him also chimed in. Please take my child as your adopted child. If it is my child, then surely. He knelt down. Uncle, please. Marquis Grey stood watching the scene before him and ordered guards. Drag these greedy jackals out. Seeing this, April's foster mother trembled, her hands clutching at her skin. When Marquis Grey appeared, April and her mother lifted their skirts. Greetings, Marquis. The old man put his hands together and named the price. 1 billion gold. I will give you 1 billion gold. Marquis Grey solemnly stated his condition. That is the price for bearing a child for me. She hesitated for a moment, then stood up. I agree to this marriage. The old man added, 1 billion gold per child, that is the price for bearing a child for me. Her foster mother was surprised. 1 billion gold per child. April's mother calculated, so 2 children would be 2 billion, 3 children would be 3 billion. The old man made stricter demands, but I refuse women who have had relationships with other men. Fearing losing this great opportunity, she hurriedly said, you can rest assured about that. Because this child is Prince Lachlan's fiancé, so she is still intact. She added, if you want, we can immediately invite a doctor to examine whether she is still intact or not. The old man glared. I do not trust doctors in the capital. Not long ago, someone brazenly brought a doctor's certificate from the capital to my face, claiming it was my child, but it carried the genes of someone else, so I kicked her out onto the street. April's mother waved her hand. Oh my, how could someone do such a superficial thing? She looked at her foster daughter and promised, I can let doctors examine her as much as you want. April also promised firmly, I will definitely try my best to be worthy of 1 billion gold. The cunning old fox's eyes swept across her face showing what she wanted. April pleaded, please grant me the authority to fulfill my duties as the Marchioness. Please give me the position worthy of my status. In her heart, she had other intentions. The Grey family had the right to investigate the incident at Akristan. I can give up everything to find out the truth. I must win this marriage. Inside the palace, someone was unhappy. Your Highness rejected me so decisively. Prince Dominic's girlfriend confided, it is so hard for us to meet now, and you are telling me to go back. I have been waiting for your Highness to return from the battlefield for so long. Even when you are away from me, you do not miss me at all. Do you? Lachlan played the role of his brother, comforting, of course not. He kissed the girl's hand, comforting, if I could, I would want to be by your side all day. Lachlan held the lady's hand in one hand and placed the other on his left chest. The two were very intimate. She returned and instructed, next time contact me first. Lachlan waved his hand, I promise. After she left, he became lost. He complained inwardly, what kind of life am I living with different ladies coming to me every day? Lachlan thought of a possibility and shuddered. Don't tell me he has children outside. Lachlan sighed, no, I would rather he had children. Then I could go back to being myself, being Lachlan and with April. He tried to close his eyes sadly. Am I being stupid? From now on, I really have to forget April. In another magnificent building, April wore a large brimmed hat and exclaimed in surprise. Lachlan was equally surprised to see her. This was Allen Manor. He stepped forward to greet her. Long time no see, April. She replied politely, long time no see, Your Highness. Lachlan broached the subject. Are you here to pick up Charlotte? She nodded perfunctorily. Is your highness here on official business? He replied, just finished. She understood. Then, if you will excuse me. While the two were talking, Lady Allen watched them with a curious expression. She smacked her fist into her palm, suddenly remembering. The lady went inside. I will go get her quickly. Would you wait here with Miss Campbell for a moment? While the two continued to talk, April said, I have a gift I want to give your highness. Finally, she led them to a bench. Please sit. Lachlan and April sat next to each other. He reminded her, perhaps you need to pay more attention to the children. She wondered, do they seem distant from each other? On the other side, the two children were playing happily. He glanced at her. Lachlan seemed to sense that her demeanor had changed slightly. Throughout his time on the battlefield, he had imagined her grown-up appearance many times. Even in this moment of awkwardness, April was still very beautiful. Only now did he notice she had become even more beautiful. April looked over. Lachlan's face became less flustered. He scolded himself inwardly and stood up. Am I being stupid? Lachlan walked away. April and I are no longer anything to each other. Lady Allen worried. Oh, your highness. He replied casually, thank you, lady. Lachlan was helpless, reminding himself to forget April. Chad whispered by the carriage, your highness is here. He adjusted his hat neatly. Chad, you. This is your house, there is no need to whisper. Chad did not stand on ceremony. Just ignore it, your highness. As he stepped into the carriage, Chad asked, did you meet Miss Campbell? Are you a little happy she is doing well? Lachlan did not understand. Happy? He nodded yes. Chad announced, Miss Campbell is getting married. He was stunned. What? The carriage wheels turned. Chad discussed, although I do not know who Miss Campbell's marriage partner is. But rumors about the Campbell family have spread throughout the capital. I heard they went to the atelier and ordered a wedding dress. Lachlan was listless, as if he were soaked rice paper. He buried his face in his hands, while Chad bragged and whistled. After the war ended, suitors kept coming to her. I wonder who the lucky one who gets to marry Miss Campbell is. After all, Miss Campbell can't keep missing the departed prince. Seeing his bad mood, he knew he had misspoke. Chad tried to smooth things over. I am sorry, I guess you are not happy about Miss Campbell's marriage. Hearing this, Lachlan suddenly sat up. What is not happy about? Chad said nonchalantly, well, you used to like her, did not you? These words stunned him. Used to like. Lachlan's imagined scene became vague. At that time, Dominic tempted her. April, would you like to come to my room? While she avoided him, your highness, you must not. To me, Prince Lachlan. Lachlan was shocked. Did Dominic like April? Impossible. Since when has this been going on? Chad added, you used to be very happy when Prince Lachlan and Miss April were together. Time went back to the days when Dominic and Chad always walked along the road. He recalled some things. Didn't you always look at them with a happy face? Lachlan was stunned. I know that His Highness the Crown Prince wanted them to be together more than anyone. Lachlan thought to himself, if it were Dominic, he would definitely be extremely angry if April married someone else so soon after his death. But even so, he would probably sincerely congratulate her in the end, right? Lachlan knew because he always celebrated the happiness of the people he loved more than anyone. Chad smiled brightly. Yes, if it were Prince Lachlan, he would definitely sincerely congratulate her. Hearing this, he made up his mind, right, I must value April's happiness like he did. But why do I feel so angry? At the Campbell residence, there was finally a letter from Marquis Gray. Her foster mother read the letter. Doctors in the territory will examine Miss Number 4, so I hope she will come to Acreton first. Oh my. She was extremely moved. Doesn't this mean he will marry into our family? Her foster mother pointed at her sitting on the chair. I have been worried sick because of someone like you. When you made that strange request to the Marquis, I really thought you had lost your mind. Charlotte was unhappy. You are too much. The girl left sadly, not bothering to say anything to her. Charlotte whistled, unwilling in her heart. I can't let my sister get married off like that. A bird heard the command and flew to her. I will stop my sister's marriage. The girl was determined to start her plan to stop the wedding. Charlotte looked up and spoke to Julius, who was dangling from a tree branch. Young master, tell me. The girl continued, you promised if I helped you, you would tell me about Marquis Gray. Julius swayed and looked down at her. That is right, I did promise that. Did not I, Marquis Gray? He hesitated. Suddenly, the boy let go of the two hands holding onto the branch. Julius fell on Charlotte, causing her to lie beneath him. The boy rode on her back mischievously. Charlotte was startled. Hey, what are you doing? The two faced each other. Charlotte asked sternly, in short, What kind of person is Marquis Gray? Julius smiled slyly, caressing his chin. He is an extremely cunning old man. Charlotte covered her mouth in shock. So evil that even this brash young master admits it. The girl recalled her sister's marriage, sighing in her heart. I did not expect my sister to marry someone like that, this marriage. Charlotte clenched her fist and declared heroically, absolutely not. In the evening, she sneaked into her mother's room. Her plan 1 was to make her mother ugly. Charlotte imagined her mother would be very distraught and panicked if she scribbled on her face, making her lose face to the point where she could not go out. The girl covered her mouth and giggled, thinking, then Mom won't be able to do bad things anymore. Suddenly, Charlotte's mother woke up groggily, saw her and said, "What are you doing here?" Not knowing what else to do, she could only run away. The plan failed. The girl then implemented plan 2, sabotaging the carriage wheels. Charlotte smeared glue on the carriage wheels, confidently thinking, I will spread glue all over the wheels. Without a carriage, my sister won't go anywhere. She was again uncomfortable in her heart. Because of this, I even had to ask that young master I do not like for help. At that time, Charlotte had begged Julius. The boy spat out a stream of complaints. Glue, I can lend it to you, but what are you doing with it? Are you planning to ditch me and play with someone else? I will lend it to you, so do not play with anyone else but me. As Julius was speaking, Charlotte interrupted. Stop nagging and just lend it to me already. Charlotte's face flushed, the anger inside her gradually rising. She shouted, just thinking about it makes me annoyed. Suddenly, a servant appeared out of nowhere, calling out with some fear, Miss Charlotte. Charlotte was sitting next to the carriage wheel, the wheel and floor covered with glue. The servant asked tremulously, Goodness, what are you doing? April's mother appeared from somewhere, saying with a weary tone, In the end you. She raised her voice. How can you be betrothed to young Master Julius if you are so foolish? Charlotte yelled. I won't get engaged to that scoundrel. April's mother frowned helplessly. Stop saying such stupid things. That family is so good that you would not dare dream of it. Charlotte did not care what she said, her angry expression unyielding. She could only say, in short, do not be disobedient, live peacefully. You want to stop your sister from becoming the Marchioness. She rolled her eyes a little sharp, could it be? As if realizing something, she pondered, is it that? Hearing April's mother say that, she answered strongly, I object to my sister marrying someone like that. Fire seemed to ignite in her anger. She determined, I won't let my sister be married to that cunning old man. I will stop this by any means. April's mother roared angrily, You ungrateful thing. Along with that, a large bucket of water splashed on the girl. Charlotte sat wet and trembling on the ground, tears about to fall on the other side. She was still yelling, Have you sobered up yet? The girl called out aggrievedly, Sister. April's mother gave up, no longer angry with the girl, and said gently, Well, it is true that this marriage is not very pleasant. She said again, But it is all because of you, is not it? Charlotte was stunned. What? She said, Everyone knows the truth that you are an illegitimate child. April's mother did not let go. If you want to marry into the Duke Allen's family, people will point and talk. But if Marquis Gray helps, things will be different. The Marquis promised if this marriage goes through, he will help you with the betrothal to the Allen family. Charlotte was shocked by her words. That. She pulled hard on the girl's hair, warning, Now do you know? Her face was very scary, surrounded by a dark aura. Her hand still tightly grasping the girl's hair, saying fiercely, April marrying that old man. She emphasized, It is all because of you, the scandalous sister. Charlotte was in so much pain that tears streamed down her cheeks. A newspaper was placed on the table, with the warm sunlight shining on the floor. April was sitting and looking at the newspaper. She pondered, just like that reporter said, there are no new articles about the incident in Acreton. Not only are they not bringing the culprit of this important incident to light, but they are also stopping the investigation. April looked at the newspaper with a thoughtful expression. The door suddenly burst open, along with Charlotte's panicked voice, Sister. April was stunned. Charlotte. April asked her, What is wrong? Why are you so wet? She only heard Charlotte crying. Charlotte knelt on the floor, clutching April's skirt. I am sorry, sister. Do not be so good to someone like me. Seeing this, April asked anxiously, What did you hear? She only heard the girl say, It is all because of me. Charlotte's tears fell like rain. The girl cried and shouted, Because I am a disgusting illegitimate child. The girl continued, That is why you have to marry the Marquis. April was stunned by her words. When April's mother walked in, seeing her, she jumped, hesitating. Oh dear, you are here, April. She bragged, Marquis Gray sent tailors to make clothes for you. But April was silent, seeming not very happy. She reached out and took out a few dress samples, smiling foolishly and continuing, I was just ordering dresses for you. April picked up a dress sample and replied, Is that so? Thank you, Mom. Her footsteps were light, but her voice seemed not, but compared to ordering dresses for me. April's expression was a little dangerous. Both the measurements and the design of this dress seem. She paused for a moment. She draped the dress sample over her, and her face changed color. She continued, Are made for someone else, not for me, right? The two people who came with her saw that the situation seemed unstable, so they bowed and left. After that there was a shout, What are you doing? April's mother stood there shouting, If there are any strange rumors, it is all because of you. April did not look at her, but turned and walked away, saying softly, I have to try on clothes to make them. Do you think you won't be found out? She thought guiltily about how to solve the problem, that, just blame them for writing the wrong measurements. Again, not ashamed to say, as rich as Marquis Gray is, he won't be stingy about making a few more dresses. April glanced at her mother with melancholy eyes. April pulled up a chair, propping her hands on it. Aren't you worried about the future? She waved her hand. What is there to worry about, if it is Marquis Gray, the money for dresses? She sat down in the chair, her hands propping her chin. The sunlight shone on her, making her look powerful. She replied, No, are not you worried if I or Charlotte inherit the Campbell earldom? She was confused and let out a sound of ha, hearing April say, Now you can hold power in the position of countess because father, that is, the current earl, gave you that power. Earl Campbell, April's father, was tall, wearing a black vest that highlighted the temperament of a businessman, nobleman, or person of high status. His face was sharp, showing seriousness. After his father's death, ownership of the mansion, land, and social status of the Campbell family. April with cold eyes looked at her. All will belong to me or Charlotte. You know that clearly, right? April's mother's pupils contracted, as if hearing something very shocking. I am the countess, I will have certain powers. She spoke again, Do you think if I or Charlotte become earl, we will give you that power? She was so angry that she could only say one word, you. April slammed the table and stood up, Yes, I respected you as my own mother until now because I thought that for Charlotte, you were a necessary person. April recalled Charlotte with tears in her eyes looking at her. She continued, But April's face showed hatred. You have caused an indelible wound in Charlotte's heart. She came close and reminded, Think and act carefully. Otherwise, one day I will definitely kick you out of the Campbell house. April's mother could not believe it and blurted out, What? At the root of a tree, Charlotte was sitting there. She hugged her legs and sobbed. Could it be that Plan 3 also failed? She held a bird in her hands, it chirped. She spoke to it, Pepe. Why do not you fly to the royal palace? If you do not hurry, you won't be able to stop my sister's marriage. Charlotte looked at the bird, tears falling again. Unexpectedly, someone gently took the bird from her hand. It was April. Charlotte was surprised to see her sister appear here. In April's hand was a piece of paper that said, His Highness Dominic, I beg you. Please stop my sister's marriage. The writer was Charlotte. She did not know what to say to this sister. She said slowly, Charlotte, my marriage can't be cancelled now. Charlotte grabbed April's hands and asked excitedly, Why, is it really because of me that Mom is marrying you off? April smiled gently and looked straight at Charlotte. From now on, Mom has nothing to do with it. The girl was stunned. Sister, could it be? Charlotte asked innocently. Did you scold Mom? April followed suit and said sort of. She continued, I made it so that Mom can't interfere in our affairs anymore. Charlotte exclaimed in surprise, Mom, you are so good. Charlotte with sparkling eyes, the girl thought to herself. I knew this day would come someday. The girl looked at April with pride. Of course, my sister is the lady of the Campbell family. She is noble, intelligent, and always righteous. She is truly noble. Charlotte thought, compared to my sister myself. The girl suddenly remembered the words April's mother said. Everyone knows you are an illegitimate child. April marrying that old man is all because of you, the scandalous sister. Seeing Charlotte silent, April called her Charlotte. She opened her arms and hugged Charlotte tightly. She explained, It seems you misunderstood something. It is me, I decided to go through with this marriage myself. Charlotte fluttered, Really? Not so that I could be married to young Master Julius, April replied. What are you saying? How could I let you marry that arrogant young master? April said, If I could, I would want to live with you for life. She placed her hands on the girl's shoulders and said loudly, Because you are so important to me. Charlotte opened her big eyes and looked at her sister. The girl seemed to realize she was wrong. The girl's cheeks flushed red. Her eyes welled up and replied, "I know, sister." The Akaton incident occurred in Marquis Gray's territory. The fire burned fiercely. The red smoke surrounded the area. The dark atmosphere surrounded Charlotte and the prince. She knew the turning point that made the promise between her and the prince disappear. Looking at her younger sister sleeping peacefully in her arms, April thought, marrying Marquis Gray, I will have the right to investigate the incident. She resolved in her heart, I must find out the truth on the day of the incident, what happened in that place. She remembered Charlotte when she was innocent, happier than now, telling her, you can use up all those feelings. In the chaos she thought, use up all those feelings. Remembering Lachlan's face, the feelings for the prince were still here. I want to try my best until one day this heart becomes empty, she thought. Suddenly Charlotte spoke, I have decided. The girl clenched her fist and made her request to April. I will also go to the Marquis's territory with you. April was shocked. Go with me, she said. The Marquis's territory is far from the capital. Once you go, it won't be easy to come back. Charlotte shook her hands to show it was okay. The girl happily said, it does not matter. I do not want to live in a house without you. If you get married and have unhappy things happen, I will listen to all those things for you. The girl pouted and said, you also said you wanted to live with me for life. Could it be that you were lying? Seeing this, April, as if startled, said, I was not lying. April thought of her parents. She pondered, that is right, maybe it is still better, compared to leaving Charlotte by those parents. The two sat under a tree, the wind blowing softly, making the scene look gentle. April replied comfortably, okay, let us go together. I will write a letter to tell Marquis Gray. Since then, every day I have been busy from morning till night. That was April. April's parents knew she would bring Charlotte with her. They said with disdain, he is willing to let both of you sisters come. What a grateful thing. You do whatever you want. April knew it was not easy for me to ask to bring Charlotte to the Marquis's mansion. She received a letter from Marquis Gray. On it was written, I agree to let your younger sister accompany you. I will instruct the servants to prepare a room for Miss Charlotte in the mansion. A happy smile bloomed on April's face. Thank you, Marquis Gray. Finally, Marquis Gray happily agreed. After getting the Marquis's approval, she immediately thought, then let us pack our things, right? Because if we set off to the Marquis's territory, we won't be able to come back for a while. So we have to prepare carefully and not miss anything. Charlotte watched her sister fiercely pack her things. You are packing your luggage as if you are gambling your life. Looking at the piles of luggage, someone spoke, it is already Wednesday. She turned her head to look at the servant, thinking about how next Wednesday there would no longer be a young lady here. My heart feels empty. April suddenly remembered, that is right, today is Wednesday. She recalled the past when she was little. She extremely looked forward to Wednesday because she could meet Prince Lachlan. He had said to her, my 3 of the clock on Wednesday always belongs to you. The two dated in a poetic garden. Their eyes looked at each other passionately. She held a light purple ribbon in her hand, but her back was lonely now. Maybe the prince was spending the 3 of the clock time on Wednesday with another lady. She looked at the things in front of her. Maybe only I can't let go of those years. She closed her eyes and shook her head, causing her curls to fly in the wind. She gave a slight smile. April suddenly spoke, I want to ask you a favor. The servant had no reason to refuse, and replied yes. She clasped her hands behind her back and smiled, I want to go out for a while, please help me prepare. The servant wondered, where are you planning to go? She smiled, covering her mouth with her hand and making a secret sign. I have a place I need to visit. Only her back could be seen walking away decisively, carrying a hint of sadness. Let us use today to end my and the prince's 3 of the clock on Wednesday. A large, round and brilliant light source, possibly the moon or a prominent star, on a dark blue background, with many small stars scattered around. Lachlan sat on the sofa and asked, April's marriage partner is Marquis Gray. His face sank. Where did such baseless rumors come from? If that is the truth, Charlotte would have sent a letter asking me for help. He remembered the Marquis's aged face. She is marrying that old man. Lachlan held his head, unable to believe the truth before his eyes. What is April thinking, damn it? Seeing him like that, Chad said vaguely, it has been half a month and you are still brooding over Miss Campbell's marriage. Don't tell me you do not want to accept reality. Lachlan was hit on the mark, roaring angrily. What can I do if I accept or do not accept? She is not my fiancée. Chad, seeing this, exclaimed, how scary. He gnashed his teeth. She is no longer my fiancée. I have no right to interfere. The thoughts in his heart were like a gloomy gray sky. In the end, I am the one who pushed her away. Lachlan asked, has there been any progress in the investigation of the arrows? seeing the two red arrows, but not knowing how dangerous they were. The other person replied, I am focusing on investigating artisans or military supply companies in the capital. But if we want to investigate now, we need to discuss it with Marquis Grey. Lachlan got up, twirling his arm, and said, Is that so? Then I will also urge Marquis Grey. He suddenly widened his eyes, stopped, and made a sound of ha. He was stunned. Marquis Grey, the person in power investigating the incident in Acreton. Lachlan remembered April. He suddenly realized, what if April is aiming for that and is determined to get with him? He walked back and forth, saying to Chad, Prepare the carriage, no, prepare the horse. Chad was stunned. What? Lachlan glared at him sharply, his eyes as if wanting to kill this uncomprehending fool. He said loudly, Go to the Campbell mansion immediately. On this side, April was preparing to set off. She did not seem very happy about having to go to a foreign place. April stood in front of her grandfather's tombstone. It has been a long time since I came. Today I am here to say goodbye. When she was little, she was very happy to be with him, grandfather. She knelt before the tombstone and said softly, The engagement between the Campbell family and the royal family, you had to work hard to achieve it, but I can't protect it, I am sorry. She turned her head, her light blue hair flying in the wind, making her very beautiful, but also unable to hide her melancholy eyes. She turned to look in that direction. April took a step. She smiled, her eyes full of tenderness. It was the grave of her birth parents. Dear father, mother, you are in heaven. I will always. Meanwhile, Lachlan and Chad were galloping on horseback towards Campbell. He sat on horseback, gripping the reins tightly. April, please tell me it is not true. He recalled, I used to hate her. Miss April, can you please break off the engagement with me? The reason I pushed April away back then was to prevent her from getting into danger. He remembered the days when they sat side by side and talked, admiring each other, yes. At that time she expressed her wish, my parents' love is extremely close-knit, they truly love each other. That is why I also want such a happy marriage. He felt bitter, it has been her long-held dream, her aspiration. His face became even gloomier. Why did you throw yourself into such a dangerous marriage? The two horses galloped forward tirelessly. The weather was clear, at a magnificent and splendid building. Lachlan rushed in breathlessly. Where is April Campbell? The butler hurriedly came out to greet him. Your Highness Dominic. He wiped the sweat from his face and spoke. I am here to see April Campbell. The butler hesitated. Well, miss, she is not in the manor. Lachlan continued to ask relentlessly. When will she be back? Are the Earl and Countess at home? The butler was apprehensive that. He got angry. They are at home, are not they? Inside, the table was full of glittering gold and silver, and a joyful laugh rang out. April's parents laughed happily. April's father said, As long as Marquis Grey introduces us, we can buy more expensive things. April's mother said, I can buy more rings and necklaces too. He replied in a tone of course, This is just the beginning. Lachlan's back showed a hint of anger. If April gets pregnant, we can get even more money. Selling your own daughter. He walked towards the room where the two were talking. While talking, April's father was startled when he saw him enter. Your Highness Dominic. Lachlan could not remain calm and grabbed his collar, filled with hatred that they were still laughing gleefully. He punched him hard in the face, causing his head to turn to one side. He fell to the ground with a cough, and April's mother screamed in horror at the sight. Their voices trembled. Wait, what are you suddenly doing? He stomped on their paper. A silence enveloped the entire room. Lachlan shouted angrily. You damned dog! His body tensed, his muscles bulging. He grabbed him again and shouted at him. Get up! April's father was frightened. Please, please spare me. Chad and April's mother were terrified but helpless. He closed his eyes tightly as if preparing to be hit, and a sound was heard. He hesitated. He is the one who hit April several times. Although he wanted to punch him a few more times. He asked, I am asking, where is the royal family's fiancé? He trembled and replied weakly, she is not here. My daughter does not come home anymore. He turned his face away. She left for Marquis Grey's territory to get married. Lachlan was stunned. He asked, when did she leave? He only heard, it has been a week, including today. He let him go a whole week. Lachlan staggered as if about to fall. Chad quickly rushed to support him. Your Highness. He was silent. What have I been doing for the past half-month? He looked up at the vast sky, regretting, if I had found out who April's marriage partner was as soon as I heard the news, I might have been able to prevent this marriage. He walked out of the tall building unsteadily. He was absent-minded. No, I have been avoiding it. Remembering her beautiful face, she said to him, I also want a happy marriage with the person I love. Then he imagined April marrying another man, because if he knew the name of the man who received April's love, perhaps I would kill him with my own hands, he thought. Lachlan called out April's name unconsciously, even now. Suddenly, the butler rushed out in a fluster, holding a letter. Something big has happened. Someone from Marquis Gray's manor just came to report. He gasped and stammered. They reported that Marquis Gray has suddenly passed away. Both of them turned around in shock. The butler tremblingly handed the letter to Lachlan. He was stunned in surprise. Meanwhile, in the vast grassland, at the foot of the majestic snow-capped mountains, the carriage rumbled along the deserted trail. A voice rang out, Uncle Sir Knight. It was Charlotte. She leaned out of the window and asked, Will we really arrive at the Marquis's residence today? The knight rode up with a clatter. Really, Miss Charlotte? Why do not you believe me? I already said it would be soon. As the knight was speaking, Charlotte's complaining voice rang out. A whole week is not soon. Unlike Charlotte, April was still calmer, holding cards in her hand. Charlotte, everyone perceives time differently. It is your turn. How long are you going to make me wait? Charlotte fell on top of her. I am tired of playing cards. The little girl suddenly said, Come to think of it, our father is really good. April made a sound of humph. Charlotte said, Dad plays cards from morning to night, day in and day out. Charlotte lay down, resting her head on her hands, with a thoughtful expression. It is said that everyone is given a unique, innate talent by the gods. Dad's talent is persevering in playing cards. The little girl frowned, sulking. Dad always loses money. I wish the gods had given him the ability to win. Charlotte continued to complain. And young Master Julius only has the talent to tease others. When we last met, someone gave the little girl a bracelet, and she exclaimed, It is so beautiful, the person said. Although I am quite sad, please live well after you leave. That was Madame Allen. The little girl waved her hand and smiled. Thank you, I will cherish this bracelet. Julius was hiding in a corner by the gate. Someone called out to him, Julius, come and see Miss Charlotte off. It is hard to meet as often as now after she moves. The little girl stepped forward to meet him. She actively extended her hand. Let us shake hands one last time. Seeing Julius pouting and not responding, she wondered, What are you hesitating about? Do you want to apologize for your pranks? Charlotte sighed as she looked at the little boy. The little girl turned around and stepped onto the carriage. Never mind, I am going back. Julius still stood there blankly. Suddenly, his eyes were as sharp as knives, and a flash of light appeared in his head. The little boy angrily stomped on Charlotte's dress, causing her to scream. Fortunately, someone caught her and she angrily shouted, I almost fell. She only saw Julius turn around and leave. The boy ran quickly towards the house, followed by Charlotte's helpless shout, Are you going to stop or not? April was very surprised to hear her sister's story. She asked, So, did the young master officially apologize to you? The little girl replied, No, sometimes he is so happy that he jumps up and down because he succeeded in bullying me until the very last moment. In Charlotte's imagination, Julius would probably stick his tongue out and tease her. You are very angry, are not you? April concluded. He is really a mischievous young master. Charlotte huffed. Sir Chad Allen, the eldest son of the Duke's residence, does not come home. Maybe it is because of me. In the peaceful scenery, the carriage suddenly stopped. Sunlight stretched across the dirt road, and the carriage stopped in the middle of a wide field. It scared Charlotte out of her wits, her heart pounding. April worriedly asked Charlotte, Are you okay? She asked, What is wrong? The person said, Sorry, miss, it is because someone is running towards us with a red flag to deliver an order from the Marquis's residence. April was surprised. Deliver an order. A person on horseback was approaching, holding a red flag fluttering in the air. The person explained, The red flag is the Marquis's order to stop immediately. The person came to meet her, Are you Miss Campbell? He handed April a letter. This is a letter sent from the Marquis's residence. She slowly opened the letter. After seeing the words written on it, she jumped in shock. It was written, Marquis Gray, deceased. Charlotte beside her was also panicked. Sister, the Marquis has passed away. April was stunned. Was he always hiding the fact that his health was not good? Warm sunlight covered the entire hill. For people whispered, Master, really, I do not believe it. April was lost in her thoughts. If Marquis Gray is no longer here, Then someone who is not the Marchioness like me won't be allowed to go to Akerton. She closed her eyes tightly, sadness covering her face. And I won't have the right to investigate the matter in Akerton. The knight looked at the two people who were still in a daze. Miss, what do you plan to do if you want to return to the capital? I will immediately change direction. She folded her arms. Do I have to do what this person says? Because the Marquis has passed away. I no longer have a reason to set foot on the Marquis's territory. She hummed. The others started crying softly. Master, I can't serve you anymore. April clenched her fist. The thing I can still do now. She spoke to everyone's surprise. I will go to the Marquis's territory as planned. April held hope. Marquis Grey happily agreed when I said I wanted to bring my sister with me and tried to respect my opinion. She firmly said, so I also want to repay the favor he gave me. April said to the people from the Marquis's residence, if you do not mind, could you allow me to attend the Marquis's funeral? They looked at her with tears in their eyes. They said softly, okay. Charlotte exclaimed in surprise. Her eyes were full of admiration. It was a magnificent and splendid mansion, with glittering and hazy lights appearing. The little girl blurted out, it is so beautiful, sister. On both sides were rows of servants respectfully bowing. The two sisters entered the large mansion. Seeing that they were all wearing black and white, and the atmosphere was sad, she thought, everyone is mourning the Marquis's death. Inside she saw a butler bowing and saying, I have been waiting for you, Miss Campbell. April was apologetic. I apologize for wearing inappropriate attire. The matter was too sudden. So we pray that the Marquis rests in peace. In fact, I know that my coming here will cause trouble for everyone. The butler refused, not at all. The others respectfully said, it is thanks to the miss that I can feel relieved because I can fulfill the master's last order, which is to serve the two Miss Campbells well. So that you two do not feel uncomfortable. He smiled, as a servant in the Grey residence. Nothing makes me happier than this. April heard him say, please feel free to stay here for as long as you like. Inside the mansion, which was full of solemnity and nobility, Miss April can use the room next to the Marquis's room. She was a little hesitant. Is that the room only the Marchioness can use? How can I dare, the butler said, that is the Marquis's order. We will serve the miss in that room until the next heir to the Marquis position arrives. April asked, when will the heir arrive? We estimate he will arrive before dinner tonight. While the two were talking, Charlotte was only focused on admiring her surroundings, excitedly praising them. She thought when that person arrives, they may not be happy. It would be better if I used another room from the beginning. Perhaps the lady who comes with him will use the Marchioness's bedroom. Suddenly, the butler turned around, as if seeing through her thoughts. Miss does not need to worry too much. Night gradually fell, and the carriage rumbled along the dirt road. Fabian was sitting on it. It was impossible to see the emotions on his face. The new Marquis was a young man who had just turned 20 and was still unmarried. From afar, he could see the magnificent and brightly lit mansion. Lachlan stood in front of the mirror. I have to see April as soon as possible. He recalled April's father's words. On the condition that every time my daughter gives birth to a child for the Marquis, the Campbell residence will be paid a huge amount of compensation. Are those lowly people signing that despicable contract for April? Those disgusting Earl and Countess? He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Lachlan remembered April looking at the vast green hill in front of her. Although it is a bit regrettable to say, Marquis Grey's death has solved the urgent matter at hand. The remaining problem is that April herself also agrees to this vile contract. Because once she has decided, no matter what happens, she will never change. That is April Campbell. She will not refrain from any reckless action, unless the truth about the incident in Akerton is revealed. He decided I have to meet April and stop her. Chad ran over with a wooden box. You must be very busy, but perhaps you need to take a look at this. He asked, what is wrong? Chad hesitated. The thing is. He handed out a letter. Wilson's mother sent a letter. Lachlan was surprised. Wilson. Isn't that the Marquis who served Dominic not long ago? He took the letter. Could it be? Wilson was murdered by someone. He stared at the letter in shock. Why did you have to take the life of my good and gentle son? She sent a letter asking for help. Your Highness Dominic, the old man respectfully begs you. Please reveal the truth about why my son was killed. An arrow was stuck on Prince Lachlan's horse. Someone is threatening the life of Dominic. The sharp iron arrow lay still on the wooden box. Chad said, it is exactly the same as the arrow aimed at Prince Lachlan. His expression darkened. This is a warning. He stepped forward. Lachlan said. Chad postponed the plan to go to Marquis Gray's territory. Chad was surprised. Why? The matter is directed towards the royal family's villa, where Wilson was working. Carriage sped forward. Lachlan sat in the carriage. He does not understand. What is the reason for killing Wilson? Wilson knew Dominic very well. And he was one of the few people who could distinguish between him and his brother. He realized, what if that is the reason for the murder? Those arrows are aimed straight at him, if making him continue to replace Dominic is their goal. Now, if he continues with April, it will be very dangerous. He clenched his fist. They know his true identity is Lachlan. At the Marquis Gray's residence. Late at night when we arrived at Acreton, Charlotte suddenly fell ill and started to have a fever. After the doctor examined her, Mrs. just exhausted from traveling for too long. Resting well will bring the fever down immediately. Hearing this, April breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, sir. He smiled and adjusted his glasses. The doctor continued, it could also be because she feels at ease, relieving her stress. April was quite surprised at ease. She looked at her sister lying on the bed. Her emotions indescribable. She recalled the doctor's words before leaving, regarding her sister's marriage. Although she is still young, she must have been very worried. April thought she always looked so happy, but it turns out she has been so worried. She took the hands of the person who was feverish in the bed. I am sorry, Charlotte. The butler suddenly entered. Excuse me for being impolite. The two talked about Charlotte's condition. It is fortunate that it is not a serious illness. Today I will let Charlotte sleep in the Marquis's room as you have arranged. The butler suddenly asked, will Miss April attend the dinner tonight? She was astonished. Dinner. She thought, when the new Marquis arrives, I should go and greet him. She worried, but Charlotte is sick in bed, I can't leave her alone. The butler hesitated. If the miss allows, I will report that the miss has private matters and has to be absent, but... He continued, a gentleman who understands virtue will not criticize the close sisterly bond of the two misses. The Marquis will definitely agree. April was delighted. Thank you, that is great. Before coming here I was very worried, but everyone who works here is very warm, making me feel at ease. Outside, the servants were running back and forth in a fluster. April touched Charlotte's forehead to see if her fever had gone down. She was delighted. The fever has gone down compared to before. She must have broken a sweat. Where are Charlotte's clothes and luggage? It seems like the servant's bell is nearby. Her hand stopped as she was about to touch the bell. She thought everyone is very busy now. Looking around the room, if I take my pajamas they will be in this room, there must be a dressing room. April saw a door without any decorations. This must be the room. She gently opened the door. Her eyes suddenly stopped, her eyes wide open as she looked inside. She saw a large bed in the dark room. What kind of dressing room is so big? April saw a man taking off his shirt. His strong body standing there. She exclaimed in surprise. She was stunned. There is someone. It was a man with light blue hair who was cold. He turned to look at her with sharp eyes. April looked at Fabian, who was shirtless, and asked, who is it? He also froze and looked at her standing at the door. April noticed Fabian, blue hair, so beautiful. Fabian coldly asked, done looking? He glared at her with unfriendly eyes. At this time April was startled and embarrassed and blurted out, I am sorry. April came out of the room, closed the door, and sat slumped on the ground, her face blank. Her eyes flashing with panic and her face flushed. She blurted out in extreme confusion, what to do? April was ashamed. For the first time in my life, I saw a man's naked body. More than that, it is not the door to the dressing room but the door leading to the next room. She thought again, come to think of it, in my house the bedrooms of my father and mother are connected. April held her cheeks with both hands in a state of confusion mixed with embarrassment. Just use your brain a little more and you will know. She blamed herself. Why did I obviously assume it was a dressing room? Meanwhile Charlotte was sleeping soundly in her own room. April came to her room and put her head on the head of the bed, wondering. The room next door must be the bedroom that the Marquis uses, right? She guessed who glared at me just now, so that person is. April shyly lowered her head to the bed and muttered, the new Marquis. Thinking of the embarrassing situation just now, she wanted to cry. April was frustrated. How can I have the face to apologize to him tomorrow? The next morning, the gentle sunlight shone through the windows. The birds chirped happily. Charlotte woke up and opened her sparkling eyes in surprise. She rubbed her eyes and called April, who was sleeping on the bed, sister. Charlotte did not understand why she slept here all night. The sun rose high. April's voice echoed throughout the mansion, Charlotte. She panted while running around and said, "Do you know how worried I am? When I woke up and could not find you, I was so scared." The girl sat on the bed holding a pen looking very fresh. Charlotte asked, "Sister, did you sleep well?" The butler whispered to April. Early in the morning, the maid found her running around visiting the entire mansion. She heard and hugged her face helplessly. "Really?" April worried. "How's your fever? Is there any place that is not feeling well?" Hearing this, Charlotte waved her hands and replied, "I am all better." She was surprised to observe the girl carefully. April reminded, "Charlotte, you just got over your illness. Why are you already playing puzzle? What if you get a fever again?" The girl continued to write on the puzzle and hurriedly replied, "Ah, wait, I am almost done solving it." Charlotte explained, "Do you know what? This editorial office just solve the puzzle and send the answer back. They will draw lots and give us a gift, but to be drawn, you need a little trick." April hugged her head helplessly. "You have to be the editorial office that wrote bad articles about Prince Lachlan." She said, "I give up on you, so you solve it. In return, you have to stay in the room to rest today. Is that clear?" Charlotte opened her mouth full of expectations. "Can I visit the mansion a little more?" The girl pleaded, "I want to see the super big greenhouse in the flower garden." April coldly replied, "No." Charlotte persuaded. The butler said children have to read a lot of good books on the shelf. She still said no is no. The girl's eyes were very pitiful looking at April. She turned away and explained, "We have not greeted the new marquis yet. If we do not get his permission, you can't wander around the mansion." Charlotte understood the problem. Then that is not a problem because the marquis is a very emotional person. The girl showed her the yellow flower basket that was sent. April took the card to read, wishing Miss Charlotte Campbell a speedy recovery. Fabian Gray. The girl reached out to the flower basket and said, "There, do you think I am right?" Charlotte hugged the flower basket happily. She thought, "The person who gave such beautiful flowers to a child like me. Even in the capital there is only Prince Lachlan." April pondered, remembering a person, Prince. That is right. I also know the feeling of being given beautiful roses. Holding the flower basket in her hand, April exclaimed, "Although the fragrance and color are different from the roses that day, the flowers are still so beautiful." Suddenly the girl spoke up, "I am sorry, sister." Charlotte sadly blamed herself. "I made you remember the prince," April called Charlotte. April smiled gently, looking at the girl. She said softly, "I am sorry, you have been very careful not to mention the prince to me all this time, right?" Charlotte blurted out, "Sister, it is not your fault." April touched the flower and expressed, "Charlotte, you do not know how happy I am to have a sister like you," my sister praised. "So the marquis must be a good person." She bumped her forehead against the girl's forehead as a thank you and expressed her feelings. Charlotte naturally shouted, "Approved," making April not understand what was going on. The girl held up the red letter O. Charlotte firmly said, "I approve, Marquis Gray." The girl happily jumped on the bed. She looked at the girl, repeating, "Approve." Charlotte asked, "Don't you remember I said I would find someone for you? Find someone handsome and talented than the prince?" April immediately remembered the conversation in the evening. The girl said, "Good idea, let me find someone new for you. I will find someone handsome and talented than the prince." At that time she also thought the girl was joking. Charlotte found she understood the matter. Ah, that. April thought, so that means seeing that marquis as her dating object. Thinking of the cold eyes looking at her the day before, she quickly stopped her hand. "Charlotte." The butler went outside to close the door to give the two sisters private space. She asked, "The marquis may not like me either many more," the girl happily and confidently. "Why do you think so? In this world there is no one who does not like you." April muttered to herself, "I have to hide the matter of last night from Charlotte." Outside the corridor the servants were busy walking around. She sat in the living room waiting, in her heart worried. "Finally I have about 10 minutes to greet the marquis, but I still do not know how to justify the matter of last night." The servant called out, "Miss Campbell, the marquis called you." April stood up, consoling herself. "Worrying now won't change anything. I have to sincerely apologize to him about the matter last night, and send my thanks for the bouquet." She came to the door and bowed her head. "I am sorry for being impolite." April determined, "If I sincerely explain, surely he will understand." She looked at Fabian, who was sitting seriously at the desk. At this time he was wearing glasses different from yesterday April met. She realized, turns out he wore glasses. April politely held her skirt and bowed her head. "First time meeting you, Marquis Gray. I am April, the eldest daughter of the Earl Campbell. I and my sister Charlotte have been grateful to the Marquis." Was speaking when there was a sound of footsteps approaching her. The legs stopped in front of her. Fabian spoke, "First time meeting you, Miss Campbell." He bowed very politely. "I want to send my sincere welcome to you." Fabian smiled. He exudes a friendly and comfortable look. April looked at Fabian and opened her heart. Fortunately, the Marquis is indeed an emotional person. She became cheerful again, no longer worried as before. But the next sentence shattered April's joy. As for whether it is really the first time meeting or not. Hearing this, she opened her eyes wide in shock. She assessed, feeling a bit. April looked at Fabian, though smiling but not very friendly. He pushed his glasses with his hand, his voice sharp. Then let us get straight to the point. Fabian frowned, looking uncomfortable. Starting from today, how many days do you need to leave this house? Hearing this, April panicked. He is extremely angry. He repeated, how many days do you need to leave here? Fabian asked in another way because he thought she did not understand. How much longer does the doctor say your little girl needs to fully recover? April looked at him worriedly. Speechless. She thought, I can feel his terrible hostility. April spoke, 1 week, Your Grace. Receiving the answer, Fabian turned away, leaving a reminder. I will give you 1 more week. By then your strength should be enough to get on the carriage and return. As if warning, hopefully next week, you sisters will quietly leave this mansion. Fabian ordered her to leave. That is all, get out. She blurted out, what? April hesitated, lowering her head embarrassedly. If Your Grace is unhappy about what happened last night, I sincerely apologize. But this is too hasty. Yesterday, it was just an accident. Fabian sneered, an accident. He immediately pulled the drawer open violently. Fabian held up the paper and shouted after seeing this, do you still dare to say that? On the paper it was written, contract, every time April, my daughter, is pregnant, Marquis Gray will pay the Campbell family 1 billion gold. Reading the paper, she covered her mouth in shock and surprise. Contract. He said disdainfully, what is your purpose for marrying into the Marquis's residence? Everyone in the capital knows. And you still say that? What happened last night was just an accident. Fabian crumpled the paper, gritting his teeth sarcastically. In April's mind, she immediately denied. That is a misunderstanding. She said tremblingly, I will return the room of the Marchioness to Your Grace, so. He interrupted, it seems you have not grasped the situation until now. Even if you move out of the mansion, those others, when they see you, Fabian approached April. He said through gritted teeth, will all call you this. The lowly woman who sold her marriage for money. Fabian whispered in April's ear. Her whole body froze, trembling as if she could not accept what she had just heard. He sneered even more, no, you sold even my unborn child, so I should say something heavier, right? Fabian tore the contract in half, disdainfully. But I have no interest in vulgar women like you. He smirked and reminded, now that you understand your situation. Then do not hang around me until you leave. Fabian threw the pieces of the contract away. April, with wide eyes, her face pale and her hands clutching her chest tightly, exuded extreme fear because she had just heard something shocking and beyond her imagination. She lowered her head in the faint light, her hands clenched tightly in front of her chest, her whole body exuding helplessness and torment as if trying to suppress the pain. April felt helpless. I can't justify anything. She clenched her skirt painfully. Seeing that contract. It is right that the Marquis misunderstood that I came to the bedroom to seduce him. April closed her eyes tightly, a cold sweat running down her cheek. She tried to hide the uneasiness swirling inside, as if just a little relaxation would cause tears to burst out. Stepping out of the study, April remembered Fabian's words, hopefully in 2 weeks, you sisters will quietly leave this mansion. April also consoled herself, but even so, it is fortunate that he did not kick me out immediately. She looked up with determination. Having 2 weeks is enough time to investigate. I must find out the truth about the Akerton Hospital incident. At the Royal Villa Luton, Lachlan blurted out, intentional murder. The soldier reported, there are many hunters around this area, so unfortunate things like being shot to death often happen. Perhaps the matter Your Highness is investigating is one of those cases. Lachlan thought the arrow that killed Wilson was poisoned. He immediately affirmed, that arrow was not used for hunting, it was definitely intended to kill. Lachlan asked, have you ever seen this arrow before? The 2 soldiers held the arrow, confused, no, Your Highness. He and Chad took the arrow to see a man, Lachlan pondered. Could the origin of that arrow be the key to this case? The arms dealer of the Luton Kingdom raised the arrow and concluded, looking at the durability of the arrow, you can tell it is made from bamboo that grows in the coastal area. During the war, arrows like this were sold for a very high price. This shape requires a fairly skilled craftsman to make, so we can narrow the scope to the mountainous region, Evans Territory or... Chad suddenly interrupted. He blurted out, that is right, I remember. Lachlan turned to look at Chad expectantly. Chad affirmed, Earl Belmont. The Earl used this red arrow in the hunting competition 3 years ago. He looked self-reproachful. How could I forget such an important thing? I am so stupid. The arms dealer said. This arrow can also be made in Belmont territory. Lachlan nodded. There is a clue. He was puzzled. It is even stranger that you can remember an arrow you saw 3 years ago. Chad turned pale and trembled, replying, But your highness, that Earl Belmont, as long as Duke Allen of my family gives an order, he would even dare to lick his feet. He sighed, that bootlicker. Just then Lachlan looked down and discovered something. Looking at the newspapers on the table, Lachlan thought, it is the obituary of Marquis Grey. He suspected Marquis's death was also very sudden. I wonder if the Marquis was also assassinated by someone. Lachlan called, Chad. Have you investigated the cause of Marquis Grey's death? He paused. Chad replied, yes, according to the investigation of the religious order, the Marquis indeed passed away due to a serious illness. They said his face was peaceful as if he was falling asleep. He asked, entrusting the religious order to investigate. Chad replied, because the matter happened suddenly. Perhaps the new Marquis entrusted it to the religious order. Lachlan touched his chin thoughtfully. The next Marquis Grey, I heard he is a young man. He opened the door and walked out of the room saying, I have to personally find the religious order. Lachlan worried, is April with that Marquis now? On the road, April was riding a horse forward. She stopped her horse at a place. April's eyes widened in surprise and fear. She wondered, this place is where the incident occurred. The scene in front of her was desolate and dilapidated. Under the eerie light and dilapidated scene, April had a serious and thoughtful expression. Her hands placed on her chest as if suppressing the pain of loss caused by the explosion. More than half of the building collapsed. It is terrible, so many soldiers lost their lives here. And below that, His Highness Dominic also. Just then someone approached April. It threw a stone at her back, interrupting April's painful thoughts. The child shouted, Hey, grave robber. She looked at the boy puzzled, grave robber. He tried to lift the big stone to warn her. Quick, April quickly stopped him, wait. The horse was frightened. She clung tightly to the reins in panic, her eyes wide with fear in the dangerous situation. April was hit by the stone and fell to the ground. A painful scream echoed in the space. She sat motionless on the ground in fear, her eyes wide, blankly looking ahead. She looked up at the horse rearing violently. Death was close at hand. Trembling in panic, April hugged her head and shouted, no. But fortunately at this time, a woman appeared to stop the horse, making it no longer afraid. She said, Are you okay, Miss Campbell? April looked at her in a daze. In the bright light as if from heaven, the woman with a kind smile and familiar voice suddenly appeared. She thought, this voice is. April called out loudly, Duchess Allen. She led her past the tents with a reproachful voice. Really, you actually dared to come to this dangerous place alone. If it was my daughter, I would have scolded and spanked her a few times on the. But April walked around looking around and replied, I am sorry, but why are you here? Moreover, what about that outfit? The Duchess lifted the tent flap and smiled, asking, Miss Campbell also came to find clues about Prince Lachlan, right? Miss thinks that you are the only one who loves the prince. April bent down, grabbing her skirt, and walked inside. She looked at the person sitting in the tent and widened her eyes in happiness. April called out loudly, Queen Dowager, your highness. After a while she said to her, sit still, it will be quite painful. Natalia gently applied medicine to the red painful wound on April's hand. As soon as the medicine touched it, a burning sensation spread out, making her unable to help but groan softly. She scolded her, you silly girl, I was going to treat you like my daughter and spank you on the butt. But you are injured like this, so how can I bear to scold you? Duchess Allen covered her mouth and laughed. I said the same thing just now, April said. I am sorry, Queen Dowager, your highness. She sadly touched the wound and explained, I wanted to immediately find out what happened to Prince Lachlan, so. Natalia asked, you only have that thought in your head, right? April puzzled, yes. She sighed, why are you so similar? Natalia remembered when Lachlan was young she also bandaged him because he was injured. Lachlan said, Grandma, I am okay, she replied, almost done, sit still, it will be painful. Natalia asked, Lachlan, I heard you want to take the book placed in a high place, huh? Just ask the adults around to take it, you do not have to do it yourself. He said bitterly, because I want to take it myself. Lachlan sadly said, April likes this book. I told her there is the first edition in the Royal Library. She was very happy. Because this is the book that my fiancé wants to read, so I want to find the book myself and show it to her. Natalia reminded him, but Miss Campbell will be sad if your knee is injured because of this book. Lachlan hesitated. About that, I will reflect. When his hand touched the book, my head was full of April's smiling face. Thinking of this, he smiled very happily. Thinking of the past, she smiled and said, being stubborn to the point of foolishness for the other person. You two are really alike. She sat listening but did not understand what was going on. In another place a person ran after Fabian and called, "Marquis, wait for me, Marquis." He persuaded, "You really do not intend to return the land to the people in the territory before spring. If the amount of agricultural products is reduced, it will be difficult to collect taxes next year," he replied coldly. "Wasn't this already said?" Fabian angrily criticized. "The top priority now is to check if there are any potential dangers on the land that was swept by war. I can't let the people cultivate on land without knowing what is buried underneath. If it is a problem with taxes, I will find another way, but this is a matter related to human lives." The other person heard and could not say anything back. Fabian just walked away annoyed, disturbing me for days. He hugged his forehead because his head hurt from stress. Fabian thought, since sitting in the position of Marquis, I have been constantly in this state, being harassed all day, without time to be alone. After the previous Marquis suddenly passed away, I was almost dragged here while not knowing the whole story. The power I never looked at, the responsibility I never shouldered. He sneered, "I suddenly have to be the Marquis, and in just one morning everyone called me a lucky guy." Fabian angrily gritted his teeth, clenching his fist. "They do not know anything and dare to say that indiscriminately." He gritted his teeth and affirmed, "The position of Marquis was not originally for someone like me, the person who should have inherited this position." While stressed, there was the sound of footsteps behind him. Charlotte's voice rang out, "Pepe, if you fly away I will scold you." Fabian turned his head, puzzled. "What?" The girl's voice panicked. "No." A bird flew from her head to land on his head. He blankly looked at the bird on his head, confused. "What is this bird?" Charlotte worriedly went over politely. "Hello sir, I am Charlotte Campbell." Fabian immediately recognized. "Campbell, the sister of that shameless woman." He wondered, her health just recovered not long ago and she is already wandering in the garden. Fabian bowed back. "First time meeting you, young Miss Campbell, I am Fabian Gray." Charlotte radiantly shouted, "Marquis Fabian Gray." She asked, "You sent flowers when you heard I was sick, right?" The Marquis is really a romantic person. He paused. "Romantic?" Fabian coldly turned away, waving his hand. "Fortunately the miss likes it. Then I will take my leave." The bird also flapped its wings and flew away. Charlotte called, "Pepe." He hated, "I do not want to get involved with those sisters anymore." Suddenly the girl's voice shouted, "Pepe, why did you fly up there? Please, Pepe, Pepe." Fabian stopped. He turned back to Charlotte and spoke, "Just catching that bird will make you go back to the room, right?" The girl did not understand what Fabian was saying. "What?" Charlotte recounted, "But I forgot the whistle in the room. Usually I use a whistle to call Pepe." He immediately understood. "So that is it, you often use a whistle, ah?" Fabian raised his hand and blew a whistle. The bird on the branch heard the sound like a whistle and flapped its wings to fly down. The girl cheered, "The Marquis is so good." He reminded, "You quickly take that bird back." The bird flew up to Fabian's head again. He angrily said, "Why did you train the bird to land on other people's heads?" Charlotte laughed with tears in her eyes, replying, "Maybe Pepe likes the Marquis's hair. Your hair is very beautiful blue." Fabian did not know what to say, so he just let it go and was worried. He said, "Then this time it is Miss Campbell's turn." Fabian grabbed the girl's hand. He gently said, "Let us go inside the mansion together." Charlotte happily replied, "Yes." In Fabian's head he was scolding April. Unexpectedly she abandoned her sister who just recovered not long ago. Irresponsible woman. Where is she going and what is she doing? Meanwhile in another place, April looked at the tent wondering, "These tents, could it be where the relatives of the fallen soldiers are living temporarily?" Natalia replied, "That is right. They are all eager to find the belongings of their loved ones." April understood. "Could it be that your highness also?" She nodded. She smiled gently, lovingly and said, "To the person I love, my grandson, what does identity matter?" She quietly pondered, "I suddenly feel strange. Queen Dowager, your highness, a noble identity, but secretly traveling here. As long as there is an order from the king, the palace will send soldiers to follow you. What will King Delafontiel, her son, think?" April spoke. "Does His Majesty the King know about this?" Natalia paused. She worriedly, sweat fell on her cheeks. April muttered to herself, "Maybe not," she said. "Ah, it is nothing," April reminded herself. "I should not get involved in the matter." Duchess Allen's voice rang out. "But the search process is not smooth at all. Not to mention that recently grave robbers have also come. It is a headache." April puzzled. "What grave robbers?" She explained, "They are people who specialize in digging up valuable objects among the belongings of the dead and reselling them. Everyone knows the news that Prince Lachlan was involved in the explosion. Maybe they will be lucky enough to pick up the royal jewels." She heard and was angry. "That is too much to the relatives out there. Everything here is a precious belonging." April thought again. Turns out the boy who threw the stone at me was because of the search. She clenched her fist. She said, "Madam, can you tell me the details?" Suddenly there was the sound of riding a horse approaching. Duchess Allen wondered, what is that sound? A group of people wearing iron armor and carrying weapons rode over. They shouted, "We received a report that recently grave robbers have been rampant." "It is you guys right, those unscrupulous grave robbers." The people living in the tents were frightened and hurriedly replied, "Wait, we are the relatives of the soldiers who died in the explosion." The soldier shouted, "Shut up." He drew his sword threatening, "Anyone who resists will be spared no mercy." April stood frozen, her eyes wide in shock. The soldier pointed his sword at everyone ordering, "You dirty grave robbers contaminating the scene of the crime, you must immediately withdraw from here quickly." Everyone was in an uproar, she worried. At this rate the relatives will be chased away. More than that, Queen Dowager is here. If something bad happens, she swallowed her saliva in fear. April stepped forward and shouted, "Wait." The soldier frowned, shouting, "Who are you?" She replied, "I am April of the Earl Campbell residence." April pleaded, "Please do not drive the relatives away." Meanwhile at the mansion, Charlotte was being led by Fabian and continuously said, "It seems that Pepe really likes Marquis." He replied emotionlessly, "Maybe." The girl recounted, "He is not the kind of bird that often follows people. Before young Master Allen used the whistle to call, but Pepe did not care at all. Fabian did not care much." "Ah, is that so?" Charlotte was happy. As expected, Pepe also thinks the Marquis is a good person. The girl cared, "Is your head uncomfortable?" He was helpless. Better than letting the bird fly away. Suddenly Fabian remembered something. He called, "Young Miss Campbell." The girl radiantly replied, "Call me Charlotte." Fabian pointed forward, suggesting, "Miss Charlotte, next time if you take the bird for a walk, then I recommend that greenhouse." He thought, if it flies away again it will be a headache. The girl blurted out, "Is that okay?" Charlotte was delighted. "Actually, I also wanted to go to the greenhouse to see. But my sister said if the Marquis has not allowed, then I can't run around, so," Fabian replied. "I will officially allow after Miss Charlotte fully recovers from the cold." The girl smiled happily, saying, "Waiting for my sister to come back, I have to show off to her about me talking to the Marquis." He pondered, the girl likes that woman so much. Fabian inquired, "It seems that Miss Charlotte and her, with her sister, are very close." Charlotte replied, "Yes, of course." The girl recalled, "She always listens to my stories, stays with me on stormy nights, reads me good books, and gives me the bigger piece when we share bread with each other. The two sisters are very close. I like sister the most in the world." Charlotte looked at Fabian with trusting and happy eyes. He opened his eyes, looking incredulous and surprised. Fabian did not say anything. The girl was curious. "Does the Marquis have siblings?" He hesitated. "I have older brother," Charlotte blurted out. "So the Marquis is also the younger sibling like me, huh?" The girl wondered, "What kind of person is your brother? Is he close with Marquis? Where is your brother now?" Fabian let go of Charlotte's hand and said, "Miss Charlotte, we are here." The two had arrived in front of the door. He instructed, "It is very windy outside. Until your health fully recovers, it is better for you to stay in a warm place." The girl's eyes widened, looking at him. Fabian asked, "Then I will take my leave." He just turned around and walked away. Charlotte suddenly called out loudly, "Marquis, oh you." Fabian walked alone on the road. Entering the room, closing the door, he sighed. Fabian remembered the girl's words. What kind of person is your brother? He thought, my brother. Fabian remembered his friends often asking him, "Hey Fabian, I heard your brother is the famous genius Dr. Gray, the genius doctor at the top of medical school. Is it true that even the nobles have to bow their heads and beg your brother to treat their illness?" He pondered, "He really is a special genius, unlike me." An annoyed voice, "You are taking my books again, huh Fabian?" He sarcastically said, "With that immature head of yours, can you understand them?" Fabian in his childhood just hugged the book, feeling sad and not knowing what to say. He now thought, there are countless words to describe him. The child that parents are proud of, the valedictorian at the top of the school, the genius doctor that everyone respects. And I am just the ordinary Fabian. But then war broke out, and both father and brother could not return. His mother painfully threw things. Why did that child have to die? Oh my smart and emotional son, it would be better if you died. If it was that child, he would definitely become an excellent Marquis. Fabian just stood there silently watching his mother painfully hating him. As soon as he inherited the position of Marquis Gray, his mother could not suppress her disappointment. I know I won't be able to become a more excellent person than him. If I want to try my best and successfully fulfill the duties of the Marquis, maybe my mother's thinking will change a little. I brought that hope to this land. But in this place I am only the Marquis in name. Could it be that in the end I can only be the ordinary Fabian? He gritted his teeth helplessly with a pain he could not understand and cursed, "Damn it." At this moment something appeared, interrupting Fabian's negative state. Charlotte's bird landed on his head. Fabian was startled and blurted out, "What, this bird? Following me?" No wonder the servant's eyes were so strange all the way here. Fabian was angry and embarrassed, his face turned red. The butler entered. "Master, I beg your pardon." He waved his hand to chase the bird away and shouted, "I want to be alone now." His face showed worry. "It is urgent. The soldiers that the previous marquis sent to the Ekatan hospital request to meet you as soon as possible." Fabian widened his eyes in surprise. He frowned, thinking of something bad. Meanwhile at April's, the soldiers pointed their swords at her sarcastically. "What is wrong? Telling us not to drive these people away, ah? What do you have that you dare to give us orders?" Immediately after the incident happened, "We were in charge of maintaining order here according to the order of the marquis." April understood. Immediately after the incident happened, so the person who gave the order was the previous marquis. Seeing her silent, they looked down on her. "What, do not know what to say anymore, ah?" April took courage. "Marquis, I am sorry, but now this is the only way." She spoke. "That order is now invalid because I received Marquis Fabian Gray's order to come here to supervise this place." Hearing the whole story, Fabian jumped up and blurted out, "What?" He was so angry that he trembled. That woman daring to lie like that. The butler quickly stopped him. "Master." Fabian was really very angry. He ordered, "Immediately call that wicked woman here for me. I have to kick her out of this mansion as soon as possible." April walked into the room, bowing her head guiltily. Fabian shouted, "Are you in your right mind?" He criticized, "Daring to arbitrarily use my name. Do you know how hard I try to justify with the soldiers to match with you? It is all because of your arbitrary actions." April immediately bowed her head. "I am really sorry," she explained, but there Fabian interrupted, "I do not want to hear excuses." He rubbed his forehead, regretting, "I even gave her a spare 2 weeks, am I stupid?" Fabian ordered, "Now you immediately pack your luggage and prepare to return to the capital." April fearfully blurted out, "What?" He continued, "After Miss Charlotte fully recovers I will take her back safely, but I can't allow you to stay in this mansion for another second." She hesitated. "Marquis, Fabian slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Shut that mouth. How can you be so brazen while arbitrarily interfering in other people's affairs? That is right, you do not know what shame is." Speaking, he smirked. Fabian disdainfully said, "If you knew, then you would not agree to sell your marriage to an old man. You disgusting woman who is crazy about money and power." April just stood frozen, not knowing what to say. After the outburst of anger, the whole room fell silent. She said, "I understand what you mean." Fabian rubbed his head uncomfortably. "Now you understand." April softly said, "But hope you know this. Queen Dowager is also there." He widened his eyes in surprise, as if hearing an unbelievable story. Fabian asked, "Queen Dowager, your highness?" She said, "Her Highness is with the families of the soldiers who died to search for traces of Prince Lachlan, because she is wearing casual clothes to hide her identity, so I was afraid that your soldiers would do something disrespectful to Queen Dowager, your highness." April boldly said, "No. Arbitrarily judging everything is my fault." She bowed as an apology. April said, "I will pack my luggage and return to the capital as you want." She turned to walk away, leaving the words, "I will take my leave." The door closed, leaving only Fabian alone in the room. April walked along the corridor. While walking, she determined, "I do not regret it. I could not do anything else at that time, but I am not allowed to be here anymore. I want to bury myself in investigating the explosion in Akerton, and use all the love for the prince." But she looked up at the sky, wondering, Will there be a day when I forget you, Prince Lachlan?" At the church, the priest's voice rang out, "I am really sorry, Dominic, your highness. The priest in charge of investigating the Marquis's matter is currently welcoming the guest who came first, so." Lachlan replied, "I came suddenly, so I have to bear it. I will wait." Chad plopped down on the chair comfortably, exclaiming, "Traveling often lately? I am so tired. I must rest on this soft sofa for a while." He quietly did not say anything. Lachlan stood up and said, "I am going out for a bit." He paused, asking, "What?" He replied, "I am just going for a walk. You just stay here and rest." Chad blurted out, "Let me go with you. I am a guard." Both went outside. He walked behind Lachlan unsteadily. He looked at the tombstones and pondered. The tombstones of the soldiers who lost their lives on the battlefield are in front. Although we won in the battle with the kingdom of Galal, our country lost too many things. The lives of so many soldiers, Dominic. And the place I once belonged. Chad came to look curiously, asking, "Your highness, what are they doing over there?" Lachlan looked at the priests cleaning the tombstones, replying, "The priests are cleaning the tombstones," he blurted out, "hard-working, huh?" Chad curiously went over to get closer to see, while he turned his head to look to the side. Lachlan wondered, is the front the royal tomb area? "I do not want to see my own grave." He turned his head and called, "Chad, wait for me." A monk's voice caught Lachlan's attention. "Should we throw this away?" The monk picked it up and said, "It seems someone tied it to commemorate Prince Lachlan," another person replied, "but we can't leave it like this." "Why tie a ribbon on the cross?" Hearing this, Lachlan froze, wondering, ribbon. Could it be? Thinking this, he turned back. Lachlan looked at the tombstone with the ribbon tied on it. It was a sky blue ribbon. He panicked, that blue ribbon. At that time, Fabian was sitting in the meeting room. He did not pay attention to anything around him, his mind only questioning, why am I like this? While in a meeting, I keep thinking about that woman. Fabian recalled, the first time I met her. At first, I thought she was just an ordinary maid. So I was very surprised. Unexpectedly, the maid of the Marquis family was so beautiful. But then that impression was immediately shattered into 100 pieces. The moment I knew her purpose for coming here, curiosity turned into contempt. I firmly believed that harshly criticizing her was the right thing to do in the position of Marquis. However, Fabian recalled April's pained expression. She explained, Queen Dowager is also there. He hypothesized if, at that time, she did not stop the soldiers, what would have happened? The Grey Marquis residents would be held responsible for the actions of the soldiers. Could I have resolved that with, I did not know, when there was disrespect towards the royal family? Fabian wrote and thought, knowing that in advance she just. April Campbell just saved me. He realized the problem in panic. Fabian was puzzled. Saved someone who had insulted her so badly. He stood up. Fabian looked outside and saw a carriage and people packing things, wondering, what is that carriage? April had said, I will pack my luggage and return to the capital as you want. He immediately stood up in panic. Fabian said to the people in the room, excuse me for being impolite. He grabbed his coat in a hurry. Suddenly there is an urgent matter, I will take my leave first. Fabian hurriedly ran down the stairs. Sweat poured down his face, his breath hurried. Fabian rushed to the carriage and shouted, that carriage, wait a moment. He rushed in front of the carriage door, calling, Miss Campbell, I have. The person in the carriage heard the noise and looked up to see Fabian. It was not April but an old man transporting potatoes. Seeing him, he called in surprise, Marquis. Fabian, realizing his misunderstanding, froze on the spot, feeling so embarrassed he could not say a word. His next reaction was to be very angry, secretly scolding April. Damn it, she dares to humiliate me like this, that damned woman. Fabian wearily returned to the mansion, wanting to go to April's room, but flustered, not knowing what to do. Standing in front of her room, he scratched his head for a while, thinking, is she still packing in the room? He reached out to knock on the door, but then suddenly stopped, thinking, wait. If it is that woman, maybe she will take the Queen Dowager's matter as a weakness to threaten me. In Fabian's head he imagined April covering her mouth and smiling triumphantly, evilly saying to him, if you are in trouble then you will have to let me stay here. Thinking this, Fabian felt stunned as if struck by lightning, so angry that his eyebrows furrowed. He hesitated, standing in front of her room for a long time, raising his hand and lowering it again, constantly questioning himself, what am I here to say to that woman? Thank you, apologize, or all of his strange actions at this time were seen by April, who was walking over. She softly called, Marquis. Fabian jumped, turned his head to look at her, stuttering, Miss Campbell. April approached him and politely asked, I am sorry, but do you know where Pepe is? Fabian turned to walk towards her, asking suspiciously, Pepe? April quickly replied, it is the white bird that I brought here, because it is not in the birdcage placed in the bedroom, so. He realized, humming a few times. Fabian remembered the scene of him carrying Pepe on his head for a long distance, being pointed at and talked about by the maids. He embarrassedly moved his eyes elsewhere, raised his hand and pretended to cough lightly. His cheeks also rosy, softly saying, that bird. The white round bird Pepe was at this time in his office, standing on the chair he often sat on, happily sunbathing. Seeing April walking over and calling him, Pepe, he looked up and cooed. April quickly went to his side, softly scolding, you can't do that. Why did you arbitrarily enter other people's office? Fabian followed her, hesitatingly speaking, I brought him there. April asked in surprise, the Marquis brought Pepe, why did you? He scratched his head, recalling everything, stammering, well, the thing is. She hugged the bird in the palm of her hand, turned her head to smile at Fabian, saying, anyway, thank you for finding Pepe for me. Then I will take my leave. She stood by the window, her whole body surrounded by the gentle golden sunlight, shining sparklingly. Her smile also became very beautiful. Seeing this scene, he could not help but call Miss. April looked at him in surprise. Under her gaze, Fabian felt even more difficult to speak. His face instantly flushed. He raised his hand and scratched his head, not looking at her, stammering. "It is just I think I have to apologize to you now." As if gathering all his courage, Fabian went in front of April, to her surprise. He bowed his head, sincerely saying, "I am sorry, Miss Campbell." April stared blankly at Fabian and heard him say, "I have been too rude to you from the beginning. Also thank you for helping me with the Queen Dowager matter." Fabian still kept his head bowed, closing his eyes tightly, loudly expressing, "Gray's residence is safe and not involved in trouble. It is all thanks to you. I am really grateful to you." After he said this, the room fell into a silence. Fabian looked up at April. Seeing her not saying anything, he felt a little uneasy, softly calling, "Miss Campbell." Pepe flew into the air from her hand. April, as if waking up, quickly waved her hand, saying, "I am sorry, I was too surprised. I know the Marquis would be more angry about the Queen Dowager matter." She smiled shyly, continuing, "Because it seems the Marquis thought I would grasp your weakness to threaten you." Fabian remembered the imaginary image he drew about her just now. Feeling a little guilty, he shifted his gaze elsewhere. Humming softly, Pepe had already flown to land on his head. April saw Fabian not speaking and asked again, "Right, you really thought so, right?" He waved his hand to chase Pepe away, pretending to be calm, replying, "That is right. But only for a moment, really." Fabian lowered his head slightly, lowering his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. April, seeing him like this, hesitantly called, "Sir Marquis." Fabian gently interrupted her, "Call me Fabian." April did not quite believe her ears, asking again, "What?" Fabian did not look at her, replying, "I originally did not like following those petty rules. Until now, why do we still keep etiquette?" Speaking here, he was a little annoyed, crossing his arms, speaking with his face flushed. "We have shown our true selves to each other already." April, hearing this, her face lit up. She smiled, saying, "That is right, no." She corrected her words, approaching Fabian and gently saying, "That is right, huh, Fabian." The gentle voice calling his name and April's bright smile made Fabian's face flush again in an instant. Too embarrassed to look straight at her. In April's sparkling eyes full of laughter. He did not know what to do. He could only support his forehead, letting out a sigh. In another place, two monks were next to Prince Lachlan's royal tomb, staring at the blue ribbon tied on the cross, not knowing what to do. This scene fell into Lachlan's eyes. He frowned, feeling sad in his heart, thinking, "Is that April's ribbon?" Lachlan tried to control his heartbeat that was getting faster. His thoughts in his head became more certain. Absolutely right, the person who tied the ribbon on the cross can only be her. On the other side, a monk had come up with a solution, saying, "Let us keep this ribbon at the temple first. Maybe its owner will come to find it." The other person reached out to take the ribbon down, saying, "But what if no one comes?" The monk replied briefly, "Then we will have to burn it." These words fell into Lachlan's ears, making him a little shaken, thinking, burn it. In his head, a myriad of thoughts were in a mess. Should I ask them to take it back? But I am Dominic now. Just then behind him there was a loud call, "Dominic, your highness." Lachlan, startled, turned around. Chad was looking for him, walking and putting his hands to his mouth, constantly calling, "Your highness, where are you?" Lachlan embarrassedly thought, "There is no time, I have to go back now." But he still turned his head to look in the direction of the two monks, unwilling to leave the ribbon there. Seeing the monk had tied the ribbon on his hand, and was now sighing while wiping the tombstone, in Lachlan's head a thought flashed. Then his body just acted as fast as lightning. He rushed over to grab the ribbon in the monk's hand. Both young monks were surprised at this time, staring at him in shock. They saw him take the ribbon off, carefully folding it, and asked in surprise, Dominic, your highness, that." Lachlan did not care about anything else, coldly replying, "It is mine." The two monks looked at him with bewildered eyes. One of them quickly said, "I am sorry, I did not know it was your highness's thing." Lachlan breathed softly, replying, "It is okay, it is because I was careless," then turned and left. His footsteps were somewhat hurried. Lachlan bit his teeth, his face about to cry, thinking, "My ribbon." In his head he constantly remembered the beautiful memories with April, when she tied the ribbon on his hand, when he smiled at her. He thought, "The ribbon April gave me. I really returned it to her as if I did not need it." In a flash April's face flashed through Lachlan's mind. He painfully thought, even if this is her last farewell, even if April does not come back to my side anymore. The images of the distant past flashed through his head like a beautiful film. Lachlan clenched his fist, internally shouting, "Then this ribbon." He pressed the ribbon against his chest, his breath chaotic. Lachlan clenched his fists tightly, painfully thinking, "Still, it is mine." In the air, there seemed to be a hint of April's scent. He could not help but choke, internally calling her name April. In the Grey Marquis's mansion, April asked Fabian, "Then we can stay in Aketon, right?" Fabian turned to look at her, replying, "Right, you can stay longer than 2 weeks." April shook her head slightly. "What I mean is not that I will eat and stay in your Grace's mansion forever. As long as you give me the right to reside, I will find a house in town and move out." Fabian, hearing her say this, frowned slightly. He reached out to chase Pepe, who was still hovering around his head, saying, "You have always had people take care of everything for you. How would you know how to manage a household? Or do you want to stir up rumors that I am a rude man who kicked a noble lady out of the capital from the mansion?" April propped her chin, pondering, softly replying, "It is not like that." Fabian did not give her a chance to discuss further, deciding, "Then just stay here as my guest. Although I do not know if you have anything special you want to do or not." April suddenly looked at him, saying, "Speaking of which, I have a request with Fabian." Fabian asked her in surprise, "What request?" then comfortably said, "Anyway, I owe you for the Queen Dowager matter. Just say it." Suddenly he thought of something, his heart pounded, his face flushed, frowning and shouting, "Wait, I will say it first. If you tell me to marry you, then it will be difficult." April, hearing him say this, called out in panic, "What?" Her face was also flushed by his words. She quickly waved her hand, flatly denying, "There is no such thing." As if afraid Fabian would misunderstand, April hurriedly added, "Marry Fabian, absolutely not. No matter what happens, that is too absurd." Saying this, she laughed. Fabian on the surface softly replied, "Yeah, good," but in his heart he was sadly thinking, "Does she dislike me that much?" Feeling that his thoughts at this time were somewhat inappropriate, Fabian cleared his throat, saying, "If it is not, then that is good." Internally he secretly added, "I reject a woman like you." Fabian regained his normal voice, asking, "Then what do you request?" April thought for a moment and said, "That thing." She clasped her hands together, looking at him with a sincere face, seriously saying, "I want to investigate the explosion in Akerton. Can the Marquis issue an order to give me the right to investigate?" Fabian paused slightly, asking again, "What?" April firmly said, "I want to know what really happened in that place that day." Fabian opened his eyes wide, looking at her. In his eyes reflected April's bright and determined eyes. He blankly thought, what is this, that look? So firm, as if saying that she came to Akerton only for that matter. Fabian softly called, "April." He looked straight into her eyes, clearly saying each word, "I am sorry, I can't accept your request." April cried out in shock, "Fabian, why?" Fabian adjusted his glasses, saying, "I won't refuse without a reason." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Because this is a matter related to the royal family." In the dining room, he sat opposite an old woman with a noble appearance at the banquet table. "Greeting, Queen Dowager, your highness." Fabian placed his hand on his chest, bowing slightly, respectfully saying, "Thank you for agreeing to my invitation. I sincerely apologize for almost being rude to you before." Queen Dowager Natalia gently replied, "It is okay. During the process of inheriting the title, the conflict of orders is common." She smiled kindly, praising him. "Moreover, did not you make an effort to send Miss Campbell to rectify? You are performing your role very well." Fabian, hearing this, replied, "I was frightened," but his face could not hide his joy, lighting up. April sat beside him, looking at him, thinking, his face is beaming. Fabian said to April, "Then, it is my turn to say my request, right?" she asked in surprise. Fabian pointed to April, calmly saying, "Please arrange for me to greet Queen Dowager." She heard this and was very dissatisfied, calling out, "Wait, you were just apologizing to me. Why are you requesting so smoothly?" Fabian gave a bright smile, looking longer, it was somewhat cunning. His glasses flashed under the light. He said, "Please, the sooner the better." April sat next to Fabian at the banquet table, thinking, "He rejected my request, but I am helping him achieve his request." She glanced at him, who was happily excited, frowning, thinking, "Looks so hateful." At this time, on the other side, Duchess Allen spoke, asking Fabian, "What are you planning to do later?" Her face showed worry, saying, "Countless bodies that have not been identified are still buried under the ruins. Now the stench has begun to rise at the scene. But the relatives can't leave because they want to find their relatives. Please support so that the bodies of the soldiers who died can return to their families' arms." Fabian gently pushed his glasses, replying, "I also really want to help everyone." He looked straight at the person opposite him, saying, "But that problem is not as simple as that, because this matter is related to the diplomatic relations of our country with the Kingdom of Galal. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Galal ordered the bombing of the Akerton hospital. Right, I heard the suspect has an extraordinary background." Fabian calmly analyzed. This case was thanks to the active work of the Luton royal family that the culprit was found, if the Grey Marquis residence arbitrarily. Regardless of appearing to reinvestigate, the royal family will think we are lowering the dignity of the royal family. April sat on one side without saying anything. just quietly lowering her head, using a knife and fork to cut the food on the plate, making soft clattering sounds. In her heart she was thinking about the words Fabian had just said, could not help but agree with him, thinking that is right, what Fabian said is not wrong. I can't be stubborn and make Fabian fall into a difficult situation, but, is it really over like this? Is there no other way to investigate the truth about the explosion? Thinking of this, April felt a little depressed, gently closing her eyes. On the other side, Duchess Allen spoke, her voice somewhat harsh. What I want to ask. She stood up, slammed her hand on the table, loudly. You know clearly it is not that matter. In Fabian's heart, he looked at her puzzled. Duchess Allen said in a deep voice, Marquis Gray. You also have a missing relative. April heard her say this and was very surprised. She looked at Fabian, who was sitting there with his head down. In her heart she softly called, what? Duchess Allen with a sad face looked at Fabian, saying, Dr. Gray. Isn't your brother still lying under those ruins? In Fabian's head appeared the image of his brother's tall and straight back. Duchess Allen blurted out, Isn't your brother still lying under those ruins? When Fabian and April left, it was drizzling outside. April sat in a corner of the carriage, touching the window glass. She secretly looked at Fabian, thinking Fabian. Still silent after the meal, Fabian sat with his arms crossed in another corner of the carriage, tilting his head to look out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. April muttered to herself. He must not like to mention the matter that his brother died in the explosion. She suddenly moved in front of Fabian, asking, Is the post office still open? He was slightly startled, turning to look at her, not understanding what she wanted, humming softly. After understanding, Fabian softly replied to her, 15 minutes more and it is time to close the counter. If you want to send a letter, then put it in the mailbox over there. April rummaged to find something in her bag, shaking her head softly. No, I have to personally send it at the counter. Finally she took out a letter, happily saying, Charlotte asked me to. She said personally going to the post office to send a letter applying to solve the word puzzle will have a higher chance of winning. Fabian frowned, puzzled, calling out, Everyone sends the same stamp. Can it be different? April replied, Charlotte has said so, then I can't help it. He seemed not to know what to do and had to say, You are spoiling the child. She smiled, not thinking it was right and rebuking. Charlotte is a good child, so it is okay. Moreover, she does not ask for anything difficult. April pressed the letter to her chest, closed her eyes, gently saying, I want to accept all the words she said, because everyone needs someone to listen to their story. Fabian, seeing her like this, also fell into a state of contemplation, softly replying, Is that so? He remembered the scene of him always being lonely in the family, thinking someone to listen to their story, huh? The carriage rattled in the rain. April looked out the window, saying, It must be because of the rain or something that there are more and more carriages. She worried a little, asking, Will we be able to get there before the post office closes? Fabian sighed softly. He looked at her, reaching out his hand, saying, Give the letter to me. April asked in surprise why. Fabian pointed out a road to her, saying, Going through that alley is the post office. Running there will be faster. April quickly called out, Then let me go, she asked me to. Fabian did not give her a chance, quickly turning and getting off the carriage, saying, You must be joking. He leaned against the carriage door, reaching out his hand, looking at her, smiling, saying, Noble lady in the capital. And running in the rain wearing a dress, huh? April puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Then before Fabian's surprised eyes, she jumped out of the carriage, taking the letter and running into the rain. Fabian looked at her, angrily calling, You. April turned her head and said loudly, We'll do everything for Charlotte. Her expression and eyes were illuminated by the light, covered with a warm yellow light. She looked like a small sun in this gloomy rainy day. Fabian could only stare at her running away. He ignored himself getting soaked in the rain, angrily scolding that idiot. Fabian ran into the alley. Around her only the sound of footsteps stepping on water slopping. Fabian held the letter tightly in her hand, her other hand raised to cover the rain, looking around, thinking. He said crossing the alley is the post office. She looked around searching for the post office, softly muttering, Where is it, or should I try asking passers-by? Suddenly her arm was grabbed tightly, pulled strongly in a direction, and at the same time Fabian's angry voice rang out, This way. He angrily scolded her. You do not know the way, where are you running to? April looked at Fabian, asking in surprise, Did you follow me? He pulled her to follow him, not turning back, replying, Or stay in place to wait for you, I will die anxiously. April sighed, just letting herself be pulled away by him. Then she suddenly gave a beautiful smile, her eyes also bright. April, smiling, said to Fabian, Running in the rain is fun, huh? He heard and became even more angry, saying, You idiot, there are not even 3 minutes left to close the counter. Finally they managed to get to the post office before closing time. While April was sending the letter, Fabian stood on one side flicking the raindrops clinging to his clothes. When both had come outside, April sighed, saying, "Finally sent it." The sky was still raining heavily. Both stood next to each other under the eaves. Fabian muttered, "If this was snow then we would have frozen to death." April laughed loudly, replying, "That is right, huh?" Then she said again, sounding like she was sighing softly, "The winter this year is too long." He heard this and turned his head to look at her. Fabian at this time was looking up at the sky, her hair still dripping with water, her beautiful face also covered with a few drops of rain, looking from his angle. She looked extremely charming at this time. Fabian stared at April in a daze and heard her say, "I wish spring would come soon." His gaze suddenly stopped after her slender neck, where the rainwater was flowing. Not answering for a moment, April, seeing him not saying anything, softly called, "Fabian." Fabian was startled. He saw her turning to look at him and flustered as if caught, hastily turning away, using his hand to support his forehead. His cheeks flushed again. April asked in surprise, "Does it hurt somewhere?" Fabian stuttered, "No." He confusedly thought, "What is wrong with me?" and saw April approaching, looking at him intently, saying, "Your cheeks are all red." She bit her finger, her face full of remorse, exclaiming, "Did you catch a cold?" "I am sorry." Fabian saw and suddenly felt extremely angry, thinking, "So stupid." He took off his coat and threw it on April's head, ignoring her blank look, saying as if ordering, "Put on your coat until the carriage arrives." Fabian crossed his arms, coldly continuing, "You are the one who will catch a cold if the two sisters take turns being sick. Are you planning to bother the doctor?" Speaking here he paused slightly, his eyes again full of contemplation, softly whispering, "Doctor." Fabian hesitated for a moment and suddenly recounted, "Dr. Gray used to be a genius." April asked softly, "Fabian's brother?" He nodded, "Right." He remembered the appearance of his brother, saying, although he was the type of person who only knew himself, but his ability was very outstanding, to the point that the nobles had to bow their heads and beg him to save them when their family members were sick. April listened on the side, softly replying, "Is that so?" Fabian glanced at her, in his head secretly thinking, "Strange, I have been trying to avoid talking about him, but my mouth continues to recount. At that time there was no title to inherit, so it seems he wanted to find a way to build his own name. He was originally a capable person." Speaking here Fabian paused slightly, "So, what I mean is, there is no conspiracy covering the explosion." He closed his eyes, slowly saying for a while, "If it was someone's conspiracy then my brother would have noticed it in advance, although I do not know what you came here for. But everyone had to sacrifice for the evil of the Galal soldiers, those who do not admit defeat, that is all." April listened attentively, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her eyes wide, looking at him, not speaking for a long time. After a while she hesitantly opened her lips, sigh. She took a deep breath, took off the coat that was covering her head, continuing, "I still think there is a secret in that matter." Fabian uncomfortably asked, "Why do you?" He angrily shouted, asking her, "Why do you keep clinging to the explosion?" April bit her lip tightly. Then she blurted out that name, Prince Lachlan. Fabian froze. April did not look at him, slowly saying, "Is my fiancé." She shook her head softly and lightly corrected, "No, used to be my fiancé." Fabian was so surprised that he could not say anything. April gave a forced smile to him. Just then the driver had arrived, running towards them in the rain, saying, "Marquis, I am sorry for being late." April immediately put on a happy face again, saying, "The car's here, that is great. Fabian, let us go back." Suddenly Fabian reached out his hand and grabbed her wrist, holding her back. April, surprised, turned her head to look at him. Fabian hesitated, asking her, "Could it be, is it you?" April did not understand what he wanted to ask, humming softly. Fabian, with a face showing obvious excitement, asked loudly, "Are you that blue ribbon?" April, hearing him mention the blue ribbon, was stunned. Fabian grabbed her wrist, loudly asking, "Are you that blue ribbon?" She, surprised, asked, "Why does Fabian know about the ribbon?" He was silent, his face flashing a sad look, his eyes recalling a story in the past. 2 years ago, in an army camp, Fabian stuck the shovel in his hand strongly into the hard ground with a loud thud. He propped his hands on his hips, constantly complaining, "God, each pit has to be dug and filled again. Is this called army life?" The teammate next to him continued to dig the pit, saying, "Don't think too deeply, Fabian." That winter, when the war began, Fabian had volunteered to be a mid-level soldier, although he endured the training process, but most of the life in the team was full of punishment from superiors and unreasonable orders such as digging holes and filling holes. Fabian looked up at the sky, thinking, "I did not join the army to do these things. The initial ambition to contribute to the country faded. He began to get tired of the army life that was far from what he imagined. Fabian bowed his head and continued to dig the ground, muttering, if I keep working like this, the war will end. Just then, a soldier ran over in a hurry, shouting, Hey, have you guys heard the news? He excitedly announced, Prince Lachlan will temporarily stay in our military camp. The surroundings immediately buzzed with noise before this information. Fabian searched in his memory, thinking Prince Lachlan is not that the second prince of the Luton kingdom, and also the twin brother of Dominic. Compared to his brother, I have not heard many rumors about him. The soldiers noisily discussed, clamoring, surely he will appear impressively at the meal. Maybe the prince will bring encouragement gifts, newly published novels or chocolate, or encouraging letters from the ladies in the capital. Fabian ignored these words, quietly leaving. But someone else called him back, asking, Hey Gray, what do you think the prince will bring? Fabian looked at him, replying, What else, of course. He paused for a moment, carrying the shovel on his shoulder, frowning, saying, Useless strategies, what else? Fabian put on a knowledgeable face, speaking eloquently, If the prince comes here, the bigwigs will definitely prepare for the sake of formality. They will try to show off. So we lowly soldiers often have to polish everything from eating utensils to the lamp on the ground. He spoke enthusiastically, not paying attention to someone coming behind him, continuing loudly, asking for my opinion. According to me, the best comfort that the prince can give us is please do not visit this place. Run straight to the front line. Finished speaking, Fabian suddenly realized that everyone was staring. Behind him, their faces pale, silent, not responding to any questions. He frowned slightly, feeling uneasy in his heart. When Fabian turned his head to look, he saw Lachlan with bright golden hair, wearing a majestic military uniform, standing behind him. He was sweating coldly, softly calling, Prince Lachlan. Lachlan took off his hat to greet, not angry but giving a radiant smile, saying, You have worked hard. Fortunately, Prince Lachlan did not mind Fabian's speech. He took off his cloak, only wearing a simple white shirt, pouring tea into a cup and talking to Fabian. I am honored to hear the honest opinion about the royal family. Lachlan calmly said, Among the people, it is natural for some people to be dissatisfied with the royal family. The higher someone sits, the more they have to listen to unrefined words like that. Fabian sat on the ground wiping his shoes, looking up at him, muttering, What you said is not wrong, but why does a prince do errands with someone like me? Lachlan tilted his head, smiling, handing the cup of water he just poured to Fabian, saying, Because Gray is the first person to let me hear unrefined words. Fabian bowed his head, holding the hot tea in his hand, outwardly saying, Thank you, sir. But in his head he was thinking, surely he did not poison it right, and heard Lachlan continue. This tea I use tea leaves that my fiancée likes, brewed the way she usually brews. He propped his chin, smiling, saying, It is very delicious, and looked at Fabian with expectant eyes, urging, You try it. Fabian replied yes, then slowly brought the cup to his lips. He tried a sip. Lachlan sat next to him, very much looking forward to seeing Fabian's reaction. Seeing Fabian had finished drinking, Lachlan quickly asked, Delicious? Fabian without any hesitation blurted out, Terrible. He raised his hand to wipe his mouth, looking at the cup in his hand with eyes like he was looking at poison, thinking, Crazy, crazy, is there someone who likes this terrible black tea? The tea water is lukewarm, tasteless. Fabian laughed twice, looking up at Lachlan, saying, To be honest, your fiancé's favorite black tea is a little. The second half of the sentence was impossible to continue, because Lachlan, who was smiling like the spring sun just now had a dark face. Lachlan said through gritted teeth, Black tea. He stared at Fabian with murderous eyes, asking in a threatening voice, Of my fiancé. How is it? Fabian trembled, quickly calling out, Wonderful beyond words. In Fabian's head he frantically thought, Just now you said unrefined words are very precious, but looking at Lachlan's terrible face he could only constantly praise. Drinking again, I find it is a masterpiece. The tea's fragrance is lingering. Fabian frantically waved his hand, praising, The tea's taste is gentle. Finally he concluded with a sentence, Your fiancé's taste is indeed outstanding. Only now did Lachlan's face slightly relax. Then in just a moment that face bloomed into a radiant smile again. Lachlan rushed over to grab Fabian's hand, excitedly calling, Outstanding, that is right, surely you are also very honest with the black tea. Fabian was caught off guard, almost falling backwards. Quickly agreeing, in his heart thinking, This guy's head is not sober. And heard Lachlan ask, Gray, would you like another cup? Fabian was scared but still had to reply, Yes please, in his head secretly scolding. He was full of helplessness and took a sip of the black tea, painfully thinking, Although I do not know her face or name, but I am gradually disliking the prince's fiancée. Even with that happening after a few days of observation, it seemed that Prince Lachlan quite liked Fabian's rude attitude. On the contrary, it seemed that he felt uncomfortable with people who were too respectful. Late at night, Lachlan sat in the tent saying to Fabian, "Could it be because I am used to living in the shadow of Dominic?" Fabian was lighting the lamp. Hearing this, turned his head to look at him, and heard Lachlan continue, "I even thought that I could not become an outstanding person to the point that others would not dare to raise their heads." Fabian, hearing these words, could not help but fall into contemplation, thinking, strangely, the separation of our identities is very large, but somehow it seems that I can understand the feelings of this boy. He softly said, "Is that so?" Looking again, Lachlan was no longer in the appearance just now. He was holding the blue ribbon tied on his hand, bringing it to his face, rubbing it affectionately. Exclaiming, "I miss her so much," Fabian saw and jumped, in his head secretly adding, "except for the heart for his fiancée." Lachlan bowed down and kissed the ribbon, his gentle voice saying, "You do not know how well this ribbon protects me. It is really impossible not to love." Fabian felt it was too cheesy. Thinking, "Can't watch anymore," he quickly made an excuse to run, saying, I am going to get some air." But before he could leave, he heard Lachlan call, "Wait, Gray." Fabian turned back in confusion, calling, "Wait for what? I do not have the mood to look at the prince's creepy appearance." Unexpectedly, when he turned his head, he saw Lachlan with an angry face, his hand already holding the sword, in a ready-to-fight posture. Fabian, startled, stood frozen, afraid that he said something wrong, only knowing how to blankly look at Lachlan holding the sword rushing towards him. Fabian, seeing Lachlan rushing over, cried out in fear and sat down, but Lachlan did not rush over to hit him but was swinging the sword behind him. Lachlan's moves were quick and strong. With a swoosh, he knocked the sword out of the hand of the black-clothed intruder, then defeated him. Fabian blankly turned around, looking at the black-clothed person lying on the ground, calling, "What is going on?" while Lachlan continued to swing his sword. Fabian looked around, seeing several people wearing black cloaks, holding swords appearing. He shivered, thinking, "Assassin, assassins." The assassins shouted, "Die, Prince of Luton." Fabian saw behind Lachlan an assassin rushing forward, preparing to attack from behind. He panicked, in his heart screaming, "Lachlan." The assassin quickly closed in, swinging his sword down. The sword hit Lachlan's back, blood splattered out. He cried out in pain. Lachlan turned around, glaring at the enemy. Fabian quickly ran to his side, running and calling, "Lachlan, Lachlan." Lachlan looked down, softly saying, "That is great." He reached out to touch the blue ribbon still sitting on his upper arm, saying, "The ribbon is okay." Lachlan could not help but smile gently. "Sure enough, the ribbon protected me, huh?" At this time in the camp, the other soldiers also noticed something strange. Someone shouted, "There is an enemy." The other soldiers quickly swung their swords, rushing to fight with the assassins. After the danger had passed, the camp leader bowed his head and apologized to Lachlan, saying, "Prince Lachlan, I have no words to defend for not detecting the enemy's intrusion. Are you not injured?" Lachlan's hand still did not leave the ribbon. He replied, "Not at all," but only Fabian saw the wound was still bleeding on Lachlan's back. Fabian stepped forward, about to say something, when he saw Lachlan had turned his head to look at him. Then Lachlan shook his head slightly, raising a finger to signal to Fabian. That image had been etched in Fabian's mind. "Until now he still remembered," he softly said. "Fortunately, the wound on the back is not deep." Fabian sat opposite April on the carriage, softly saying, "Because I did not want outsiders to know, I secretly treated him." She lowered her head slightly, replying, "So there was that matter." The carriage slowly drove in the rain, the hooves hitting the road making rattling sounds. Fabian took off his glasses, taking a handkerchief to wipe the water clinging to the glasses, wiping and saying, "I did not expect. You are the fiancé with that ribbon." April softly smiled, nodding. She recalled the matter at that time, recounting, when leaving for the battlefield, the prince personally brought it with him. He promised he will always keep it close to him. Fabian muttered, "Close, huh?" He recalled the scene of Lachlan infatuated, lovingly touching the ribbon, thinking, surely there is no need to tell the details. Fabian looked at April in front of him, thinking, now I have understood a little why April is so determined, and the reason she set foot on this land. At this time she was looking out the window. Between her eyebrows lingered a touch of sadness. Fabian slowly said, "My view on the explosion still has not changed. There is absolutely nothing unusual about this matter." He did not look at her, continuing, "You just can't accept reality, so you are trying to find another reason. I think only a diplomatic solution can comfort the victims and their relatives." April absent-mindedly listened, softly humming. Fabian paused for a moment, saying again, "So, I do not allow you to recklessly reinvestigate without any clues." April, surprised, looked up at him. She asked again, you mean if I find any clues, then you will reconsider reinvestigating? Fabian turned his head to look out the window, saying, I can only consider, I do not promise for sure. April, hearing this, happily grabbed his hand, her eyes sparkling, smiling radiantly, saying, okay, of course. Just that much is enough, thank you, Fabian. Fabian stared blankly at her. In the sky, dark clouds gradually dissipated, revealing a bit of sunlight. A rainbow appeared. The raindrops shone sparklingly under the sunlight. Fabian put on his glasses again, smiling, saying, first, warm your body. He looked towards the Marquis's mansion that was appearing in front of him, gently saying, waiting to get back to the mansion, I will ask someone to prepare extremely weak black tea for you. When winter passes and spring comes. The body of the late Marquis Grey was brought to the territory. His funeral was conducted under the eyes of many people. Guests began to return to their territories. The mansion that was once crowded was now strangely quiet. April hastily began to study the documents and reports that the Marquis possessed. She just bowed her head reading the documents and thinking, even the details are fine, as long as I find a clue about the explosion. April's eyes flashed with determination, thinking, I can reinvestigate. A week later, in the large Marquis's mansion, Charlotte called in a clear voice, Pepe, this way. In the garden, Charlotte ran ahead, running and turning her head to look at the bird Pepe flying behind, saying, today we will explore that building. She smiled, thinking, although sister told me not to go around without permission while staying at someone else's house, but I have been allowed by the Marquis. Charlotte ran around the mansion, playing happily, thinking, this entire mansion is my playground. She skipped, walking and cheering. Suddenly there was a call, Miss Charlotte. The butler of the mansion was looking for Charlotte, looking around and calling, Miss, where are you? The girl wore a big hat on her head, rushing out of a hidden corner of the corridor, asking, are you looking for me? Charlotte's sudden appearance made the butler jump, crying out, ouch. He regained his composure, saying, the master is waiting for the lady in the greenhouse. The girl blankly, somewhat awkwardly asking, the Marquis. The butler continued, it seems that he has something he wants to personally say to the lady. Charlotte, in her head the siren sounded, thinking this thing. She hesitated, thinking, compared to when Prince Lachlan occasionally invited her to eat cake, in Charlotte's head appeared the image of Lachlan inviting her over, putting out all kinds of sweets while pouring tea for the girl, smiling friendly while constantly asking, what is April doing? What does April tell you, April? Charlotte gave a bright smile, in her heart recognizing exactly the same. In the greenhouse with all kinds of flowers blooming, Fabian politely said to the girl, I apologize for suddenly calling you here, Miss Charlotte. He looked at Charlotte, surprised, asking, what is that hat? The girl happily smiled, replying, I found a small stage inside the mansion. Charlotte took off her hat, giving it to the maid next to her, saying, there are 3 music rooms but only one room has a stage. Fabian smiled, replying, is that so? I did not know that. Both sat at the table. The servant poured milk into a cup for Charlotte. Fabian hesitated a little before speaking, that, Miss Charlotte, the girl smiled, innocently saying, you can just say it freely. I heard that you and my sister became friends, right? Fabian was raising the teacup. Hearing this, raised his eyebrows, reluctantly muttering, you know too well. Then he inquired, recently, how do you feel? Charlotte happily replied, extremely well, the doctor said I can now run and jump. Fabian, smiling, said, that is great. Charlotte also smiled, nodding yes. Suddenly the girl retracted her smile, embarrassedly poking 2 index fingers together, hesitantly speaking, Marquis O. Charlotte's eyes shining brightly, the corners of her mouth had saliva flowing out, excitedly calling, I also want to eat delicious cake. On this side, Fabian had not heard her finish the sentence and spoke, good, you did not say. I also think maybe it is time you want to study. In Charlotte's heart, hearing these words, all shattered. The girl suspiciously asked again, what? Fabian raised his hand to cover his mouth, clearing his throat, speaking eloquently, I have been worried, surely you are at the peak of your passion for learning. Here I can invite a good tutor to teach you. The mansion's library also has reference books. Charlotte's face looked like she wanted to cry, fearfully calling I. Fabian did not let her finish the sentence and happily brushed it away. You do not need to refuse, learning is a child's right. Charlotte scrunched up her face, shaking her head violently, calling, children also have the right not to study. In her head she remembered the days she was forced to study, angrily thinking, too much, I thought living here would not be as hard as living in the capital. Charlotte bit her teeth, thinking, study huh, what study? The more she thought the more angry she got. She slammed her small fists on the table, making a thud. In April's surprised look, who just came, Charlotte shouted, I hate the Marquis, then stomped off running. April, surprised, called Charlotte. But the girl did not turn back, just ran away. She watched, blankly asking Fabian, what is wrong with Charlotte? He stood on one side, also blankly scratching his head, saying I thought she would be happy. Then he looked down at the table. There was a letter lying there. Fabian cried out, oh no. He pointed to the letter, saying to April, the results of the word puzzle we applied to last time were sent back, but I have not given it to her yet. April wrote, asking, there is a letter so soon? The results came sooner than I thought. Fabian glanced at her, his face showing unhappiness, letting out a sigh. He sarcastically said, so soon? You have buried yourself in the documents all day and night, so you have lost track of time, huh? April awkwardly looked elsewhere, defending, I did not bury myself to that extent. Fabian asked, do you still remember we are neighbors separated by a wall? She quickly asked, I am sorry, is the light leaking through the door? The maid pulled a chair for April. She sat down and said apologetically, surely you had a difficult time sleeping, right? Next time I will pay attention. Fabian frowned, unhappily humming. He secretly thought, every day until late at night the rustling sound of turning pages does not disappear. Suddenly Fabian felt a little embarrassed, clearing his throat, turning his face away, in his head thinking, it is not a big deal, it is just that I am a little concerned. He asked her, in short, you have not found a clue, right? April softly replied, yes. Fabian, hearing this, said, personally I think it is time for you to gradually give up. She sadly looked at him, softly saying, Fabian. He reached into his chest, taking out something, continuing, not to mention now there is not much time left. Then Fabian held a letter out in front of her, saying, this letter was just sent this morning. April, seeing the letter, her eyes suddenly widened. She softly said, the golden hawk pattern, in her heart calling, it is the seal of the Luton royal family. Fabian said in a deep voice, the main content of the letter, the power to punish the enemy knight who ordered the bombing of Akerton, has been handed back to our country instead of the kingdom of Gallo. He paused for a moment, then slowly spoke 4 words, death sentence. Fabian continued, considering the people's hearts, the execution will be carried out at the Akerton hospital. April shook, in her heart shouting, right at the scene of the crime. He looked at her, his face not expressing anything, saying, executed in 10 days. Once the perpetrator is executed, surely the matter will be put to an end. At that time, Fabian said to hear, then stopped slightly. In April's heart she automatically added the remainder, there will be completely no chance to reinvestigate. Thinking of this, she hurriedly turned to leave, saying, now is not the time to sit still like this, if I do not quickly find a clue. Fabian stopped her, wait, hear me finish. He placed the letter on the table, saying, there is a figure in charge of escorting the criminal here, personally sent by the royal family. That person's name is. April vaguely thought of something, surprised, widening her eyes. In the palace, Delafontiel sat on the throne, solemnly shouting out a name, Dominic Magnus Leithian. Lachlan stood straight underneath, respectfully bowing to listen to the order. Delafontiel looked sternly at his second son, frowning slightly. Lachlan did not raise his head. April, hearing that name from Fabian's mouth, made her stop. In her head appeared a familiar figure, choking, thinking, Prince Lachlan. April turned back to look at the letter, confused, thinking, we'll come to Akerton. Her mind was slowly connecting the important information together. The execution will be carried out at the Akerton hospital. The person in charge of escorting the criminal here is Dominic Magnus Leithian. In April's head appeared that face, thinking, Prince Lachlan. April looked at the letter, in her head repeating the thought, we'll come to Akerton. A quiet, dark night, the light of the stars gently spread to the world. April, with her hair falling loosely, lay slumped on the table. Her eyes were tightly closed, her mouth softly calling, Prince Lachlan, in her head vaguely thinking, this is a dream. That dream had a familiar image, April thought, the memories when I lived in the capital. In her bedroom, also on a dark night, the beautiful pale light of the moon and stars shone in through the window. April was lying on the bed. This was when she was 14 years old. April, with rosy cheeks, her breath hot, breathing slowly with difficulty, thinking, it seems the fever is higher. Did everyone fall asleep? April's whole body was uncomfortable, thinking, I should not have endured but asked someone to get fever medicine. In a feverish daze, she glanced at the window, seeing the curtains fluttering in the pale blue light, someone gently calling her name, April. April, surprised, opened her eyes wide. Under the moonlight, Lachlan was standing there. She softly cried out, supporting her hand to sit up. Before her eyes, Lachlan stood there. He looked like he was shining in the night. April softly called, Prince Lachlan. He reached out his hand to her, asking, are you okay? He came to her bedside, placing the bag he was wearing on his shoulder on the ground. Inside the bag were all kinds of different medicines. April hesitantly asked, did Charlotte contact the prince? Lachlan nodded, replying, that is right. Pepe brought the letter to me, because the symptoms were not written clearly in the letter. So I brought all the medicine I had. He looked at her, gently smiling, his eyes a little worried. Lachlan said to April, "It is still okay for you to rely on others a little more. I want to always be by your side taking care of you." She took his hand, smiling, replying, "I know the prince is busy." April softly said again, "I will pay attention later so as not to make the prince worry." Lachlan quickly brushed it away. "No, that is not what I mean." He was a little flustered, saying, "What I mean is the opposite. So I want every time April is tired I must be the one closest to you." Lachlan somewhat shyly raised his hand to cover his face. Continuing, "That is right, I want to accompany April. What I mean is so." He seemed to have made a decision, turning back to look at her, his cheeks flushed. Lachlan's eyes full of love looked into her eyes, slowly saying, "Waiting to pass your 16th birthday, we get married, okay?" April blinked her eyes looking at him, surprised. Her cheeks that were already rosy from the fever at this time seemed even rosier, and heard Lachlan ah. Then he frantically explained to her, "This is not a formal proposal. I was also unconscious. I do not have a ring now or bring flowers. In fact, the things that need to be considered are many as a mountain." April shyly repeated, 16 years old, huh? She softly said, "Anyway, getting married at 16 years old seems a little early. There is still preparation." Lachlan pursed his lips, thinking, "Early, huh?" He turned to look at her and saw her softly asking, "Then, 18 years old, is it okay?" April took his hand, looking at him intently. Then she suddenly smiled gently, clenching Lachlan's hand. He saw this and also smiled, asking her, "April, do you know this saying? The more someone recognizes me, the more I exist." April softly replied, "It seems I saw it in a book I read with the prince." Lachlan hesitantly said, "April, I." He looked at her beautiful face, saying, when only you can recognize who I really am." Lachlan smiled, happiness full in his eyes, sincerely expressing, "I feel extremely happy. Because that means I only exist for you, April Campbell." Lachlan gently held her hand, gently placing a kiss on it. While she was still in a daze, he continued, "Thank you, April, for giving me a unique life." Lachlan with red cheeks expressing, "I truly very." April blankly looked at him, in her heart feeling very warm. Returning to reality, April at this time was looking up at the night sky. She stood by the window thinking, "I did not expect to dream about that day. I came here to shake off the thoughts for the prince. But I keep thinking about him." April remembered the beautiful memories at that time, thinking, "If we kept the promise at that time, surely I would have married the prince now." Then she sadly lowered her head, thinking, "What am I imagining? Now I have to shake off everything. I can't love the prince anymore." Suddenly there was a cough, making April startled turn around. In the Marquis's bedroom, Fabian lay on the bed, constantly coughing. April was surprised. She thought, "Fabian, what?" At this time Fabian seems to have a fever. He is sleeping but his eyebrows are still furrowed because of discomfort, sweat covering his body. His breath intermittent with difficulty. April thought in her head, "If I enter his room on my own he will scold me badly again." But she still pushed open Fabian's door, softly calling, "Fabian, can I come in?" There was no reply, answering April only his dry cough. She looked at him, thinking, sick to this extent, why does not he call a servant? She turned, calling someone quickly. Her hand was suddenly grabbed, making her scream, "Ah!" April turned her head back, seeing Fabian had sat up, softly saying, "No need." She flustered, asking, "Are you more sober? I will call someone now," but was refused by him. "Don't call anyone, you just go back to your room." April worriedly asked, "Take medicine, huh?" April looked at Fabian lying on the bed. His face flushed because of the fever. His eyes tightly closed, thinking, he does not want the servants to know he is sick perhaps. In her heart she speculated further, can't show a weak face in front of subordinates, huh? Dominic also hides it. April brought the medicine to Fabian's bedside, softly saying, "Here, I brought fever medicine." Unexpectedly he did not take the medicine but glared at her, asking, "Now you?" He sat up, frowning, "Are casually sitting on where?" April blankly replied, "Where else? The bed, because I am worried about you." Fabian took the bottle of medicine from her hand, angrily retorting, "Who asked you to worry? Do you think after saying that you can sit on any man's bed?" saying and constantly coughing. April clenched her fist, unconvinced, thinking, "What man, while the patient is lying there?" Seeing he had finished taking the medicine, she reached out to touch his forehead, saying, "Okay, you go to sleep. If you do not say those sharp sentences I will go back to my room immediately." Fabian, pulling up the blanket, grumbled, "Get out immediately." April smiled, "I know, really." He lay down, somewhat surprised, thinking, "Strange, am I someone who easily argues with others like that? When talking to the capital nobles I have known for years, I was not this comfortable." As April went out the door she heard Fabian's voice, "Thank you." She turned back to see him already turned around, hiding his face behind the blanket. April could not help but smile. She gently said, "Okay, you go to sleep," Fabian impatiently asked. "Aren't you leaving yet?" April angrily thought, "See if I worry about you again." The next morning the doctor just finished examining Fabian, saying, "Maybe you are lethargic because you are overworked." The fat doctor took off his stethoscope and instructed, "Marquis, you come from a family in the medical industry, so you must know that you have to ensure minimum rest time. The prince is coming soon. If Marquis falls ill, then everything will be a mess," Fabian replied. I know. In his head he was thinking, "I secretly told the butler to go to the hospital and examine me, but I ended up owing her a favor." Fabian remembered the thing this morning when he tried to sneak out and was caught by the butler asking questions. He could only defend, "I am going to the inner city to buy things," and April stood next to him constantly nodding in agreement. "That is right, going shopping, sir." The butler looked at both of them with suspicious eyes, saying, "So suddenly?" Suddenly hearing the doctor say, "Oh, if you did not come to examine me, I was going to bring this to you today," he said while opening the drawer. Fabian asked, "What?" The doctor gave a kind smile. He took out a worn notebook, the cover torn in many places, saying, "Work record." Seeing Fabian looking at it in surprise, the doctor said, "This is the relic of a young man who used to be a military doctor at the hospital before the tragedy." Fabian took the notebook and heard him continue, "Inside this is written the entire situation of the hospital before the incident occurred." It was an old notebook, the cover was peeling in many places, a work record. Fabian held the notebook in his hand. He knew that this was the relic of a young man who was a military doctor at the hospital before the tragedy. Inside this was written the entire situation of the hospital before the incident occurred. In the carriage, Fabian sat across from April, propping his chin listening to her saying, "The hospital is mainly managed by the Marquis's residents, so surely there are many documents such as ledgers or work records." April just reached out wanting to check if his fever had gone down, saying, "I thought at least I would be able to find something through work records, but there are only old documents and no recent documents." Fabian avoided the hand reaching out to him, thinking, "Where is she touching?" saying, "It must have been buried in the hospital." While in the room he also thought, "That is right, huh? Just finding them, maybe I can find clues about the incident." Fabian asked the person opposite, "The survivors of the explosion are now in this hospital?" The doctor quickly replied, "Yes, most are being treated here." Warm sunlight shone through the window of the hospital room. In the hospital room the doctor led him to visit many patients with severe burns or lost a part of their body. It was truly a tragic incident. Stepping out of the room, Fabian spoke, "April, have you been waiting long?" But before he could finish the sentence, he realized that the corridor was empty. Not a single person. Fabian wondered, where did she go? He looked out the window. Seeing her on the lawn outside the examination building, Fabian called, "Are you lost again?" Hearing his voice from behind, April turned back. "Fabian, have you finished the examination?" Saying that, she reached out to introduce the person she was with to him. "This doctor said he would take me to visit the hospital, so I am visiting." That handsome young doctor saw April had someone looking for her and said, "Goodbye, Miss Campbell, I will take my leave first. See you again, miss." He also elegantly bent down to kiss the back of her hand before leaving. Fabian saw through the window the doctor flirting with April and felt uncomfortable. He shouted, You are crazy, huh? He is playing tricks with you." April innocently could not believe. "What are you saying?" "He is just being friendly with me." Hearing this, Fabian remembered the winking, cunning appearance, slyly saying, "See you next time." The more he thought, the more angry he got. "That is why I said you are an idiot. You do not know what that kind of man approaches women with, right?" The two argued back and forth. He said, "You also see it, right? Just now he held your hand and kissed. April still protected her thoughts. "You mean kissed, huh? It is just a normal greeting." Fabian was made speechless by her final statement. The person who is thinking strangely seems to be Fabian, making him want to bite his tongue. He stammered, That you are not able to feel danger, not vigilant, blockhead." Fabian sat shrunk in a corner of the car muttering, "I am the one who is crazy to worry about her." While April did not understand why. Why is he suddenly angry? Oh my God. A few days later, he sat next to his desk. In front of him was the old notebook. He reached out wanting to touch the notebook, thinking, suppose. In Fabian's head was her words that day. "I thought at least I would be able to find something through work records, but there are only old documents and no recent documents. Just finding them, maybe I can find clues about the incident. If what April said is right." He began to flip open the notebook, continuing his hypothesis. Maybe in this work record there will be left clues about the truth of the explosion. Fabian's face thoughtful, thinking. Then he firmly closed the notebook. No, absolutely not. Because even if that explosion was a plan caused by someone at the hospital, there was still the genius Dr. Gray. He remembered, he was a talented person who occupied all the attention and investment of his parents. Even in dreams I could not dream of being invited a tutor to teach me like him. I always had to relearn the old books that he had studied. But the thing Fabian realized after the days he spent at his desk burying his head in books was, the two words genius were a million miles away from him. He was very special. Thanks to his clever mind and unique charm, everyone was always around him. He was a special existence to everyone, to the point that even if I went through this life I could not reach his toes. Such a person would die because of being caught up in someone's plan, huh? Even if that was possible, if it was me, I would choose to save my brother alone. Because he was an important character that could not be replaced, someone though far beyond reach. Still shone brightly, suddenly he saw. April entered the room, blankly looking at him. "What are you doing?" Fabian, startled, angrily shouted. "Why did you arbitrarily enter other people's office?" she explained. "I knocked on the door and you agreed." He stammered, asking back. Ajur agreed and questioned himself. "I was distracted, so I let her in by reflex, huh?" Seeing Fabian not looking at her, April tilted her head, attracting his attention, then said, "Hey Fabian, thank you for the matter before." He asked again what matter and was replied by her. "You found a good tutor for Charlotte, right, about the tuition?" Knowing that it was about Charlotte's study, Fabian, smiling satisfied, replied, "The money is fine. Children must be fully educated." In his head he thought, how eager to learn is that girl. Seeing April's clothes, he asked, "Where are you going dressed like that?" She quickly replied, "I am going to the hospital in the inner city. The doctor I met last time contacted me." Hearing her purpose, Fabian angrily questioned, "What? That guy again, huh? How long have you known him and you are going to find a man on your own?" April pouted, Can you not nitpick at me? I am not just going to see the doctor. I am also meeting the relatives of those who died in the explosion." He heard her explain and was stunned. She clearly told him, last time he said the family of the military doctor who died today will visit, so I thought maybe I could hear something from them. Fabian asked, "Could it be you want to hear about the explosion?" April did not deny. "I know acting like this is impolite, but surely they used to send letters to each other with the deceased. If I hear about the situation of the hospital right before the incident, maybe there will be clues." He just listened to her and stared at the notebook, his heart pounding. Fabian angrily said, "Are you crazy? Do you think they will tell you? Do you think about what those who lost their loved ones like?" April replied, "Of course not." He sadly, not looking at her, saying, "I know it all because I am in the same situation as them. I also lost my only one because of this incident. The person who was by my side from the age of 10 until now. The person who I believed would accompany me forever after disappeared in just one morning." The image of him smiling gently appeared in Fabian's head. The warm memories when the two were together flooded in his mind. April never thought this would happen to Fabian. She opened her mouth but did not know how to say a word of comfort. Sitting next to the table, finally he looked at April, saying, "So not recognizing everything two eyes see, I am no different from them." She quietly picked up her suitcase, turning towards the door. April's foot tripped over something, making her cry softly. She pursed her lips tightly, suppressing her emotions. When the emotion passed, her eyes gradually became firm. Fabian watched April leave but could not stop her. The sky outside the villa was dark. When April struggled carrying her suitcase and finally returned to the hall, she dejectedly thought, "It is too late." Fortunately, April still met the relatives of those who died in the explosion. She heard the girl with a sadness in her eyes say, "I heard that before the explosion." The atmosphere in the hospital was very serious. There was a shortage of manpower, and the noble officers were angrily demanding private hospital rooms. April heard her confide and felt even more saddened. Although the story was very painful, it was still too far to find clues about the truth. She heavily fell on the bed, burying her face in the pillow, thinking, Fabian is right perhaps. Really, there is an unrevealed inside story in the explosion. April remembered her prince, her heart heavy. Could it be just because I do not want to accept the truth? That the appointment of the two of us is no longer because of this explosion? Thinking to hear her heart broke. April clenched the bedsheet. Even if that is the case, I can't sit still. She sat up. April took the lamp, lighting the dark room. She thought, being scolded for being stubborn is fine. She stood up and left the room, telling herself, I can't give up, no matter what others say. I will continue to investigate. I have to move forward until I use up the thoughts for the prince. Suddenly she saw the work record on Fabian's desk. April picked it up and began to open the record and read carefully. She had learned what he had seen in the record. The more April read, the more surprised she became. On one side, Fabian crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, silently watching her. At the border wall between the Luton Kingdom and the Galal Kingdom, a long line of people from old to young, male and female, were lining up in front of the city gate, Among the crowd, the large luxurious carriage became even more prominent. The people chanted, "Dominic, your highness, Dominic, your highness." Lachlan sat in the carriage looking at the crowd chanting, "Dominic, your highness, Dominic, your highness." Chad sat across from him sighed, "Your highness is having the best time." Lachlan glanced at him asking, "What is wrong?" Chad covered his mouth and smiled saying, "The king has handed over the entire process to your highness to supervise, from escorting the gal all night to Akerton to the execution. Shouldering such a heavy responsibility. The handsome prince of the girls is about to appear. The ladies throughout the capital will be infatuated with your highness, I tell you." He looked at him thinking, this glib guy. "What are you saying?" Strangely, Chad stopped listening to him. Lachlan reached out, stroking his golden hair down, putting on his most handsome appearance saying, "I remember the ladies in the capital were already liking me." He could only feel embarrassed for the prince. "How can you calmly say those goosebumps-inspiring sentences, sir, as expected of your highness?" Hearing this, his action of stroking his hair suddenly froze stiffly. Chad raised his thumb, winking at the prince, praising, "That is right. Say what you want, you are the myth of 100 battles, 100 victories. The legend of Dominic Magnus is the pride of our royal knights." Lachlan repeated, 100 victories, huh? He fell into contemplation that from then on was not suitable with me at all. In the forest, the snow wind blew whistling through the treetops. Lachlan spoke, encouraging the members of the team. "Everyone, do not give up. I have requested rescue. They will come to save us soon." Among the trees, the group tried to drag their feet in the snow. He remembered in the winter a year ago, although victory was right before their eyes, the state army also had extremely large losses. He supported the person next to him trying to resist the cold. Manhwa. That day, he and the military doctors transferred the wounded to the nearby station. The small pain-choked sobs echoed from the wounded soldiers. Lachlan thought, "I thought we would arrive before the big snowstorm because the road is rugged, so it took longer than I thought. I have requested rescue for a long time, now I can't." Suddenly someone shouted, "Rescue, I see the rescue army." That person tried hard to point towards the group in the distance. He looked into the distance expectantly. Between the snowstorms, a group of people rode towards this side. Putting the wounded down to lean against the trees to rest, a soldier waved his hand and shouted, trying to attract the attention of the people they thought were the rescue army. The approaching army formed an arrow formation sitting on the large horses. Behind them a blue and white flag was raised. When those people approached, Lachlan suddenly stopped. "Wait, that is the national flag of the Kingdom of Galol." The people coming were not the rescue army they were waiting for. He and the soldier who was waving just now clearly saw the ranks of people and horses. He clenched his fist, thinking of the situation at this time. His heart pounded. While the people opposite were discussing something, he thought, "Our side only has wounded people and military doctors, there is no chance of winning a fight." To minimize the number of deaths, Lachlan tried to think of the quickest way. When he had the answer, his heart still pounded heavily. "The thing I can do is..." Lachlan's hand tightly gripped the hilt of the sword as if at any moment he could pull it out. He struggled thinking, sweat soaked his face even in the cold weather. Finally Lachlan chose to let go of the sword. On the other side, the people on the horses were also quietly observing his every move. When they approached, he raised his hands in surrender to the shock of the other soldiers. Lachlan said to the person sitting on the horse, "I only request to spare the other soldiers." He had not finished his sentence. The person opposite asked, "The wounded soldiers, ah? It seems you have worked hard." Something brushed past Lachlan's hand. The object was thrown by Millington. He quickly grabbed it, surprised to discover that it was a bottle. Lachlan thought, a water bottle, warm. He looked incredulously at the people of Galol on the opposite side, discovering that the person was also looking at him. He sat on horseback, looking down and saying, "I wish you survival and we meet again." Lachlan did not expect Millington to let him go. He hugged the warm water bottle tightly in his chest. Lachlan stood looking at the group of Galol turning back towards the forest. Until now, remembering that day, he still had to exclaim, "What a noble person. What is that knight doing now, huh?" When he was immersed in his memories of the knight who helped him in times of trouble, Chad spoke asking, "Your Highness, do you know the name of the knight handed over today is?" Lachlan quickly replied, "I know, I heard it is someone from the Millington family." He searched his memory. Millington is the Millington family, the founding merit of Galol. That family values honor very much, but gave such a despicable order like exploding the hospital, huh? Strange. "I am not a playboy like you," Chad said himself, then laughed happily, making him had to exclaim, "You said those words with your own mouth. I wish your awareness of being the eldest son of Duke Alan's residence could be raised a bit. He saw the car stopped and said, "Ah, we are here." The two got out of the car in the admiring eyes of the people standing full at the city gate. From inside the city a carriage pulling an iron cage came out. Among the crowd of people surrounding, many people pointed at a prisoner in the iron cage. Whispers came out. He is the Galal knight who ordered the explosion. Sitting in the cage was the knight with long curly hair, bowing his head kneeling. After seeing the person sitting in the cage clearly, Lachlan could not believe it. In the villa a voice rang out, "Fabian." April stood in front of the desk saying to Fabian sitting opposite, "You look at this record," he asked, "what is wrong?" She opened to a page saying, "This part the military doctor who worked at the hospital wrote down, the situation 3 days before the explosion occurred. Writing that 1 day before the explosion, a portion of the senior officers who were being treated at the hospital were transferred to the upper-level hospital, regardless of doing it according to the procedure." He interrupted April, "The senior officers then being uncomfortable with the temporary hospital is nothing strange." April gave a statement, "Can just say that then so many people have to be transferred away overnight. It is too out of the ordinary." Her finger followed each line in the record, hoping not to miss a detail. She continued, "There were a lot of seriously injured patients there. It is too strange." Fabian calmly replied, "So what?" April swallowed her saliva, saying her thoughts. Could it be that they knew in advance? They knew that something bad would happen at the hospital, and all the people present there would die tragically. Thinking of the fire that burned everything, her heart clenched. He asked, "The nobles of Luton knew in advance there would be shelling?" In his eyes was. "Originally wrote the name of the Galal knight who exploded the hospital because I wanted to avenge the death of my comrades in arms. But if this hypothesis is true..." April placed both hands on the table thinking, strange If the Galal knight really was the one who caused this incident, then would he signal the senior nobles of Luton to escape? If he wanted to avenge, then the person he wanted to kill the most would have to be the Luton nobles. Hearing the sure statement, he propped his chin contemplating if April's claim. Then the perpetrator of this incident. A figure suddenly appeared in Fabian's head. The perpetrator must be someone with a cold face, those sharp eyes. It seemed April also thought of that person. She propped her hands on the table stunned. He was also shocked by his guess. She looked at Fabian saying, "So, Fabian, the two thought of the Galal knight about to be executed. Isn't he innocent?" Millington, looking distressed, sat in the cage going between the chatter of everyone. The image of him nobly saying, "I wish you survival and we meet again." In stark contrast to a Millington looking distressed with his body full of injuries from being tortured. Lachlan was stunned when he saw that night. In his head a voice rang out, "Impossible." April said, "The Galal knight about to be executed. Isn't he innocent?" Although it was a question, but her face was very sure, looking at Fabian. He picked up the notebook looking intently and said to April, "You are hoping for something, so you are talking about this with me, right?" The other side, her work friend, did not understand and blankly replied a sound. She swallowed hard, taking courage to speak. "We have to let Dominic know this truth. Because he is the one who wants to know the truth more than anyone." Hearing April's purpose, Fabian reached up to push his glasses, replying, "Is that so? If you want me to pass on the words, then I refuse." He threw the record towards her. April quickly caught the notebook. He said, "You go personally and tell Dominic, Your Highness." Hearing this, April pointed at herself, stammering, "Me." Fabian took off his glasses, looking at her and smiling. "His Highness also believes your words more than me. In 3 days His Highness will arrive. When he arrives, I will create an opportunity for the two of you to talk privately." April, surprised, talk privately with Prince Lachlan 3 days later, on the streets of Akerton. The carriage pulling the iron cage imprisoning the knight sentenced to death was escorted by 4 knights on the wide city streets. The people on both sides of the street began to surround and noisily discuss. As the prisoner carriage passed them, they began to madly throw stones at the car, many people shouting curses. "Die, you devil, return my child to me." He silently bowed his head, sitting in the cage with a disheveled beard, his hair still covered with eggshells thrown by the people on the side of the road. Finally the group arrived at the place, and the soldiers dismounted, escorting Millington into the mansion. Chad also got out of the car and exclaimed in admiration, "The mansion is huge. Is this the mansion of the Akerton Lord?" Lachlan, walking next to him, replied, "It is the Grey Marquis's residence." He covered his face, his mouth, and began to laugh happily, repeating, "The Grey Marquis's residence." He did not understand Chad and asked, "What is wrong?" He covered his mouth, his cheeks flushed, replying, "Just because. I was thinking about the beautiful noble Lady Campbell being here. Chad put his hands together, his eyes sparkling. He smiled happily, looking around, saying, "With good luck I will get to meet Miss Campbell again, huh? She must be much more beautiful now. When I heard she was going to get married I was worried in all kinds of ways, but now it seems that marriage is broken. This time I will take all my courage to propose." A punch to the head made Chad painfully scream. "Why is your highness hitting me?" Lachlan waved his fist towards him, saying, "Those who are not sincere are not allowed, do not even dream." Chad shouted, arguing, "What does it have to do with your highness? Your highness is not Miss Campbell's brother." He adjusted his collar, replying, "She used to be the fiancée of my younger brother. So in reality saying I am her brother is not wrong." He provoked a sentence, "Since you cherish her like that, would not it be better for your highness to marry her?" The result was eating another punch to the head. Chad sat in a corner, hugging his head, sulking. "Too much." Lachlan stood on one side with his arms crossed, not caring, saying, "How about this? Every time you stubbornly mention April's matter, I will also stubbornly mention Duke Alan's matter." He heard and woke up. Chad angrily shouted, "Oh my God, is your highness a devil or what?" But Lachlan did not pay attention to him and noticed something. "It seems there is someone coming." The person leading the way was Fabian. Fabian came in front of him, pressing his hand to his chest, bowing. "Dominic, your highness." "First time seeing your highness. I am Fabian Grey." Lachlan thought, Fabian Grey. "I heard after the previous Marquis suddenly passed away, his young grandson inherited the title of Marquis." Sure enough, in his head flashed the memories of the time playing happily with him. To him those were truly beautiful memories. Lachlan happily thought, "It is you, Grey." But he restrained his feelings. Lachlan put his hand on Grey's shoulder, greeting back, "Marquis Grey. According to custom, we should have met at the party congratulating your inheritance of the title." Hearing this, Fabian honestly said, "I am sorry because it was too sudden, so I still can't enter the palace." On treated it as nothing, comforting. "It is not your fault. It is just that I and the Marquis here will often keep in touch with each other, but the first meeting had to take place in a place full of stench like this, so I am a little sorry." Lachlan turned back and said to Chad behind, "Chad, you bathe Millington and clean up the escort carriage always?" He asked in surprise. "Me? It is not necessary for me to do it." On gave a dangerous smile. "Oh, or should I do it?" Then Chad heavily walked towards the car. Fabian spoke, easing the situation. "If your highness allows, I will order the servants to do it." Lachlan could not bear to let Fabian do those things. He said, "Everything related to the criminal and escort carriage is my responsibility." More than that, he glanced. Lachlan looked at the servants standing behind Fabian. He said, "I do not see April." April, that beautiful, charming lady. Lachlan thought, if it was Dominic, at times like this he would have not hesitated to ask insistently, "Huh? So, it is okay to ask suddenly, is April still healthy? When she is tired, is there anyone by her side giving her strength?" In his head a lot of thoughts were in a mess, but he did not say it out loud, just saying to Fabian, "Nothing," because he thought asking is also useless. Moreover, Grey spoke rudely but was a person with a strong sense of justice. If April encountered a difficult situation, Grey would help her. Lachlan secretly called the name April. "Are you still living well here?" As night fell, the entire mansion was filled with lights. Behind the window was the image of Fabian having a meal with the prince. He thought, "It is time." Outside the mansion, April was running very fast. Before that, Fabian had discussed with her, "After the dinner ends, I will create an opportunity for you and his highness to talk privately. If you plan to personally meet that gal all night, then you have to finish before that." April ran and thought, "I have to hear both sides." Her hands carrying a tray of food stepped on each stone step to the place of imprisonment of the night. April said to the guard, "I am bringing food to the gal all criminal." He told her, "Leave it there." April replied, "This is the Marquis's order. He told me to supervise until he finishes eating." She looked at a prisoner in tattered clothes sitting in the prison room, thinking, "Is that the person?" The guard scratched his head, finally agreeing. He stepped into the prison room, taking the chain on the prisoner's wrist, pulling strongly. "Hey, get up." April watched him continue to threaten, "If you do not want to hurry up, this poor maid won't be able to go home." April sat opposite, watching Millington eat. His eyes had no light. He took each piece of food to his mouth. She sat opposite and whispered, "Sir," then secretly took out an object from her sleeve. It was a piece of paper. On it writing, "I believe that Millington is innocent." Millington stopped when he saw the contents on the piece of paper. April, without saying a word, quietly took out a second piece of paper from her sleeve. She pointed to the words, "I want to help you." Her eyes firmly looked straight at him. Millington gritted his teeth, suppressing his emotions. He bowed his head, strongly shaking his head. April sat opposite, worried and confused. Refuse? Why? She softly said. Millington, if you continue like this you will be wrongly accused and executed. Please tell me the truth. But he firmly shook his head. Millington painfully opened his mouth. It turned out his tongue had been cut. Seeing that, she could not help but be shocked. Perhaps their reaction had alerted the soldier. He stepped into the prison room shouting, "What did you give him? Could it be you?" April was still not over her shock. The soldier pulled her hand strongly. Turned out to be a spy of Galol. What did you give him? In April's heart she thought, it has been revealed, but on the surface she calmly replied, I just gave food. He angrily shouted loudly, "Ridiculous, you! Do you think I am stupid?" Then pushed her strongly. April screamed, thinking, I am going to crash into the wall. But a hand had steadily caught her shoulder. Lachlan gently bowed down, asking, "What is wrong?" April had not had time to react. She glanced and secretly looked at the person supporting her. He said to the soldier, "I told you not to make a fuss." What is this in the end? When she clearly saw the person supporting her, she was surprised to recognize Prince. That guy stuttered, replying, "Yo, your highness, she gave some letter to the criminal." He asked what. He quickly replied, "That thing I do not know either." At this time April did not pay attention to what he was saying. She only paid attention to the wing that was still hugging her shoulder. That guy pointed straight at April, accusing, "But I am sure she is doing something shady. She must be a spy of Galol." Lachlan coldly said, "Without evidence do not casually point at women. Or that finger is aimed at me. I will personally verify this matter." The soldier, seeing his highness was protecting her, could only sulkily, "Obey your highness." He held her hand out. April spoke Vang, but she stopped, thinking, is it okay to call him Vang too? Thanks to Prince Lachlan she escaped, but it seems he is very angry. Since leaving the prison under the floor he has not said a word. She wandered in her thoughts. April was about to say, "Thua." Then Lachlan turned around and grabbed her hand tightly, making her painfully scream. He questioned why. Why was April at that place, moreover this outfit in the end? Fabian Grey, huh? His eyes were sad. She did not understand what he meant. Prince Lachlan closed his eyes and shouted. He made April wear a maid's uniform. And tortured, exploited her labor. That guy, I had so much trust in him. His continuous questions, April, stunned, blanked out. Lachlan angrily turned red. His face purple, scolding, "I will absolutely not let him go. No, right now I have to kick down his door." Saying, he turned sharply to pull her away. April hurriedly shouted, "Misunderstanding only, Prince. I needed this outfit to act, so I borrowed the marquee. I planned to approach Millington without raising suspicion." At this time he calmed down. "Really?" She grabbed Lachlan's sleeve, saying, "Really? No way would Marquis Grey make me a maid." He stared at April, embarrassed with his reaction just now. Lachlan thought he was about to go crazy with anger, grumbled, "You do not make people surprised." April looked at the man in front of her, blushing. He is Prince Lachlan. Her eyes sparkled when she saw him embarrassed like that. When the embarrassment passed, he said, "The conversation between you and Millington in the prison." Just like what April predicted. She looked in surprise at the thing in Lachlan's hand. She said, "That piece of paper should have been dropped at the prison." Lachlan explained, "When Millington was locked up he quickly gave it to me." April asked again, "So that means," without her needing to finish the sentence he affirmed, "Right, I also know that day was not the person who caused this. When I was taking Millington away from Galol, I heard this from the people who claimed to be his subordinates. That from the beginning he had never even performed his duties near Ekatan once." April eagerly asked then, "Why was he designated as the perpetrator?" Lachlan replied, "Millington was framed by someone. The evidence that he gave the order to explode the hospital was forged, and before he could refute he was slaughtered by the Galol army." She thought in her head, "Too much." April said her thoughts, "The Millington family is a founding merit of the kingdom of Galol, huh?" He could not explain this either, just saying, "I also do not know the specific circumstances. Currently Madame Millington is being held by the king of Galol. Once Millington is executed she will be released. Therefore, Millington accepted execution." April worried, "We can't sit still, we have to save Millington and Madame Millington." He said, "I also want that. But I can't find convincing clues to help them, clues about the person behind this explosion." Hearing the two words clues in her head, she immediately thought of the work record. She hastily said, "Reporting Prince, speaking of clues." April spoke in detail about what she saw in the notebook to Lachlan. Replied, "Is that so? One day before the explosion the Luton officers escaped from the hospital, huh? Do you know the names of those officers?" April remembered the names in the notebook, replying, "Yes, I know Marquis Linden, Earl Carlisle. And also Earl Belmont." He propped his chin, thinking, All families close to Duke Allen. Connecting the names, Lachlan suddenly remembered. Wilson had said Earl Belmont. The Earl used this red arrow in the hunting competition 3 years ago. That Earl Belmont, as long as Duke Allen of my family gives an order. He would even dare to lick his feet. He asked himself, why the mastermind of the assassination of Dominic? Then April closed and asked Prince Lachlan, making him jump, his eyes blurred. Lachlan stepped back, startled, stuttering, in short. April, how long are you planning to cling to this matter and stay here? She blankly heard him ask. Lachlan advised, or go back to the capital now. You, for Lachlan's sake, then stop now, it is too dangerous, April stunned, thinking Prince. Still worried about me as before. No, Dominic would also say a similar sentence. She regained her composure, replying, it is not for the sake of the prince, your highness, Lachlan pursued, asking. Then it is because of Earl and Countess Campbell. April gripped her skirt, taking all her courage, saying, I am lingering here for myself. She told herself she had to say clearly. While the important matter was right in front of her, April hesitated. I came to this place to use up my admiration for the prince. Now, I truly do not like the prince anymore. He lowered his eyes, hearing her say. So please rest assured, from now on I won't bother you. April did not dare to look straight at Lachlan, thinking, I completely can't say it out loud. This feeling that must disappear, hopefully he won't notice, he softly agreed, okay. Saying, Lachlan sighed. He thought, thank goodness. She did not believe Lachlan would agree so quickly. After speaking clearly about everything, April said goodbye to him. Then, good night, your highness. Prince On replied, good night. Lachlan still stood in place but did not turn his head, watching her leave. April almost ran, thinking, until now, I have realized that I still secretly hope the prince still likes me. She bit the back of her hand, suppressing her emotions. This feeling has not faded at all. I like the prince so much. April remembered the old days when the two were young. She had said, Prince Lachlan, I really like the prince. He smiled gently, his cheeks red, replying, I also really like April. Her footsteps became more and more distant, April thought, turned out. Though I said I do not like the prince anymore, thank goodness. But in her heart she thought, I still like the prince so much. Night covered the entire mansion. Fabian asked, why did you come back so late? Did I have to find you all the way to your room? I said I would create an opportunity for you to talk privately with Dominic, Crown Prince, after dinner. He angrily slammed the notebook. Suddenly hearing April reply, I have met him. Fabian sat on the chair looking at her. He asked, did you tell the Crown Prince everything? April, forgetting to answer, told him everything, told him about the work diary. I have told everything I know, she trembled, wiping away tears. April's voice trembled, continuing, then His Highness. At this point he could not bear to see her cry anymore. Fabian stood up, saying, let us talk later. He did not make things difficult for her, letting her cry naturally. Fabian said, later, tell me the details. Tonight you just rest, saying, he tapped her forehead lightly. April lightly said, Fabian, thank you for leaving me alone. Leaving April's room, he encountered Charlotte hugging a pillow, walking in the hallway. The girl surprised, saying, Marquis. Fabian greeted Miss Charlotte Campbell. The girl politely bowed. Good evening, sir. Did the Marquis come to wish my sister a good night? He replied, no, I came because I have something. Fabian thought, so that is why the sisters sleep together every night, huh? Though they can rely on each other during difficult times. But tonight, he thought for a moment. Then said to the girl, today your sister is extremely tired, because I gave her too much work. Charlotte tilted her head, listening to him. So, tonight you talk with me, okay, small Miss Campbell? He sat down at eye level with the girl, taking her small hand. Charlotte quickly agreed, okay, the girl chirped. So tonight before going to sleep I will have the Marquis read a book for me. Fabian promised, I will tell you stories I liked the most when I was your age. The girl curiously asked, what stories? He turned and narrowed his eyes, smiling. Stories related to the square root. Hearing this, Charlotte stunned. The girl trembled, asking, who is the square root? Fabian, with a proud face, speaking eloquently, the square root is a great friend who expands the world of arithmetic. For example, if we add more zeros after any number, then we'll gradually make the number bigger, right? The square root is also like that great zero. It shows us the vast world that until now we have not explored. Charlotte was sweating bullets, looking at him. It reminds me of the time I secretly read my brother's books. In the wide hallway, the girl was just happily dragged away by Fabian while crying in her heart, sister. In the small forest Charlotte was enjoying, the weather is beautiful. The cake is also delicious, the girl happily chewed. Suddenly the cake knew how to speak, making the girl surprised. Hey, you can't eat before finishing the math. Even the small plate urged, right, you also have to solve the question. They clamored shouting, "Do math, do math." A person approached from afar saying, "How can the world of arithmetic be so beautifully enchanting for so many days, huh?" That person was Fabian, smiling radiantly. He poured tea saying, "Does Charlotte also think so?" The girl, scared, hugging her head, shouted, "I do not want to." The fear made Charlotte spin as if falling into the abyss. Turned out this was a terrible dream. The girl woke up from falling off the bed. Charlotte remembered, "It is because of the marquee that all night I suffered because of nightmares." The girl hugged the clothes, chattering as if wanting to shake off the terrible dream from her head. Charlotte wearily sat down on the ground. The servant ran over asking, "Miss, are you okay?" The girl quickly stood up, pulling up her sleeve, telling herself, "Even so, I still have to wake up, because before breakfast, I have to meet that person." Charlotte took all her courage and shouted, "I am the Crown Prince. I am here to meet Campbell, your highness." The guards blankly looked at the girl. While the two were looking at Charlotte, someone spoke from behind. The girl turned back, surprised, looking at the person laughing vulgarly. Chad laughed, tears streaming down his face, saying, "Crazy, I am going crazy." Charlotte, embarrassed, stuttering, I said it wrong, I was too nervous." He mimicked, "I am the Crown Prince. I am here to meet Campbell, your highness," provoking the girl to get angry. "Mr. Allen, taking other people's mistakes as a joke is a very shameful thing." Chad reminded, "You have to call sir instead of Mr. In this world there is only one Mr. Allen. That is my younger brother Julius." In his head appeared Julius's appearance, angrily saying, "Why did not you send me a letter? I from then on won't send letters first." He bowed down, asking the girl, "Is my younger brother still living well?" Charlotte uncomfortably replied, "I do not know, why are you asking me?" From behind, a hand reached over, giving Chad a knock. "Hey, Chad." Lachlan took his hand back, saying, "If you have time to tease small Miss Campbell, why do not you take the opportunity to work? He wronged your highness." He led the girl out, saying, "Thank you for finding me so early in the morning, small Miss Campbell." Charlotte, following behind Lachlan, explained, "Because I have something I must say to your highness, and must say before your highness and my sister meet." He asked, "What is it?" The girl paused, thinking. "The thing is, when we were in the capital, I had asked your highness to help me many times through Pepe. But since sister left to get married, I have not been able to keep in touch with your highness." Lachlan turned back to look at the girl, asking, "Are you afraid I will feel sad?" Seeing Charlotte nodded, he smiled. "Well then, if I said I did not feel anything, then it would be a lie." Before Lachlan could finish the sentence, the girl shouted, "It is all because of me." The girl, worriedly clenching her hands, said, "It is I who stubbornly told sister that I hated living in the capital, but if I told your highness then you would object, so I—" He interrupted Charlotte, praising, "You sisters still love each other very much, huh? Even if what small Miss Campbell is right, the fact that April herself agreed to proceed with the unsuitable marriage is still the truth. As Lachlan's brother and April's friend, I am worried about you from the bottom of my heart." The girl felt touched and began to sob. Tears began to pour out from the corners of her eyes. Charlotte took On's hand, pleading, "Your highness, do not scold sister. If you say sharp words, sister will be deeply hurt." Lachlan asked, "Is that because I and Lachlan are too similar?" He remembered when she said, "I do not like the prince anymore." Lachlan laughed. "The pain will fade with time, small Miss Campbell." April now. The girl interrupted, "No, your highness. I know my sister best. My sister." The girl calmly looked straight into Lachlan's eyes, saying, "Still loves Prince Lachlan very much." Charlotte held Lachlan's hand, saying, "Still loves Prince Lachlan very much." The girl looked with sparkling, loving eyes. Lachlan, seeing Charlotte express like this, was also a little surprised. Charlotte, embarrassed, lifted her skirt, turning away. "I am sorry for saying impolite words to your highness. I will take my leave." The girl hurriedly ran away, while Lachlan still stood pensively, thinking something. He remembered what April had said, "I do not like the prince anymore." But Charlotte told him that, "My sister still loves the prince very much." Lachlan put his hand on his chest, his face somewhat sad. "April, huh?" Sunlight streamed through the window, shining inside, making the room warm strangely. April, with a bright face, came to the desk, asking, "Did you sleep well, Fabian?" He only replied with a cold sentence, "Well." Fabian looked with sad eyes. He saw something was strange, so he thoughtfully thought. Fabian remembered the memory of yesterday. Last night she looked extremely sad. April was still very happy, asking, "What is wrong?" Fabian continued to read the newspaper, then replied, "Nothing. It is just that I think you are a little impolite when you enter a gentleman's room with messy hair like that." April quickly turned her face away, adjusting her hair. "Oh, it is very messy." She turned back, hearing Fabian say, "Looks like you slept very well." Even though he asked like that, Fabian still looked very indifferent. Truly a gentleman. April, her face red, shyly replied Fabian asked April, before what Dominic sent the telegram back already, huh? April replied, we just told him about Earl Belmont last night. Fabian asked so because Dominic had diligently written it late at night. He summarized the situation, then prepared the documents until the early morning, because he had to report to the king as soon as possible to prevent the execution of Millington. April wondered, will His Majesty listen to the request to temporarily halt the execution? Fabian replied, that is what you know better than me. You used to be the prince's wife, so you must have met the king. April propped her chin on her hand, looking troubled. That is true, but how do I put it, Your Majesty? She was referring to Dominic, a man with unfathomable thoughts. April remarked, as a leader he is absolutely perfect. Dominic exuded the aura of a leader, earning April's sincere praise, and was so handsome that words could not describe it. Dominic's smile alone could captivate countless women. He was a true heartthrob. April had a concern, but she said, I am vaguely afraid of that king. Fabian concluded, in short, it is good news that the execution has been postponed. April added, if His Majesty orders it, we can re-investigate the explosion. Fabian crossed his arms. I am not so sure. He worried, maybe Lord Millington is innocent, but King Gallal framed him and murdered his entire family. Fabian imagined a tragic past. If the king intends to reveal that truth, the spark of war could ignite once more. He thought it is possible that the real mastermind is a high-ranking Luton nobleman. Fabian reaffirmed, April, whatever the truth may be. He asked, seeing April's blank face, you are determined to find out the truth about the explosion, no matter what. April's face was resolute. Yes. She said, the real culprit of the explosion. April listed the perpetrator's crimes. He changed my life completely and caused countless people to suffer. I will definitely find him. She placed her hand on her chest, and make him pay for his sins. Fabian sighed and thought, that is an expression of facing danger head-on. April asked him, but Fabian, are you okay? Fabian asked back, me. April said, your brother. She brought up the topic, once the explosion is re-investigated. Fabian hesitated then. Fabian suddenly thought, he is a special person. There is no way he would die at the hands of another. He thought sadly, if the truth of the explosion comes to light, the thoughts I have always had about my brother will collapse. I won't be able to fully accept that truth. However, Fabian then recalled the moments when April was in immense pain during that explosion. He ran his hand through his hair and said, actually. Fabian said, I am fine now. Maybe this is a good thing. April's eyes widened. Really? Fabian looked at her affectionately. Really? In his heart he thought, I came to Akerton wanting to catch up with him, even if just a little, but that determination has faded away without me realizing. He looked at April, who was standing blankly in front of him, while I have been busy watching this girl bravely moving forward. Seeing this, April wondered, why are you staring at me? Fabian replied, nothing, I am just looking to see if your messy hair is tidy yet. April playfully said, Fabian, you are so mean. Right after, Pepe flew in and knocked over the ink bottle on Fabian's desk. The ink spilled all over the newspaper, startling both Fabian and April. Fabian was a little angry. The newspaper, that damn bird again. Seeing this, Pepe flew out the window. April frantically helped him clean up the spilled ink on the newspaper. The two suddenly met eyes and looked at each other passionately. April blushed with embarrassment and laughed awkwardly to dispel the atmosphere. Fabian lowered his head to hide his emotions. Don't smile with that beautiful face like that. He shouted angrily, go catch that damn bird for me. April, scared to tears, said loudly, I know. One clear morning, sunlight shone on the magnificent mansion. A voice rang out, Pepe, Pepe, where are you? She ran around the hallway and guessed, it seems like it flew this way. From inside a room, a familiar sound echoed, coo coo. April peeked into the room, checking to see if the bird was inside. Before her was an extremely messy room with rumpled blankets. April was panicking internally. What do I do now? This seems to be the room of one of the royal knights. She recalled the moment she caught Fabian shirtless. After that incident, I have not dared to enter other people's rooms without permission. Pepe, still innocent, chirped and scurried around, causing April to exclaim, footprints. This time she had to enter someone's room again. I'm sorry, I will just be inside for a moment. April raised her hands to catch the bird and shouted, Pepe, come here. Pepe was standing on a bow and arrow. April sighed, it is so hard to catch him. She thought, looks like the ink is dry. Luckily, Neither the bow nor the arrow were shot. But suddenly, both April and Pepe stopped and turned their heads. Someone was approaching. April was sweating profusely, worried. Is the owner of the room back? I have to get out and apologize. Pepe did not seem to listen at all. He jumped out of April's hands. A figure was standing in front of the door, while April was still struggling with the bird. Oh really, Pepe, where are you going this time? The owner of the room opened the door and stepped inside, while April and Pepe were under the table. The guy looked around for a moment and pondered. April sat there, unsure of what to do. What do I do now? If I stand up, it will look really weird. She was in a state of panic, but I can't just hide forever and get caught. If it is a strict owner, I will get scolded. April screamed in her mind, not only would I be embarrassed, but what do I do? Please, anyone is fine, as long as it is someone I recognize. The guy walked to the underside of the table. April turned around in bewilderment. Lachlan came over and stared at her. April's face turned red, not believing her eyes. Prince Lachlan. The two looked at each other for a while. April was still wondering, why is Prince Lachlan in this room? She pondered, it is true that I hoped I would meet someone I knew if I got caught, but why did it have to be the prince? Lachlan looked at her and asked, April, what are you doing here? April said shyly, could you pretend you did not see anything? Lachlan replied, I would like to, but... Lachlan suddenly turned to look outside. It seemed like someone was passing by. April looked at Lachlan and did not notice Pepe sneaking away. Lachlan crawled under the table, startling her. Your Highness. He whispered in April's ear, making her feel shy. He said, the knights have very sharp ears. Lachlan sat hunched over and whispered, to the point that they come here because they sense a suspicious presence from me. If we make a scene here, we will eventually be discovered by the knights. April spoke up, but your Highness does not need to hide with me. Lachlan smiled wryly. Even though I have become the crown prince, if I enter someone else's room without permission, I would be very embarrassed if the rumor spread. April sat meekly under the table, her eyes wide as she looked at Lachlan. She said, His Highness Dominic would not be embarrassed by such things. Lachlan replied, that is true. Lachlan continued, besides, no matter what, Dominic and April won't meet. April could only remain silent without saying anything more. The difficult thing caused Lachlan to exclaim in shock. Could it be that you have already met? April said softly. Yes, I met him once before. His Highness once allowed me to visit the prince's bedroom. Lachlan dejectedly listened to April. When the prince was away, she recounted shyly, I was only 13 back then, so I was a bit curious. Lachlan turned his face away. See. Suddenly Lachlan remembered something. He remembered saying back then, it must be novel for you to come to a boy's bedroom for the first time. Lachlan now realized, so I said too much back then and you discovered my identity as Lachlan. He listened to April sharing, indeed I was certain back then. She said, but it has nothing to do with that slip of the tongue. I have always vaguely recognized you as the prince. Hearing this, Lachlan's face turned red and he broke out in a sweat. He said, you always. Lachlan recalled the memories between the two of them, recognized me. The two of them sat together under the table, only knowing embarrassment, their faces flushed. April took the opportunity to ask Lachlan, speaking of which, I heard you sent a telegram to His Majesty the King. Lachlan replied coldly, yeah. He continued, the reply will probably reach us right before the execution. April asked further, do you think His Majesty will postpone the execution? Lachlan spoke of his plan, I intend to personally issue an order for postponement, regardless of whether my father agrees or not, because I cannot kill an innocent person. April worried for him. But considering the prince's position, if you do that. Lachlan waved it off. It is okay. If it were Dominic, he would make the same decision as me. But there is one problem. Lachlan had his own concerns, which is Lord Millington himself. He recounted, his beloved wife has been taken hostage, so there is no way he would assert his innocence. April empathized. Lord Millington is truly a sentimental person. Lachlan listened to April's words of understanding for Lord Millington. I hope his wife will be rescued as soon as possible. April sat blankly, her eyes a little sad. Lachlan thought, am I stupid? Why am I upset just because April praised another man a few times? He voiced his opinion. In my opinion, Lord Millington is not just a sentimental person. I sense that he truly loves his wife. April spoke up and asked, in the kingdom of Galol, most nobles also have political marriages, right? Lachlan suddenly leaned his shoulder against April and said, Even if parents arrange everything, there are occasionally cases where the two sides truly fall in love. The previous action made him blush on his own, and he turned to look at April. Lachlan looked at April with fascination, and his heart could not help but stir. He made April also feel shy, her heart pounding as she looked at Lachlan. In that moment Lachlan remembered the saying, "My sister still loves Prince Lachlan very much." Lachlan looked at April's attractive lips. "I do not know what I am thinking in this situation." He looked at her with a passionate, infatuated gaze. "Yet I want to kiss her, April." Lachlan thought to himself, since living under Dominic's identity, I have had to meet with the young ladies in the capital several times. He thought sometimes they also want a kiss. Lachlan tried to fulfill his duties, living with Dominic's identity. He thought, how should I express myself to be truly sincere and natural? But he let go of that girl when he was about to kiss her. Dominic flattered skillfully, "If I get any closer, I will be intoxicated by the fragrance of the flower named after you." Then he left her. "I will take my leave today." Lachlan thought back. At that time I did not know why I felt such a strong sense of resistance, but now I know. He realized that he did not want to be intimate with others. Since meeting April, Lachlan sensed that he only wanted to kiss her. Lachlan raised his hand to hold April's hand, but then she said, "I wish everything goes smoothly." Lachlan asked blankly, April spoke up, "I mean Lord Millington." She explained, "I hope he and his wife are rescued and the two people who love each other will be happy together." Lachlan retracted his hand and held his own hand, saying, "I hope so." He thought to himself, although we can't be together. Lachlan thought more positively, but we can join hands to help others be happy. He was happy with that. Maybe this is the last thing that both I and April want. Lachlan immediately changed the subject. "It seems like the knights have all left." He said to April, "Now we do not have to be afraid of being discovered anymore. Let us go out." April said happily, "Thank you, Your Highness." Lachlan looked at her again, as if he wanted to say something. His mind was now filled with April's image. He said, "There are many things I have not been able to share with you, about why I am living under Dominic's identity." Lachlan was honest with April. "I was afraid that the truth would make you angry, so I chose to lie and remain silent, but maybe that was not the right choice." He hinted, "After successfully rescuing Lord Millington, if you allow it." He feared April would think in her heart, "You are only telling the truth now. Aren't you too shameless?" Lachlan held out his hand. "I did not expect that. I would actually hope that April would understand everything I have done." April took his hand and said softly, "Tell me then." The two held hands and looked at each other affectionately, creating an extremely romantic scene. April said to Lachlan, "Tell me everything." Her eyes sparkled. "So that I can." She said a sentence that made Lachlan blush, "Know everything about the prince." Then April turned her back and walked away, while Lachlan watched her from behind. Lachlan leaned against the cabinet and thought to himself, "What do I do now?" He covered his mouth with his hand. "I like her even more than before." Lachlan liked everything about April. Even the sound of her footsteps fading away was so lovely to him. He had secretly loved April to the point that just thinking about her made his face turn red. Bright sunlight shone into the room through the slightly open curtain. Lachlan thought, "When this is over, I will reveal everything to her." He intended, "I will convey the true feelings that I have been hiding for so long." On a glittering street, people followed each other busily, making the entire neighborhood lively. People laughed and chatted happily. "Finally, the execution is tomorrow." I waited and waited. I thought his head would fall off. One person said excitedly, "It is like a festival, is not it?" The other replied, "Of course, all the residents of Acreton are coming to watch." It seemed that everyone was looking forward to this event. I can't miss the scene of that damned gallows head being separated from his body. April, riding a horse in the distance, heard everything they said. She thought, the reply allowing for the postponement of the execution from the king has not arrived yet. All I can do now is pray. April rode her horse, standing before the sunset. Please do not let it be too late. The light from outside filtered into the room through the slightly open curtain. April suddenly woke up and looked outside. Prince Lachlan's letter. She went out to the balcony and reached out to receive the letter. The letter contained the message, "The royal family has replied with approval." This made April extremely happy. You did it. She clutched the letter tightly and thought, "Now, I just need to successfully rescue Lady Millington, who is being held captive. This rescue was significant. Then it will prevent the execution that is about to take place today." A voice shouted, "Stop it." Millington, with his hands tied and eyes blindfolded, was kneeling down and shouting, "Please just kill me directly. Don't delay any longer." He said in pain, "Do you have to rescue me and hang my wife's head to stop this cruel thing?" Dominic shouted, "Lord Millington." Millington said in a pathetic state, "I beg you, kill me. Put all the dishonor on my head, and you will get the support of the common people." He said, "Whether it is framing or shifting the blame, is not it much easier if just one man from the enemy country dies?" Dominic explained, "If you accept the execution like this, then the truth of the explosion will be buried forever. I can't let that happen." He said sadly, "My twin brother also died because of that explosion." Dominic told his heart, "I heard my brother met you. I won't watch you die. I heard my brother met you. I won't watch you die." Hearing this, Millington became angry. "Your Highness wants to clarify the truth for the dead, but sacrifices my wife, sacrifices the living." Dominic helped him calm down. "Lord Millington," he said softly, "I understand your feelings." Millington turned away sharply. "You understand?" Dominic thought sadly, life that God bestows on human beings is equal. He understood that the reason Lord Millington was so distressed was because he valued, he said, his wife's life more than his own. Dominic felt that Millington's situation was similar to his own, just like he had his own feelings. "I cherish my brother and April more than anyone else." Dominic empathized with Millington. "I know you truly love your wife so much that you can bravely accept the execution." Millington was indifferent. "So what if you know?" Dominic put his hand on Millington's shoulder and said, "There are still people who cherish you." He told him, "Now, those subordinates who truly respect you are stirring up action to rescue you and your wife with a spirit of determination to die." Dominic said seriously, "You love your wife. They value you no less." Dominic's eyes sparkled, pleading, "Please give them time. They will go to rescue your wife and run to the border around this afternoon. If they succeed." He motivated Millington. "Then, from that moment on, you must run to protect your wife." Millington's anger had also subsided. "One thing only, swear it." He made a deal, if there is still no news by the appointed time. In front of Dominic, Millington said, "Take the most important thing to you and swear it." Dominic also agreed. "I swear," he said with full spirit, "I dare to use the most important thing to me to guarantee it." Someone's voice rang out, asking about April, who was standing on the windy open ground. "Are you worried about the execution?" She turned to look. "Lord Allen." Allen waved enthusiastically. "Long time no see, Miss Campbell." Allen jumped up and down happily. "Finally I have met you. I have tried so hard to meet Miss Campbell for so long here." April was still confused. "Meet me? Why, you can ask His Highness to pass on the message." Allen turned away, pondering. "If I ran into that iron wall?" April asked, "How is Lord Millington?" He replied, "His Highness persuaded him just now. They agreed to carry out the execution at sunset." Right then, Dominic ran over to her. Following behind Dominic was Millington. His hands were still tied, and he walked in a ruined state. Some of the people there shouted, "Go to hell, you evil spirit." Dominic looked at her as if he wanted to say something. April asked him, "Your Highness, are you going straight to the execution site?" Dominic replied, "Yes." Dominic was curious. "Are you planning to go to the border gate?" April said, "Yes. If the rescue of Lady Millington is successful, they will light a torch." April smiled. "So, if I see the torch, I will run back to report to your Highness first." Dominic nodded, trusting her. "I am counting on you." April's face radiated happiness and joy beyond description. April once said to Lachlan, "Tell me everything." At that time, her eyes sparkled with joy. "So that I can know everything about the prince." April thought, "I am quite happy that the prince is no longer treating me coldly." Her eyes were teary and a little sad. April worried for Lachlan. Maybe Prince Lachlan will continue to live as His Highness Dominic in the future. She also thought, one day he will become engaged and even marry the future crown princess. Any of the young ladies in the capital could be chosen. April fell into despair. "But someone who was once the fiancé of my brother will definitely not be chosen." She knew in advance that she could not fantasize about a future with Prince Lachlan, so she knew she should not expect it, but Dominic called her April. He intended to say good luck. But Dominic had to ask again to make sure. "Should I say that?" April replied, "No, Your Highness." In her heart she thought, "I do not know why, but today I have a feeling that everything will be resolved smoothly." April suggested, "It is only natural that it will happen." she said to Dominic. Let us say that. Dominic replied gently, probably so, right? April was a little dazed. Oh, not quite so, right? She realized he is currently the prince. Dominic looked at April happily and said, just like April said, we will receive the result that is right and proper. He added, right and proper. The innocent will not suffer because of cruel punishment. No one will be hurt any longer. The two looked at each other and nodded in agreement with that natural and proper way. The two of them shared the same ideal. We must save them. April held tightly to the reins on the saddle. As she went, she carried a thought in her mind. Once the sun sets, everything will end. April was determined. The news of the successful rescue of Lady Millington must arrive before the execution takes place. April suddenly stopped, startled. She hesitated, wondering. That is. The sound of drums boomed, announcing that the execution was about to take place. People crowded together to watch, all curious because this was considered a major event for them. Dominic turned around and saw people shouting, "Go to hell, you evil spirit, pay for the crimes you committed." Millington trembled as he heard the people speak. Try begging for your life. He clenched his tied hands tightly. The rope was ready, prepared to hang him up. Dominic's eyes teared up. Lord Millington. He admired this man. I did not expect him to be so calm, even though the rope was already around his neck. Dominic struggled. Lord Millington is the knight who turned a blind eye to our army that day. With his ability, he could have run away long ago. The sun was gradually setting behind the mountains, giving way to the dark night. Dominic thought, a person like that does not care about his own life because of his beloved wife. He muttered, please do not be late. In his heart he thought, I do not want to. Dominic's sweat fell, drop by drop, to personally kill this honest knight. Night gradually fell, only seeing the sun peeking out from the horizon. It was also when Millington was about to be executed. Dominic showed a clear look of worry. It is time. Below were dozens of cold eyes looking up, waiting for Millington to be executed. Dominic was pressured by them. This made him even more nervous. Order the execution. Dominic swallowed, thinking he is innocent. He was very conflicted, standing between two boundaries. Lord Millington. Suddenly Millington shouted loudly, you stupid Luton commoners. He ordered everyone listen closely here. He asserted that I gave the order, shocking Dominic immensely. Millington roared, mocking the people. I killed your compatriots. That is what you deserve. Everyone shouted in unison, long live the kingdom of Galol. The people below really wanted to curse him. They cursed Millington. You vicious person. Everyone was united in wanting to deal with him. Millington became the focus for everyone to curse. He remembered the words with Dominic, take the most important thing to you and swear it, and then he looked at him as if to say, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Dominic bit his lip in pain. Lord Millington. He thought that it was only a matter of time before the crowd lost their minds and rushed up to kill him. Dominic raised his hand to make a decision. He shouted clearly, execute him. Millington was hanged by the rope. He cried out but still tried to endure. Dominic watched the scene and worried for him. Suddenly, someone called Dominic. Your Highness. A white flag fluttered in the sky. An entire army was advancing. Your Highness Dominic. It turned out to be April, rushing to Dominic. She announced important information. I saw the smoke from the torch. A battle had taken place. Lady Millington. April said. Lady Millington was rescued successfully. April seemed happier, and Dominic could not help but be surprised by it. The rope hanging Millington was immediately cut. Dominic called out to him urgently. Lord Millington. He broke the news, your wife has been saved, thanks to that, your execution. However, Millington was gradually exhausted because he was covered in wounds. He suddenly spat out a lot of blood from his mouth, showing that Millington had no strength left. Dominic was very panicked when he saw Millington like that. He vomited more and more blood. Dominic ran over quickly. Lord Millington, but right at that moment he collapsed to the ground. April and the people standing there watched, gossiping. Dominic supported Millington, not understanding what was happening. What is going on? Millington could not catch his breath. Love. He remembered the happy moments with his wife. I love you. Saying this, Millington completely passed out. The space suddenly became quiet, without any movement before that event. April worried. What is going on? The people there murmured, blood. His Highness Dominic personally cut his throat. They felt happy about it, clapping and cheering as if celebrating a victory. The whole crowd said in unison, long live His Highness Dominic. But April was not at ease when Millington was exhausted. She was extremely confused. Meanwhile, everyone was eating and drinking before Millington's passing. What a good wine. They said that hateful Gallal has finally died. They happily laughed and talked to each other. I am very relieved. Everyone cheered. Long live His Highness Dominic. April was very sad and regretful. Lord Millington. She remembered the scene of Millington vomiting blood and passing away in Dominic's arms. April also wondered, why was Lord Millington killed? Fabian said loudly, showing resentment. Your Highness is too unreasonable. He asked Dominic, are you leaving for the capital immediately tonight? Fabian tried to persuade him. Someone took Lord Millington's life. Shouldn't your Highness track him down? Dominic explained, making Fabian sad. I want to do that, but Miss Campbell has placed all her hopes on this matter, so I am leaving immediately. He recounted before the execution, Lord Millington's complexion was not good, and his hands were trembling. Dominic said, at that time I thought it was natural because he had resolved to die, but now thinking about it. He wondered, the man who was bold enough to incite the crowd had no reason to show others his fearful appearance. Dominic still felt uneasy. He vomited blood and died, while there were no new wounds on his body. Fabian guessed your Highness means. He said he was poisoned. Dominic wanted to get to the bottom of it. I have no evidence, so I plan to bring his body back to the capital for investigation. Fabian suggested, but if so, you could also conduct the investigation in Akerton instead of the capital. Dominic immediately objected, no, that won't work. This was a big question that could not be answered yet. Who poisoned Lord Millington? Dominic said, before the execution, I closely monitored the people around Lord Millington. He reasoned logically, that is, the only people who could approach him were our people. A thought suddenly popped into Fabian's head. Could it be that the culprit who poisoned Lord Millington is among His Highness Dominic's subordinates? Right at that moment, April entered the room. She really wanted to know the truth. What exactly is going on? Why Lord Millington? April's face gradually became serious. Dominic looked at her as if he was desperate, not knowing how to answer. Dominic's face was covered in blood. April said in surprise, Your Highness. Dominic raised his hand to cover the blood, but it did not escape April's eyes. That blood. He could not say anything more. April suggested, Marquis Grey, please excuse us for a moment. Fabian obeyed. Yes, Your Highness. April reached out to Dominic's face to check. Fabian witnessed this scene. Dominic hurriedly explained, April, this is not my blood. He said, it seems someone poisoned Lord Millington. April was surprised. Dominic speculated, the culprit must have wanted to cover up this matter, and to succeed in covering it up, he had to die. April said softly, unforgivable. She switched to an angry state. She said angrily, not only did he take the lives of innocent people, he also framed Lord Millington and killed him. April shouted, I will never forgive him. Even though Dominic called to stop her, April was still determined. I must find the culprit. If I investigate all the people who had contact with Lord Millington. Dominic held her hand to stop her. Don't. April was stunned by his obstruction. What do you mean by that, don't? Dominic said even more shocking news. Wilson is dead. April froze, confused. She asked again, you mean Lord Wilson, who used to serve His Highness Dominic? Dominic replied, yes. Although Wilson's death is considered an accident, perhaps he was also assassinated like Lord Millington. He held April's hand tighter. Perhaps this is a warning from the person who knows I am Lachlan. Dominic lovingly held that small hand and said softly, April. He suggested to her, don't interfere in this matter anymore. Dominic sensed, someone wants to control me behind this matter. He felt like many strings were taking control of him. April reassured Dominic, surely the one who killed His Highness Dominic is also him. I do not intend to comply with him. It is dangerous for the prince to fight alone. She offered, I will also help you, but Dominic did not want that. Please. He said earnestly, April, I am begging you. Dominic looked at April with meaningful eyes, as if begging her. April was confused, not understanding his true emotions. Why is the prince using those eyes? The image of Dominic with bloodstains on his cheeks gently bowing his head to kiss April's hand. His eyes closed and his hand tightened as if all he wanted to convey he had entrusted through that kiss. April placed her hand on her chest, looking like she was moved by that action. She choked up and said, "Prince." Then he knelt down and kissed April's hand again in the moment when the brightest light shone down. Dominic clearly stated his heart. "Until now, there has not been a moment when I have not watched you, April." Her heart pounded. The prince let me know through his hand. She realized that his feelings were still the same as before. April thought that he truly thinks of me. Just thinking that made April feel emotional. She blamed lightly, "If so, why did not you choose me that day?" April remembered Dominic's words that day. "I hate you, Miss April." She said. The prince pushed me away. April also hesitated. She had made her own decision. "I will do what I think is necessary." April said firmly, "From now on, I will decide my own future." In her heart she thought, "I still like the prince very much," but she said harsh words, "Even if you are the prince, you can't sway my will as you please." Dominic looked at her with sparkling, sad eyes. April asked about the important issue now. "You said that there is some conspiracy hidden behind the matter, right?" Dominic replied, "Yes." She wondered, "Yet you want to fight alone?" Because she was too worried about Dominic, she could not help but shed tears. Is the prince going to bear all the dangers alone? April still wanted to accompany Dominic. "You can share some of the burden with me. Why do you have to push me so far away?" Dominic repeated the previous sentence. "The one who recognizes how much I exist." April immediately recognized it. "That is the sentence the prince said before." Dominic confided that, when Dominic left, Lachlan was no longer in the world. He gently held April's hand and said, "Now, there is only you left." Dominic cared about April. "If something happens to you, Lachlan Asher will really disappear from this world." He concluded, "So, please help me exist." Dominic begged her, "Please stay in a safe place." The two looked at each other passionately. "Prince." Dominic explained his heart. "I apologize for saying selfish words, even if you do not love me anymore." He made the space very romantic. "Even if you push me to the edge of a vague memory, it does not matter. So please try your best." Dominic and April held hands tightly like a promise. April suddenly said a sentence that surprised him. "I like you, Prince Lachlan." She held his hand firmly and did not want to let go. Dominic seemed very surprised. "April," she said, "I have always practiced saying this sentence to confess to the prince when you return from the battlefield." April said everything she had hidden for so long. "Hearing the news of your death, I extremely regretted it because I thought I no longer had the opportunity to express my feelings to you." Her face radiated happiness. "I like the prince." April repeated exactly the words he had just said tonight. "Even if you do not love me anymore, even if you push me to the edge of a vague memory, it does not matter." She had a wish. "So please do not die." The two held hands for the last time before Dominic left. April spoke up. "This time please do not lose your life." Half a month had passed since the execution of Lord Millington. On the winding cobblestone road under the gentle sunlight, people walked busily, blending into the peaceful rhythm of life. At the request of the relatives, the state had erected a memorial at the site of the tragedy. King Delafontiel sent many people to clean up the debris. To help everyone make contributions in finding Lachlan's body, the king also specially prepared a sacred object that was once worshipped in the temple. Legend has it that because the sacred object reacts to the blood of the Luton royal family, therefore if royal blood is dropped on it, it will emit light. But despite those efforts, in the end, even the relics could not be found, let alone Lachlan's body. Inside the stable, a voice spoke up. "Long time no see, Miss Campbell." April, who was stroking a horse, was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. She saw the woman standing at the gate greeting her and called out loudly, "Lady Duchess Allen." The two went to the courtyard at the corner of the wall full of flowers to talk. Lady Allen said, "I apologize for suddenly coming to find you. I have something I must personally tell you." April said politely, "You could have sent someone to send a message so I could go there." She laughed and replied, "This is faster. Moreover, Miss Campbell is quite busy, is not she?" She said shyly that it is not really busy. She remembered Lachlan's words with eyes pleading on his face covered in blood. "Please stay in a safe place." April pondered, "Because I promised the prince, even if I feel frustrated now, I can only trust and wait for him." Lady Duchess Allen spoke up, "Actually, I have decided to return to the capital." She immediately understood. Is the Duchess returning with Her Highness the Grand Duchess? She smiled and replied yes. The number of people sent by the country has suddenly increased quite a bit, so I think it will be difficult to stay here for long. Lady Allen gave April a letter and instructed. Her Highness the Grand Duchess wrote a letter to Marquis Grey. Please give it to him. She took the letter and said, Course. I wish Her Highness the Grand Duchess and the Duchess a safe journey. She looked at her with gentle eyes. Lady Allen hesitated, Miss Campbell. Although in the end, we failed to find any traces of Prince Lachlan on this land. But a corner of my heart feels at peace. She was puzzled. Peace. Her voice lowered thoughtfully. Looking at the relatives who lost their loved ones, I suddenly realized that at first, everyone came here earnestly to find their family's relics. But in reality, every time something was discovered, they felt scared. Lady Allen thought of the scene of them wailing. What should I do if this is my family's item? She explained, because that means they have to accept the fact that the person they loved is really gone. Not finding anything is actually more relaxed. They can hold out hope that maybe their loved one is still alive somewhere in this world. Hearing this, April seemed to fall silent. Lady Allen looked up at the clear blue sky, hoping, this place has no traces of Prince Lachlan. So maybe he is still surviving somewhere. I suddenly thought that. A glimmer of hope also shone in her eyes. She smiled and sighed. Lady Allen was embarrassed. I am sorry, I suddenly said some bad words to someone who lost her fiancé. She walked away, turning back to wave goodbye. If my Julius sends a letter to Miss Charlotte, I hope you will be generous and accept it. We will meet in the capital later. She also waved goodbye without saying anything. April remembered everyone's words. Maybe that person is still living somewhere in this world. And then the person announced, no traces of His Highness Dominic were found at the scene. A cool breeze blew, causing her hair to fly. April tucked her hair behind her ear and looked up at the hopeful sky. She believed that he is really still living somewhere, is not he? Beautiful morning, in the garden, flowers blooming in competition. Charlotte was happily humming and playing chess. Suddenly a voice spoke up. You seem happy. She happily told Fabian, who was playing chess with her. I did not think Marquis would come so quickly. He stated the reason. The appointment was suddenly cancelled, so I have time. Fabian asked, what do you want to ask this time that you came to find me? Charlotte hesitated. He opened his mouth. As long as it does not affect your studies, I will try my best to fulfill it. If you win chess, Charlotte was delighted. A small matter, not only will it not affect, but it will also help. The little girl recounted. Now the children in the village have come to play near the garden of the mansion. Fabian threatened. They came to catch frogs, right? Daring to hunt animals on our land without permission. They must be punished. Charlotte panicked. What hunting? They just came to play. He turned away, pretending not to care, saying, originally, hunting is for entertainment. The little girl smiled awkwardly and explained, it is a bit difficult. The law stipulates that children under 16 years old cannot be punished, my father said. Fabian sighed. Charlotte moved the chess piece on the table and continued. Besides, the children will also pay taxes to you when they grow up, so Marquis has the obligation to love the children in this territory, like his own children and grandchildren. He picked up the chess piece and replied, I know. So what request do you want to make today? The little girl hesitated. Can I play with the children in the village? Fabian was surprised. Why are you asking me for permission? Charlotte explained hesitatingly. Because the children said they want to explore inside the mansion. He exclaimed, what is this, making friends with them already? Fabian sighed. He pushed the chess piece on the table and replied, how can I not allow it? Look, you won. The little girl was overjoyed. Charlotte jumped up happily. So happy, 12 consecutive wins. Fabian picked up his coat and stood up and instructed. I will talk to the housekeeper about the children. You must follow the rules set by the housekeeper. The little girl nodded happily, yes, sir. But it is strange. He put on his coat and was puzzled. What is strange? Charlotte wondered. In Marquis' office, there are 3 chess grandmaster victory medals. But you always lose to a child like me. What is the strength of the chess grandmaster competitors? Hearing that, Fabian scratched his head thinking of an answer. He looked at the little girl and smiled gently, replying, they are mediocre. Inside the room, April was sitting waiting. On the table was a half-finished cup of tea. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she happily called Fabian. April asked, you are back early, were you with Charlotte? He approached her and replied, yes, I even followed the princess's request. She immediately laughed and said, speaking of which, Fabian is very affectionate with Charlotte. He sat down on the chair, and the servant came to pour tea. Fabian replied helplessly, "How else can I treat an 11-year-old child?" April raised her teacup and smiled wryly. "That is true, but you always deliberately lose chess to her, right?" He explained. "This is education. I only pretend to lose during the time to create interest for her." Fabian took a sip of tea and said, "From now on, there will be no more concessions." She smiled and asked, "So that is part of your educational plan?" He carefully observed April. Fabian realized, indeed, she has lost her vitality. Since Dominic left, she had locked herself in her room, so it was rare to meet her. He drank tea while watching April worriedly. Fabian was sad. Before, she always ran to me to bother me. She saw him silent and immediately spoke up. "Did you call me for something?" Fabian pushed the file towards April and asked, "Read this first." April touched it, wondering. "This is the list of soldiers who survived the explosion." He explained, "I plan to let them return to their territory. The weather has warmed up, and some patients also want to return to their hometown for convalescence." She tilted her head as if she understood. "Oh, you want me to be the bridge of communication between the hospital and the territories?" Fabian nodded and also explained, "If you do not want to, you do not need to force yourself." April happily denied. "Of course not, I will try to complete what you assign. I can't freeload at your house forever." He thought, "You doing some work won't change the freeloading." She hugged the documents worriedly. "Oh, but, is it okay for you to assign this to me?" April hesitated. "Then, if you assign territorial official duties to me, people might suspect that we have an abnormal relationship." She thought of the eyes of the people in the mansion looking at them suspiciously. Fabian laughed. "You are worrying too much." He reminded, "If you do not want to do it, you can immediately leave for the capital." April seemed to radiate positive energy. She said, "No, I will try my best." "Thank you, Fabian." Beautiful sunny morning at the hospital. The doctors came to the door to welcome April. In the room, soft light shone through the window. She and the two doctors stood chatting. The morning sun shone through the window. April sat quietly at the wooden table, carefully writing each line. In the afternoon by the window, two nurses whispered to each other. "Hey, I heard it appeared again. Is that rumor true?" The night shift worker said they saw it with their own eyes. The nurse said in a dangerous voice, "In ward number 4. There is a pure white ghost." The morning came again. The light from the window shone directly on the table where she was working diligently. April wrote each word on the page. "So please visit our territory in 2 weeks. I and the patients will wait for you." She stretched her arms long, sighing softly because after so much hard work, the work was finally completed. April smiled contentedly. The mission to bring the patients back home. She worked hard, running back and forth without fear of difficulty. April took advantage of accelerating the paperwork. She thought, "I promised Fabian that I would try my best, and this mission is also very meaningful." April's face tried to maintain a smile, but the fatigue was still evident. Her body wanted to fall apart, especially her hands, she said to herself. "But it is more tiring than I thought." Suddenly a voice spoke up. "Have all the patients returning home today left?" April looked at the man walking in and happily exclaimed, "A director." He looked around the room and sighed. "The ward is too empty now." She replied, "Yes, more than half of the patients have returned home." Both of them stood silently by the window and looked out. The director wondered. "I do not know if it is because of that, but the air is fresher." It seems the relatives at the scene of the explosion are also leaving one by one. Everyone has their own life. The soft light shone through the window, adding to April's happy smile. She believed that everyone is gradually recovering and moving forward. April was determined. "I must also work hard and do what I have to do." Inside the mansion, lights shone through the windows. A voice exclaimed, "Look, the room has the lights on." Charlotte sat on the bed, cheering happily. "Sister's back." April came to the bedside and asked, "Charlotte, are you staying up this late to wait for me?" The little girl quickly replied, "Yes, because I have something to tell you." She said, "Wait before that." Immediately April raised her finger. She pretended to be Fabian pushing up his glasses, asking, "Charlotte, have you finished your homework? Have you brushed your teeth?" The little girl looked at April just like Fabian and panicked, shouting, "You too." Charlotte said confidently, "I have finished everything." The little girl muttered, "I thought it was Marquis." She heard it and covered her mouth to laugh. April opened her mouth. "I am sorry, what did you want to say?" Charlotte swallowed her saliva and took courage. The little girl hesitated. "Sister, Have you heard anything about the rumors of ghosts in the hospital? She was taking off her shawl when she paused. April asked herself. Ghosts, she thought, well, it is a hospital, so of course there must be. Charlotte said loudly. No, I am not kidding, it is true. The little girl recounted. This morning I followed Arthur to school in the village, and overheard the women talking to each other. They said that every midnight ward number 4, which has no patients, will have lights on. April was confused. Ward number 4, Charlotte replied. Yes, they said it is a single room. The little girl's voice lowered. So an acquaintance of my cousin, of my teacher's friend, tried to go there late at night, and saw a ghost with no mouth and no nose. His face was completely white, standing in the middle of the dark doorway. Saying this, Charlotte's face turned pale, sweating in fear. The little girl was like a rabbit trembling with fear in front of April. She said. So that story scared you, you did not dare to sleep alone, so you waited for me, Charlotte denied. It is not that at all, it is just that I am worried about you. I thought I needed to tell you. April patted the little girl's head, saying, Thank you. Charlotte lay in the blanket, still uneasy. But sister. The women also said. The image of Millington being painfully executed appeared. The image accompanied by the trembling voice of the little girl. Maybe that ghost is the knight of the kingdom of Galal who was recently executed. Hearing this, April's face was surprised, saying nothing. The next morning at the hospital, April continued her work of bringing patients back home with their relatives. She slowly walked up the stairs to go upstairs. Suddenly April stopped, looking intently in front of her. She stood silently in front of the door. That was ward number 4 in the rumor. April remembered Charlotte's words. They said the ghost of the Galal knight appeared in ward number 4. She thought, although I do not know if ghosts really exist in the world or not. But if Lord Millington is here, then I want to talk to him. Thinking that, she touched the door. April wanted to tell him that your wife is in a safe place. That your wife is being protected by countless soldiers who once followed you. The image of her suffering appeared in April's mind. Millington's wife prays for you to rest in peace every day. Just then, someone called Miss Campbell. April replied yes and walked towards the person who called her, with a message. If you do not know about that and are wandering on this land, then you can rest assured. The clock on the wall ticked, pointing to 11 of the clock at night. Only then did April put down her pen and let out a tired breath. She lay down on the table and said, finally done. Meanwhile, someone called April. Hello, Miss Campbell. The hospital colleague walked in and asked, working until this hour, you have worked hard. April turned her head and smiled, asking, thank you, are you working overtime tonight? He replied, yes, the other staff have all left early. It is just that I only received news from the territory that had been unresponsive until now. I am eager to take the patients back home, so it is this late. The colleague saw her picking up the suitcase and said, the road is dangerous at night. Should I call a carriage for you? April refused. No, it is all right. The moon is bright tonight. I plan to ride back. Saying that, she carried the suitcase and walked along the corridor to the gate. April stopped and looked at the scenery in front of her. In the quiet darkness of the late night, when the faint light from the oil lamps shone on each cold stone wall, she stood silently alone in the long, empty corridor. April was a little worried. They said that every midnight, if there are no patients, the lights will turn on. I went to ward number 4 this morning, and nothing happened at that time. She thought, but I have to personally check and then confidently tell Charlotte that there is nothing at all. Thinking that, April stepped up the stairs towards ward number 4. She had arrived in front of the door and stared at it. April put down the suitcase and hugged her chest to gather courage. She hesitated, her hand unconsciously placed on her left chest, as if wanting to hold tight her racing heartbeat. Suddenly there was a sound in the room, making April jump in fright. She slowly opened the door and leaned in to look. April breathed evenly and wondered, so suddenly, will it be all right? She closed the door and said to herself, I keep thinking about it being scary, so my mood is like there really is a ghost. Okay, as long as I do not scare myself, there will be nothing, let us go home. April gently turned around and walked away. Right at this moment, a sound made her scared, startled, and quickly turned back to look. A bandaged foot was advancing towards her. A bandaged body, leaving only the eyes, stood right by the window, terrifyingly looking straight at April. She fearfully remembered what she had heard. Everyone is rumored that a ghost with a white face appears in ward number 4. April froze, looking at the bandaged body that appeared before her eyes. Her eyes widened, her whole body freezing in that moment. April was confused and doubtful. Could it really be? The ghost of ward number 4. The eyes of the bandaged body radiated a terrifying murderous intent, just like that, looking at her. At the mansion at night. Fabian was sitting at the table with a pile of papers. He picked up a piece of paper and read. The letter read, Marquis, I would like to express my deep gratitude to you for this matter. Thanks to you, the soldiers in our territory have safely returned to the arms of their families. I also heard that thanks to Miss April Campbell carefully preparing the necessary items, and meticulously arranging everything according to the doctor's instructions, no problems occurred along the way. The medical supplies she prepared were extremely complete. The letter concluded, Please allow me to send my regards to Miss Campbell. Fabian smiled proudly. I was too right to assign this matter to her. Recently, letters from the territories of the patients have been endless. The letters were all full of words of gratitude to April Campbell, and also praised Marquis Gray for entrusting the work to her. He thought, following the last meeting with Her Highness the Grand Duchess, I owe her again this time, do not I? Fabian smiled thoughtfully. Fabian immediately reaffirmed his position. No, since she is staying here, she naturally has to pay for the food. He ordered the servant, Take this gift and letter to Miss Campbell for me. The servant quickly replied, Sir, Miss is still at the hospital and has not returned yet. Fabian seemed to understand and praised, Is that so? She is quite diligent. The clock on the wall pointed to past 12 of the clock. He worried. But Miss is returning later than everyone else, so I am a little worried. He said, You are worrying too much. Fabian explained she could not possibly fall off her horse while sleeping. Could she? Anyway, she is stupid. He thought of the sloppy image of her having to use a crutch, then the embarrassed voice, Sorry Fabian, I fell off my horse. Thinking of this, he worriedly stood up. The servant spoke up. If you are worried about Miss. Fabian hurriedly walked towards the door and replied, If she really falls off her horse and becomes a freeloader, I will immediately send her back to the capital. That would actually be good. He opened the door. Unexpectedly, Charlotte was right at the door calling Marquis. Looking at the thing in her hand along with a face about to cry, Fabian said, Charlotte. He looked at the little girl who was barefoot. Fabian lifted Charlotte up and asked, Are you practicing to catch a cold? The little girl clutched the thing in her hand and opened her mouth. Marquis. Charlotte, who was being held in his arms, pleaded, Play chess with me. The little girl sat on the chair in the room, still not letting go of the chess box. Fabian asked, What is wrong? Charlotte replied, It is just, I want to play chess with Marquis. He came over, knelt down near her, nodded and replied, I know that, I mean. What do you want to ask me for help with? The little girl tightly pursed her lips, finding it difficult to open her mouth. Charlotte spoke up, Because sister has not come back. Fabian comforted, Your sister is still at the hospital. You do not need to worry. The little girl shook her head. Charlotte asserted, That hospital has ghosts. The little girl sobbed and said, It is the ghost who was recently executed. Fabian spoke up, Ghosts have not been scientifically proven. Charlotte anxiously exclaimed, But what if something happens to sister? The little girl sobbed with worry. He gently comforted, I know. Fabian reached out and stroked Charlotte's head. He stood up and asked, I will go to the hospital to see, is that all right? The little girl hesitated, But you have not played chess with me yet. Fabian rang the bell in his hand and instructed, Young children won't grow taller if they play chess at night. He opened his mouth as if he understood everything. Just be honest that you want to ask me for help. You are still young. Charlotte wiped away her tears and sobbed, asking Fabian, Marquis, help me. He looked at the little girl and smiled because Charlotte was a good, understanding little girl. Fabian stood watching the servant come to take Charlotte back to her room. Outside, the carriage was waiting. He remembered when he was little. He also hugged his pillow and worriedly called, Father, Mother. Fabian worriedly and fearfully pleaded with the two people in front of him. People say that at night there will be ghosts in my room. I am too scared. Can my parents sleep with me? Responding to his plea were only the cold and uncomfortable eyes of his parents. They criticized and disappointed, A man afraid of that stuff. You are already 8 years old. Your brother has never cried about these things. Just like that, they left Fabian alone in the big room. He thought, I was very afraid of invisible things like ghosts, but perhaps to my family I was the invisible one. Fabian sat in the carriage, pushing up his glasses, troubled. Don't become a troublesome child, I said to myself like that. He remembered the words he said to Charlotte. Just be honest that you want to ask me for help. Thinking that, Fabian chuckled, his eyes full of tenderness. Fabian was determined. I must quickly reassure the little girl. He then asked the coachman, "Can you go a little faster?" The horse driver replied, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, at the hospital, the burnt man stood opposite April, muttering, "Dangerous. Run, go." He stared at her, panting. April froze, wondering, is he telling me to run? The burnt man moved his bandaged foot. He rushed towards her. Seeing this, April was startled and panicked. The burnt man just like that advanced towards her, standing right at the door. April immediately turned her head and ran away. In her head, the question, is this a ghost? Are the rumors true? His bandaged hand came close to April's back. She struggled to run in despair, her heart beating wildly as the voice, "Run," coldly rang out from the burnt man right by her ear. April tripped while frantically running away. Her skirt flew up. She screamed in horror as she suddenly tripped in the dark corridor. Her body lost balance and fell, leaving behind the fear that was still lurking. April closed her eyes tightly in the moment of imbalance, her expression both painful and helpless as her body fell quickly towards the cold ground. In her head only one thought rang out: "I am going to fall to the ground." Unexpectedly, when her body touched the ground, she did not feel any pain. Fabian had arrived in time and caught April. He, with a worried face, managed to catch the girl in his arms as they both fell down the stairs. Fabian breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he gnashed his teeth, extremely angry. Fabian shouted, "Are you crazy? It is so dark and you did not bring a light, not to mention jumping down the stairs." April just ignored his words and did not respond. Fabian now noticed her complexion. He was scared. "Hey, what is wrong? You keep gasping for breath, your face is pale." April clutched Fabian's sleeve, trembling. The eyes hidden behind the round glasses shone with worry. He pursed his lips slightly, as if suppressing his emotions. Fabian hugged April tightly to her surprise. He patted her, "Calm down, nothing's wrong. Slowly breathe in." April also hugged Fabian, as if she had found support after the panic. Holding her in his arms, he sighed, "Too soft, holding others in my arms, is it so nice? This soft feeling, even cotton or silk can't compare to the warmth touching the skin." Fabian closed his eyes and smelled the scent in her hair. He thought, and also a faint fragrance. April's call woke him from his daze. "Fabian." He looked down and saw her staring at him. Fabian widened his eyes, looking at her as if he was drunk in the eyes of the woman before him. He was startled, shouting loudly and taking his hand to pull her away from him. Right at this moment, April's whole body staggered as if she was about to fall. Fabian used his strength again to pull her back into his arms. He propped his hands and knees up, cursing in embarrassment. "Seriously, I am going crazy." Fabian asked, "Are you sober? You do not know this is a staircase, so you jumped down." April's face was sullen. "Sorry." He held out his hand and asked, "Forget it, can you stand up?" She took Fabian's hand and stood up, then spoke up. "I'm fine, thank you." He worried. "You might not be able to feel anything because you are too scared. Try taking a few steps to see. If it is too hard, then let me." In Fabian's head, he imagined the scene of him carrying April. He cleared his throat in embarrassment. Fabian was confused. "But why did you jump down in the first place? Like you saw a ghost?" Hearing this word, April's face turned pale. She looked up at the window just now and muttered, "Ghost." April looked suspiciously in that direction. She spoke up. "It does not seem to be. That person was clearly alive." He helped her down the stairs and wondered, "That person is who?" April recounted, "It is true that he was wrapped in white bandages all over his body, just like the rumors said, but I clearly heard the sound of human breathing through the gaps in the bandage." Fabian asked, "Could it be that you met him?" She wondered, "Who is him?" He replied, "The burnt man." April was extremely surprised. She spoke up. "Fabian, do you know something?" He explained. "In the list of survivors, there is a patient who is completely burned. He was still in a coma, only miraculously woke up not long ago." The two walked towards the carriage waiting and chatted. She remembered. "I remember that in the list I received, there was no such case." Fabian replied, "Yes, because the list given to you is the list of patients who can return to their hometown." Walking to the carriage, April turned her head and looked at him curiously. "He will also return to his hometown one day, right?" Fabian was not sure. "That is a little difficult." She asked why. April listened carefully to him. Fabian replied, "Because he lost his memory. He no longer remembers who he is, where he came from. He does not remember anything anymore. He was helpless. How am I supposed to take someone like that back to his hometown?" At night, in the capital of the Kingdom of Luton, Late at night, Lachlan was still sitting in his chair, carefully looking at the documents. He held his head and sighed tiredly. Lachlan put the paper down in disappointment. Wrong, the investigation has absolutely no progress. Who exactly is the royal knight who poisoned Lord Millington? The characters who come from families with conflicts with the royal family are quite suspicious. When doing the work of the Crown Prince, I am also restricted in many ways. He put his head down on the table and muttered, if only there was someone who could investigate with me. Lachlan immediately denied it. But all the royal knights are suspects, so I can't trust anyone. He walked along the corridor and looked out the window, then suddenly stopped. Below the gate, a suspicious person covered tightly was looking around suspiciously. Lachlan looked closely at the person opening the gate, wondering Chad Allen, according to my guess. He is the person with the lowest possibility of committing the crime among the royal knights. He wondered, it is so late, where is he going, a secret date? Lachlan thought of his words and immediately pouted, his face sullen. His Highness is too popular, making me jealous to death, or should I propose to Miss Campbell and give her to him? I also want to hear the young ladies scream with excitement when they see me. He spoke as if he had made a decision. Lachlan touched his chin, slyly saying, let us follow him and see. Thinking that, he immediately covered himself up and closely followed behind Chad. Lachlan just like that followed him. He sighed, I feel like I am a spy. Chad stopped in front of a house. Lachlan guessed a weapon shop. A man came out to open the door. He was startled, that man is the man I entrusted to investigate the arrow before. Lachlan listened to the two people in the room talking from outside the window. He wondered, did Chad visit this place to investigate? But Lachlan saw him smiling happily inside. He was disappointed. What is this, spoiling the mood? Lachlan looked at Lad with full trust. He was startled, remembering. Speaking of arrows, before, when he was young practicing shooting at the training ground. No matter how much he shot, he still could not hit the target. Lachlan raised his bow and gnashed his teeth angrily. But the arrow still missed the target, stuck straight into the ground. He shouted in disappointment. Oh really? Chad came over and spoke up. It is because you were overwhelmed by emotions that you did not hit. Lachlan turned his head to look at him. Chad smiled gently at him. He said, don't be sullen like that anymore, Prince Lachlan. Lachlan remembered 5 years ago. He was chosen as Dominic's night guard at the age of 18. Although some people also thought that he relied on the support of the Duke Allen's mansion. The image of him and Duke Allen appeared. Lachlan thought, but in fact he was not loved by Duke Allen. It was even said that, as soon as his birth mother passed away, he lived no differently than being imprisoned for several years. The young Chad had cut off contact with the outside world. The person who recognized his swordsmanship talent. When Chad was practicing, someone came to find him. None other than King Delafontiel, who recommended him to join the Royal Knight Corps. He stared at the young Chad. He also looked back at Delafontiel with clear eyes. The story continued. Thanks to the king's care, Chad was able to integrate with everyone for the first time. Now he has become an indispensable person in the Knight Corps. Chad always closely followed the two Lachlan brothers when they were young. Both of them looked at him with respect. Chad at that time was extremely gentle. Lachlan thought of Chad and his heart was happy because that was the close brother to their twins. Chad opened his mouth. Don't be sullen anymore, forgive Prince Dominic. Prince Dominic did not have any bad intentions either. Lachlan picked up the bow, ignoring his words. He annoyed, I said I am not sullen. The arrow Lachlan shot flew out, not hitting the target. Chad laughed and spoke up. Arrows are usually very honest. He puffed out his cheeks, not wanting to listen. Chad recounted, Miss Campbell is very worried, saying that Prince Lachlan does not know how to express his anger. He stroked his head and teased. But in fact you get angry like this at every turn, so you are too cute, right? Lachlan could not stop Chad and shouted, Lord Allen, stop it. He pitifully complained, Brother Dominic is too much. That day was April's first royal party. That day Lachlan came, just bowed his head and looked ahead. He was extremely surprised. He angrily said to Chad, he forced April to dance with him while I was away. He looked at Lachlan, trembling with anger, and did not know what to say. Chad asked, so has not he apologized to you 30 times already? Dominic pleaded. Sorry, I won't do it again next time. Forgive this depraved brother. Lachlan pouted, displeased. He continued. Now I feel sorry for Prince Dominic. Chad looked at him, confused, looking down. Lachlan opened his mouth. I am not just angry at Dominic. Lachlan, looking like he was about to cry, pitifully said. It seems I have been too greedy. It is April's freedom to dance with whoever she wants. What if I keep interfering and make her think I am a jealous man? Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Lachlan quickly wiped his tears. Chad put his hand on his chin, pondering. He suggested, how about we do this? You ask Miss Campbell to promise you that the first dance should be reserved for the prince. Lachlan worried. Doing that, April won't like it. Chad asked. Hey, Miss Campbell will be extremely happy. That makes sense, because it will also become a promise that the prince will give Miss Campbell her first dance. Hearing her fiancé say that, who would not be happy? Thinking of her face blushing because of being both happy and embarrassed. Chad cared, has the problem been solved now? He smiled, looking at Lachlan, waiting for him to answer. Lachlan scratched his head, embarrassed. A little bit. Seeing him like that, Chad was also happy for him. He stroked Lachlan's head. Chad took the bow and reminded him, all right, let us continue practicing archery. He turned his head and said to Lachlan, I will demonstrate first. Look carefully. Back in reality, Chad took the bow, coldly raised it, looking at the man in front of him. The arrow pierced through his heart. Lachlan, from outside the window, widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. He walked to his body on the ground. Chad pulled out the arrow and spoke up. Sorry, because I want to shoot accurately. He used the arrow he was holding to stab him once more. Lachlan froze, disbelieving. That. He took a breath and muttered, a merchant who is too astute is also a problem. The place of origin for the red arrows is the Belmont territory. Chad dragged the paper on the table, instructing. Just knowing that is enough. Why be curious about the identity of the client? His eyes radiated murderous intent. Chad threw the documents into the blazing fire. He put on his cloak again and turned his face away. Chad just like that walked out of the house, not knowing Lachlan's presence. He stood leaning against the wall, his whole body trembling. Lachlan entered the house through the open door. His eyes were glazed over, not believing what he was seeing. On the ground was still the man Chad shot, not moving. Lachlan looked at the arrow, understanding. The arrow read. He thought of the kind man close to the two brothers. Lachlan thought of the gentle and trustworthy smile. Now all that was left was Chad, cold and full of murderous intent. He hugged his face in pain, wondering, my lord. In the night, the crescent moon hung in the sky full of stars. A magnificent white castle stood silently among the brilliant rose bushes, setting the scene for mystery and romance. As if a secret was being buried among the ancient stone walls. Cold water poured down, seeping through everything. In the silent space, only the sound of water trickling, as if wanting to wash away everything. A figure staggered, having just received a big blow, staggering to the front of the mirror, mumbling ha-ha as if out of control. Looking up at himself in the mirror, Lachlan's hair was soaking wet, heavy drops dripping down his broad shoulders. He looked at himself in the mirror with nearly soulless eyes and thought, I have bathed so much, but I can still smell the blood. Remembering the image of him coldly drawing his bow and shooting the merchant because he had investigated him. His mind was still confused, thinking, the red arrow that Chad shot. Then Lachlan thought of Dominic, his unfortunate brother who was also shot by a red arrow. He thought, no mistake, it is the arrow that the mastermind used to shoot Dominic. Lachlan could not believe what was happening. Chad, a close brother. He painfully asked himself, Chad, why? He pursed his lips, letting his soaking wet hair. His eyes looking aimlessly at a point harmonized with each drop of water falling heavily as if containing thousands of pains. Lachlan closed his eyes, bowing his head to release his hair under the cold water in the night. Perhaps he wanted to wash away all the things he did not want to believe. But he still could not stop thinking, assassinating a royal is a serious crime. In Luton, only people with the same royal bloodline are not questioned when killing a royal, even if Chad is the eldest son of the Duke's mansion. He can't avoid extreme punishment. If everything is revealed, Chad will be hanged and suffer painful torture. Lachlan kept thinking, the Belmont territory follows the Allen Duke's mansion, which also makes that place suspicious. Is it all to avenge Duke Allen, the father who was cold to him? Raising his head as if breaking free from his train of thought, he looked straight at himself and said, for that reason. Lachlan's eyes seemed to contain all the resentment and continued the question, to kill even brother Dominic. The three of them had once been very close, like brothers in a house happily laughing and joking, but now a name rang in his head, Brother Dominic. The memories rushed back, making Lachlan even more resentful. He clenched his fist, gnashing his teeth and saying, "Brother." His hands trembled, clenched so tightly that blood also seeped out. The words he spoke seemed to become more bitter. His figure became small before the truth. At present he could only suppress all the pain and think, even knowing it is hard to believe, but deep down in a corner of my heart, I still hold hope. In the dark sky, there are always stars like the small rays of hope of each person, and Lachlan also holds a star, hoping he is still alive somewhere in this world. He struggled to hope that one day Dominic would reach out to him, lighting up the star in his heart. Lachlan sank into his illusions, where he was supported and comforted by Dominic, sank into thought, hoping one day he will return. Dominic smiled, his smile shining brightly, illuminating the darkness around him. That smile made Lachlan widen his eyes in surprise, looking like he was about to step into a brighter future. And he had always hoped that when Dominic came back, everything would return to its original position. Under the cheerful cheers of everyone, he could not lie to himself anymore. Lachlan thought, but returning to reality, with a wet back full of coldness, Lachlan continued his train of thought. If the culprit is Chad Allen, then things are different. Like a lone wolf, when the person he trusted was not as he appeared on the surface, Lachlan's eyes were deep, filled with a mix of sadness and hatred. He reasoned, Chad Allen is a careful person without loopholes. He must know that I am actually Lachlan. Perhaps because they were too close. His thoughts were even more affirmative. In this world, there is no one more suitable to assassinate me than him. Lachlan's complexion was gloomy, and his eyes gradually turned cold and full of determination. Breaking free from the illusions and memories, Lachlan returned to the fact that he is dead. The image of Dominic gradually disappeared like a smoke in his head along with the worst thought, and the faint hope also completely vanished. At the place where April was working, a voice rang out, gossiping with her. "Do you know what happened? The rumors of Ward number 4. Hearing that, she widened her eyes, her hand that was writing also stopped, and turned to look in surprise. She asked, "The story about the patient with amnesia." The colleague walked over and replied, "That is right, the rumors of ghosts have been spreading for the past few days. In fact, he is probably a soldier of Galal, because Luton soldiers have name tags." April looked at the children playing in the yard. She suddenly remembered, Fabian once said, that the man wrapped in bandages all over his body does not know his origin. And there is nowhere to return him. His voice continued, "Everyone is rumored that because he was burned, he can't be identified, and the reason he does not speak is because he does not want others to discover his Galal accent." Hearing that, she slightly lowered her head and said softly, "Probably not." Thinking about the fire, the colleague continued, "He must have been admitted to the Acreton aid station until the explosion happened. There must have been many people in the aid station. He wondered, but no one knows him. Is not that too strange?" April lowered her eyes and thought. She thought what the colleague said was not wrong. Without raising her head, she unconsciously replied, "That is true." But she thought differently. Is he really a dangerous person? That night he told me to run away. She remembered her own experience in a difficult situation that burnt man told her, "Run." The flames appeared in April's mind. Could it be that now, in his head, the scene of the explosion is repeating? As if understanding his pain in the sea of fire, her thoughts continued. Maybe he still feels pain from that accident. He held his head, struggling amidst painful memories every day, repeating again and again. April closed her eyes, her eyebrows slightly furrowed with compassion. That night, he must have been experiencing the pain of a disaster, but he was still worried and told me to run. Emotions seemed to surge up, making her not want to face the eyes of the person opposite. Looking down at her feet, she softly asked, "Is there any clue to find out his background?" Suddenly, both of them were surprised and looked at something outside the window. It was the patient they had just mentioned. He was being supported by a nurse to go for a walk. On the other side were a group of children happily laughing and playing, looking at the colleague while replying, blonde hair and an old scar on his thigh. He and the nurse were walking towards the children playing. Inside the room, the colleague continued his words. "We only know those two things." April thought about the clues, blonde hair and a scar on his thigh. She spoke up, "I will find out who he is." The colleague still kept his eyes looking outside without saying anything more. She stood up and walked towards the table in the middle of the room, saying, "There is a section for finding people in the capital's newspaper." Coming to the table, April picked up today's newspaper and looked at it, then said, "If I read the newspaper every day, I will definitely see someone with the same characteristics." As soon as she finished speaking, a scream rang out. a scream that made both of them jump and immediately look outside. In front of the children, the tall burnt man wrapped in bandages and covered his face like a walking mummy. The faces of the children clearly showed fear. On the ground at the children's feet were fragments of a balloon that was as red as fire. The burnt man stood blankly looking at the fragments intently, his eyes as if remembering something. His face became fearful, his eyes gradually turning to panic, his mouth mumbling the letter A. The balloon that had just exploded mixed with its red color looked like a flame was erupting. Memories of the fire, of the explosion erupting violently, made him lose control and shout. He held his head and sat down, his eyes white, extremely panicked, screaming, "Ah, ah." While only the burnt man was immersed in a hallucination of fear, outside the children were still stunned, frozen in place not knowing why. April was already worried about him because she understood what he had to endure. Now seeing this scene, the worry was even more clear on her face. After everything was settled, it was not early anymore, that night at a mansion. There were 3 people in the room talking about the burnt man. The village chief sitting opposite April and Lord Fabian spoke up. "Marquis, please do something with that patient. If he continues to stay in this village, I do not know what will happen next." She hurriedly stood up to express, "Village chief, please excuse me for interrupting you, but he is a survivor of the explosion." The village chief said angrily, "Even if he is a survivor, he is also a soldier of Galal." Remembering the incident during the day when he lost control, holding his head and screaming, making the children scared, he said, "If it was not for that patient, the hospital would not have been in chaos." When the children fearfully ran away, her younger sister was injured when she fell. Thinking of this, the village chief continued, "I heard your younger sister was also injured in the knee." Like a needle pricking into April's worry, thinking about her younger sister, she was confused, hesitatingly said, "That matter." Fabian was calmer. He sat up straight, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and coldly asked, "So what do you want me to do?" Before Fabian's aura, the village chief looked up at him. He worriedly spoke his desire, "Please help me expel that Galal soldier out of the village." Fabian said in a serious voice, analyzing, "The matter of him originating from Gala is just a rumor. It is also possible that he is a soldier who was injured while protecting this country." April thought about the newspapers, she said a little nervously, continuing his words, "If you read the memoirs of the capital, you will see that every day there are people looking for the whereabouts of their relatives, maybe the family of that person." Saying that, she stopped and looked at the vice-village chief. His face also softened. His eyes had a few more parts of sadness and helplessness. Standing before April's worry, he understood what she said, but he was the village chief and could not ignore the opinions and safety of everyone. The village chief spoke up. "Actually, I am very tired now of ignoring the villagers' opposition and sheltering him." Not letting the village chief finish speaking, he interrupted him, "I understand." Saying that, he made a quick decision, surprising both of them to look towards him. Fabian decisively said, "I will expel him out of Akerton." April stood stunned looking at Fabian with surprised eyes. The village chief's voice had a little joy. Not believing, asking again, "Really?" he replied, "Because the people in the territory are afraid of him." Raising his hand to adjust his glasses, Fabian added, "However, I can't expel him without a method or calculation. King Delafontiel wants the survivors of the disaster to safely return to their hometown." Hearing this, the village chief spoke up. "Then what do you plan to do?" His eyes became deep and unpredictable. April, hearing that, raised her head and looked up, her eyes widening looking at Fabian. Her eyes shone as if understanding something from his words. She raised her hand to her chest as if pointing at herself and said, "I will take that person to the capital." Placing her hand on her left chest, where a warm heart lies, and her determined eyes clearly showed her determination, April resolutely said, "Bringing the survivor of the explosion back to his hometown safely, this is what I have to do." After finishing, the two left that room. Along the corridor, Fabian spoke up, breaking the silence, "Don't say that you misunderstood what I just said." She looked over blankly, not understanding what he was talking about, tilting her head in wonder. Misunderstood? Seeing that she did not understand his meaning, he hesitated. Then he raised his hand to rub his hair, making it a little messy as well as the confusion in his head at present. Fabian slightly lowered his head to avoid her eyes, but his forehead was sweating. His face flushed, embarrassedly mixed with a little worry. He softly said, "You should have said that I wanted to send you back to the capital." April still stood there blankly listening to him. "If you said that, then he would understand that you yourself wanted to return to the capital." Coming closer, he continued, "But I am not aiming for that and have no intention of chasing you away." April, hearing that, happily replied, "Indeed, you can say anything." She raised her hand to cover her mouth and laughed. She happily smiled, her eyes squinting. The surroundings seemed to brighten because of that smile. She continued. The first time I met you, you were angry and told me to go back. One person joking, one person panicking. Hearing her mention the old story, Fabian hurriedly clarified. Oh, that matter. Seeing him flustered, her voice was happy. I am kidding, I did not misunderstand anything. Then she honestly said, on the contrary, I am truly grateful to Fabian. Remembering the times when she was struggling, reaching out for help, April thought, because you reached out when I was most difficult. Extending her hand towards him, tilting her head and smiling at him. Her eyes were gentle. Her voice became more sincere. I am truly grateful to you for letting me stop at this mansion until now. Fabian's face also relaxed. He quietly listened to her continue. We probably won't be able to meet for a while, but you must take care of your health. Suddenly, he turned around to adjust his glasses, and his state also switched to a more serious one. Fabian raised his hand and flicked her hand away. Her outstretched hand was suddenly a little disappointed. Not knowing if she had done something wrong, then he said, since you are so grateful to me, then you have to repay me accordingly. April raised her sparkling eyes and looked at him in surprise. Fabian shook his head and said casually, just with a handshake you want to end it. She clenched her hand as if she was sulking. You did not necessarily have to say that. April came forward to confront him. I just wanted to thank Fabian. Knowing that she seemed to have misunderstood, he raised his hand, signaling her to stop, and calmly said, listen to the end first. He thought about all the time she was here. His voice was also gentler. Thanks to your help, the mission of taking the patients back home was handled smoothly. Raising his hand to stroke his chin, Fabian continued. You even stood up and said that you would take the burnt man back to the capital with you. Putting his hand into his inner pocket, he rummaged around for something, still continuing, however. She was even more surprised when she saw what he had just taken out, and exclaimed a word. Fabian raised a letter with a smug smile. Because of enough reasons it was delayed, but finally the letter has arrived. She exclaimed in her mind. An invitation from the Luton royal family. April was still dazed now. She seemed to not understand what was happening. Fabian said, don't look at me like this, I am the new Marquis. A solemn ceremony will take place in the Great Hall. The king sits majestically on the throne and, the person who is receiving the new title, needs to meet the king and be recognized for the title. Understanding the problem, looking at Fabian and the letter, April spoke up. So. He smiled. The smile and eyes seemed to shine with indescribable freshness. He continued the words she was about to say. I can also go to the capital with you. His voice was playful. Therefore, if you want to repay me, then you have to find another way. This time she was no longer surprised, but happily smiled brightly. A few days later, at the room where the burnt man was staying. For the remaining time before going to the capital, the burnt man had stayed at the Grey Marquis's mansion. April came to the door with 2 books in her arms, smiling. Hello, sir. Coming closer to him, she gently smiled, tilting her head to greet. I am April, I came here to greet you. Hearing the voice, the burnt man turned his head towards the door and looked at her. Saying nothing, after looking he turned back to continue reading the book he had been reading. April was not angry, she just smiled slightly and thought, I was very worried the first time I brought him here. I was afraid he would be triggered again due to the sudden change in environment. She thought strangely while speaking up to inquire, luckily you are still well. Putting the books down on the table, April adjusted them neatly and said, today, I also came to deliver the books and leave. He sat there quietly, attentively reading the book. She thought again, compared to the hospital, he seems to adapt to this mansion better. When being taken care of or bathed by the servants, he naturally cooperated. He looked like a true nobleman, from his gestures to the way he naturally let the maids help him. She looked at him reading the book and thought, the same goes for reading fluently. Bowing her head to greet him, April was still thinking, perhaps he originally had a high status, so I decided to call him that. She spoke before leaving, I will come to greet you again tomorrow. Saying that, she turned around to leave, but the burnt man suddenly pulled the blanket off of himself, making her a little stunned. He stood up and slowly walked towards her. Each sound of his shoes banging made her a little surprised, saying, sir. Standing opposite each other, but he did not say anything. April looked up at him, thinking, what is wrong, this matter from the beginning. Before she could finish thinking, the burnt man had held out the books in front of her, as if wanting to say something. Both of them looked down at the books in his hand, as if discovering something. She suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed. Looking closely at the 4 books in his hand, there were only volumes 1, 2, 3, and 5, she hurriedly said. Oh, I forgot to bring volume 4. April smiled brightly and continued, I will go get it right away. Saying that, she turned her head to prepare to go home to get the book. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, she turned back and called Sir. Holding the stack of books in her hand, she turned back and smiled at the burnt man, saying, if possible, would you like to come to the library with me? You are always in the room. And here let us go for a walk at the same time. He was stunned, his eyes slightly lowered, silently saying nothing more. Then he turned around. His eyes filled with sadness, refusing no. While observing him, she thought, his voice is also much easier to listen to than the first time I met him. Being rejected, April not only was not disappointed, but also happily smiled and said to him, I know. More than anyone, she understood the reason why he was like this. She continued, then I will go alone. The burnt man hearing that nodded calmly. Then he walked past her but not towards the bed. Seeing this, she also raised her eyes to follow. Next to the opening door, the burnt man also raised his hand as if seeing her off. Coming to the door, April was still dazed looking at him. More precisely, she was observing all of his actions. Everything made her widen her eyes and look dazed as if she had just seen very strange things. Which was right, a person with an unknown identity, carrying injuries. His memory completely lost, yet had the expressions of a prince. Everything made her secretly think. The movements are very elegant, just like. Thinking of this, in her head she suddenly remembered a familiar figure. That was the image of Lachlan with elegant gestures. Turning her head, she stood dazed looking at that room. The cold sound of the door closing rang out, but then she thought, there is no way he is just an ordinary soldier. Leaving with the stack of books in her hand, April curiously wondered, what exactly is his identity? While walking, she let her mind drift with the thought, it is not just his movements that are elegant. April's eyes were slightly lowered, her face as if containing thousands of thoughts. She remembered the scene just now, the action of opening the door for women in a natural way, is the politeness of the upper class. Thinking of the rituals of the aristocracy, she speculated, for example, the knights of the royal family or the aristocrats in the capital, the higher the status the stricter the etiquette learned. When they were young, she linked to the balls of the aristocracy, continuing her train of thought, because everyone knows clearly, hasty actions are unacceptable. Returning to the images of the burnt man just now, she could not help but be curious. Not to mention, even when he lost his memory, he still. April unconsciously spoke her thoughts. It takes a very long time to engrave that etiquette deep into your blood. Raising her head, raising her hand to stroke her chin, she muttered, just like Prince Lachlan used to. Again, she unconsciously thought about the gestures, the appearance of Lachlan reaching out his hand towards her, but the face was no longer clearly visible. Again that gesture. April slightly lowered her head and unconsciously raised her hand to stroke her chin, thinking. While thinking, she walked back to get the book for him, her back gradually walking forward. At a building with sunlight shining brightly, April opened the door and stepped into the library with the thought, prepare the books in advance to deliver tomorrow. Suddenly she stopped, curiously looking around. The empty space rang out with the sound of footsteps, thud thud. April ran to lean over, looking behind the bookshelf, and at the same time spoke up, asking, Charlotte, is that you there? At the same time as her question, the sound of counting 2, 3 rang out. Her eyes looked in that direction. A pair of feet was moving, thud thud, on the floor as if dancing. It was Lord Fabian. He seemed to be practicing dancing. His head tilted to one side, holding a book in his hand like a companion, harmonizing with the graceful footsteps. His voice was even 1, 2, 3, 1. Not knowing what number of times in the day she was surprised, but everything today was too unexpected, making her stand there with her mouth open, looking. April thought, looking clearly at the image on the book cover, a book teaching dancing, so that movement is. She suddenly exclaimed in her head, the basic dance steps. He was still attentively practicing according to the book when a crash rang out. It was April who carelessly fell flat on the ground. Raising her face, she saw him turning his head to look back. Fabian blushed and asked shyly, you saw it? Not hiding anything, she nodded. He jumped in fright, embarrassedly hurriedly explaining in a stuttering way, so it is. Looking towards the letter, he added, this time. His Highness will organize a banquet. The image of a magnificent and splendid banquet hall appeared in Fabian's imagination. Linking that he would have to dance with someone, he said, that is a party to celebrate me being appointed Marquis Grey. I am the main guest, how can I not dance? He clearly explained to her, so to prepare for that. April also understood and replied, I understand. She was still not over being dazed when she heard Fabian continue. If not for that, I would never learn these things. Raising his hand to cover his mouth, his eyes full of dislike, gnashed his teeth and muttered, originally, I really hate moving my body. He looked like a child caught red-handed when secretly hiding his favorite toy. Suddenly April tilted her head and chuckled. His appearance, covering his face, both embarrassed and confused, looked very cute. She spoke up, I understand how Fabian feels. Hearing that, he slightly tilted his face to look at her. Thinking of the dance parties April happily shared, honestly, I am also not the type of person who likes parties. He also gently replied, is that so? She bowed her head, remembering something. Her eyes carried a little sadness, but her mouth unconsciously smiled gently. Remembering when she was little, she used to practice dancing very diligently, but the dance when His Highness pulled her out to dance was extremely pathetic. When she was a child she was pulled out to dance, but her body was stiff, causing everyone to chuckle and laugh. Coming closer to Fabian, she still covered her mouth and smiled, making him even more embarrassed, forcing him to ask, is it that funny? Without explaining further, she extended her hand towards him, saying, you have to practice to become proficient, not practice to get used to it. As if being noticed by his crush, his body seemed to freeze, his eyes looking at her hand intently. She smiled and shared her experiences before his blank face. April spoke up, just as long as you practice regularly, you will become proficient. He stood there blankly listening to her continue. Prince Lachlan also helped me practice a few times. Happy memories with Lachlan dancing appeared, April said innocently, happily dancing and then unknowingly progressing from then. Fabian asked back, so you will become Prince Lachlan for me? She still extended her hand, patiently saying, not long ago you told me to repay you, come on, quickly take my hand. He shouted, his face flushed, hold hands. April was still calm, you can't dance without holding hands. Her voice happily asked, surely it is written in the book, right? But she did not know Fabian was embarrassed to the point of his face turning red, looking at his hand and thinking, how depraved is this behavior? Imagining the scene of everyone holding hands and dancing, he could not help but wonder, why do people in the capital aristocracy like such embarrassing things? Are they perverts? But perhaps April was an exception in his eyes. The image of her extending her hand was beautifully gentle, like a goddess who always shines. That image made his eyes light up, like he was about to be moved. And without resisting or asking anything more, he reached his hand towards her. But the worry was still clear on his face. His hand extended, then retracted, trembling, not daring to raise his face to look at the other person. He turned his back and used his right hand to grasp his left hand, extremely tense. April gently reassured, you do not need to be so tense. Extending her hand again before his worried face, she said gently, try it and you will see it is not as difficult as you think. First let us hold hands. This time Fabian did not retract his hand. He raised his hand and placed it on her hand. They moved closer to each other, two hands grasping each other. One person was tense while the other calmly instructed. Pressing close, hands clasped tightly, eyes met, the two faces were close together, causing Fabian to purse his lips in embarrassment. April gently smiled. Her eyes also gently looked at him as if encouraging him to try. His eyes looked down at the top of her head. Every step gradually entered orbit. Fabian suddenly remembered the images of him holding her, comforting her when she was difficult. His heart seemed to miss a beat. It kept throbbing and vibrating, remembering the warm hug that made him secretly think, the warmth touching the skin directly. The feeling of soft contact, even cotton or silk can't compare. Taking in the scent on her hair, closing his eyes, he continued to think, there is also a faint fragrance. April spoke up, Fabian, are you all right? The question startled him, pulling him back to reality. But then he flicked her hand away, making her surprised. His face flushed like a tomato mixed with a little anger. Turning his back, he ran to the window without saying a word, leaving her behind. But April was not angry. Standing behind his big back, she softly called, Fabian. Not letting her see his thoughts, he avoided, waving his hand, saying, it is too hot, is not it summer? Why is it so hot? April also thought it was true, saying, is that so? Fabian then took that as an excuse to retreat. I am too hot, I can't practice, let us practice next time. Leaving her standing there dazed, he was mumbling while avoiding, oh, the heat. April thought, is he angry because his body is not moving as he wants? She only thought, well, he is a perfectionist. Not knowing that he was blushing red, and avoiding because his heart was pounding because of her. She chuckled again at his whimsical actions, then reminded, well, if you want to practice again, just tell me. Turning to walk out the door, she said, I will practice with you at any time. Fabian still stood there with his back to her, indifferently raising his voice, I know, you quickly go out. She was a little sulky, turning sharply around with a slightly annoyed face, raising her voice, seriously, you are so polite. Fabian said nothing more. Leaning over, propping his hand on the windowsill, the space became quiet again. Without her here. He revealed his confusion. He said to himself, how can she be so calm? Remembering her smiling face made him embarrassed, thinking, I did not expect her to approach me so calmly in a place with only 2 people. Does not she have the word caution in her head? But what if she cried and did not come close? He sulked. No, she is cautious because she treats me as a man also makes me annoyed. Biting his lip tightly, his cheeks were still flushed red. His eyes resolutely dispelled all other thoughts, only thinking, right, I only feel embarrassed and awkward because of the dancing thing. The image of April in his head was always more beautiful and gentle than anyone else, but he denied it. There is no way I have strange feelings for her. He gritted his teeth, keeping only that thought to reassure himself, and that truly strange feeling that he could not distinguish. He did not know what it was at the moment. He shouted, today is really, as if wanting to pour out all his feelings to the outside. The shout made the birds panic and flap their wings to fly away. But he still felt uncomfortable, saying, why is it so hot? He seemed to be sweating from the heat. His cheeks had not stopped flushing red.